Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Feeling somewhat tired from using his ability so frequently. Why don't you leave? Are you waiting for me to take you home? As his words trailed off, the two straightforward giants, Orba and Niku, were the first to kneel down on one knee in submission. I can't repay you for saving my life, so please allow us to join you and do our part. The moment I was captured, my band of pirates was already dead in name only, so count me in. The three-eyed tribe with the highest unit price likewise chose to submit. All of us are men who are free on the sea. To be able to join Captain Will's band of pirates is something we dream of. I have long lost my home, but this favor must be returned. It doesn't matter if they want to get protection or genuinely want to repay the kindness, because they are not the ones who hold the initiative. If it weren't for today, it wouldn't have been easy for them to join one of the 7 warlords of the sea forces, and most of them wouldn't have had that opportunity. Will swept past the 100 or so people who had expressed their submission and then placed his eyes on the half of them who were still standing in place. I'm sorry, our families are still waiting for us to return, but your kindness is something we will never forget. I want to go back to Fisherman's Island. I want to go home too. Will indifferently nodded his head. The rest of these people are basically people who have something to lose, unlike Orba and the others who aspire to live on the sea or free and have nowhere to go. Everyone has the right to choose, and he had no expectation that they could bring any extra income to himself, and he was only prepared to do this once. After today's parting, he would only be responsible for the safety of Orba and the others. Whether the rest of them could walk out of the island or be caught by human traffickers again and auctioned off was none of his business. On the contrary, some of those who chose to stay looked at them as white wolves with a scowl. Will stopped what they wanted to say, but smiled and said, I said it from the beginning, you are free. If I need you to stay, I won't help you undo the collars on your necks. I didn't remove it so you can have any psychological pressure. Hurry up and leave. Thank you for your understanding. After once again expressing their gratitude to Will and the others, these people disappeared into the view of the crowd with a firm gaze. You can still leave with them now. After these people left, Will refocused his attention on the 100 or so people in front of him. A three-eyed tribe, 2 giants, most of the rest were mink tribe, long-armed tribe, long-footed tribe, fish people and a dozen or so little people who chose to repay their kindness, and only a few ordinary humans. After all, they couldn't sell for much money if they weren't strong. The people kneeling on one knee just looked at him with determined eyes, not moving at all. But Will didn't want to take so many people out to sea. He thought about it and it seems leaving them in the Sabati Islands is a good choice. With yellow hair and his Alaki strength alone, it is really difficult to accomplish the task given to them. But with these former slaves joining them, and with him backing them, they should be able to greatly speed up the process. I won't take you guys out to sea, at least for the time being, but I need some people to stay in the Sabati Islands to create a force for me, so follow along if you're willing. Orba and the others looked at each other and got up from the ground to follow Will's group, although they couldn't follow their benefactor to the sea, but they were also considered to have joined their benefactor's forces, and their benefactor had said that, but they were not needed for the time being. After the group arrived at the port, they discovered helplessly that the two giants, Orba and Niku, could not fit on the Avengers. Fortunately, there was a large slave ship docked next to it, and Will directly revealed his identity and forcibly commandeered the ship. With his strength, coupled with his 7 Warlords of the Sea title, he could almost walk across the Sabati Islands without obstruction as long as he didn't face the world nobles. The ship captain, who dared not voice his anger, had to compensate with a smile and go with them, secretly praying that they would let him go in peace when they arrived at the place. With the short voyage, Will went out with a light load but came back with a lot of mobs, and their momentum was suddenly different. When they returned to the 13th groove, Will took out his Dendenmushi and told the yellow-haired leader to come over as soon as possible, and at the same time instructed the crowd to bring out a large amount of wine and ingredients. Snowball is probably the most unhappy person at every party because she has to cook a lot of food to feed these big eaters. "Brother, we're here." In a short while, Yellow Hair and the others arrived with great speed while panting, probably running all the way over. But Will did not recognize who they were, only to see a group of bald people menacingly rushing over, very much like looking for trouble. So Orba and others immediately stood up ready to fight. "Wait a minute. You are?" Will stared at the bald leader as if he had thought of something. "Boss, it's us. Didn't you make us all instant transmission our heads?" Yellow Hair leader, who now became bald leader, and the other bald lackey behind him were shocked by the group of people ready to flatten them with Orba leading them, and then looked at Will very aggrieved. Oh. I just didn't expect you guys to change so much after shaving your heads. You're just like a new person. Is it true that the essence of human beings is hair? That's a big change." Will suddenly wanted to laugh. "Sit down, all of you are one of us. You will work together in the future, so get closer." The bald guys with bald leader leading them and Orba looked at each other and then quietly swallowed their saliva, feeling that the other party was very cruel and difficult to get along with. While Nami and others were laughing hard as tears formed in their eyes. Chapter 164: The Arrival of Vice Admiral Jian. With the addition of people like Orba, SHIELD is really taking shape, and their forces have increased dramatically. This way, as long as they don't confront the Navy, the world government, and the world nobles, they will meet little resistance. With the humiliating defeat of Cavendish of the White Horse Pirates, Will's fierce name will continue to hang over the entire Sabati Islands, and with his name as a protective talisman, it is believed that no unsuspecting pirates will find trouble with them. So in just a few days, S.H.I.E.L.D., under the banner of the faceless will of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, has already become the #1 power on Groove 13 and is just waiting to be rectified and expanded outward. Originally, there were many people who looked on with indifference, thinking that this bullshit SHIELD had the audacity to use the name of the 7 Warlords of the Sea to make money for themselves and that they would definitely be destroyed by the Thunderbolt after the faceless will reacted. But after waiting for a few days, they found Will, who was recuperating on Groove number 13, showed no sign of taking action. What this proves is self-evident. Even if they couldn't join Will's direct pirate group, it would be good for them to join the force he created. In this regard, Will still has only one requirement: they can accept people, but the character must stand the test before they get accepted. But any bastard who wants to use his banner to do evil, as soon as found, will immediately be killed. This trend was immediately stopped after the vice captain, Uchiha, personally destroyed a group of bastards who had ruined a merchant's family by forcing them protection money. Will did not want his reputation to be ruined in the hands of such people. It's worth mentioning that the abilities of the 2 devil fruits he bought from the auction also let him test them out. The zone devil fruit was the tiger form of the cat fruit, which was also a powerful one in the zone department, but in Will's hands, it was almost impossible to make an appearance, and it would have been more or less the same if it had been a phantom beast species. So this tiger fruit is either consumed or left for someone else, such as Kobe, who lacks guts. And the last one, the Parumsha devil fruit, which cost him 1 billion berries to buy, gave him a certain surprise. Will has always wanted to find a reliable ship's doctor or simply look for a devil fruit with healing power, such as Manchari healing fruit. But Manchari, as the princess of the Tontata kingdom, is kind-hearted and popular, and if he dares to extend his evil right hand to her just for a demon fruit, they'll probably, the reader, explode. However, he didn't expect that this Parumsha devil fruit, which he did not have much hope for, would have the ability to recover. The disadvantage is that it takes some time, and the better the health of the target, the more obvious the effect will be, unlike the healing fruit, which heals at once. Just as Will's injury was almost healed, an unexpected visitor sent by the fleet admiral approached his door. "I am Vice Admiral Jian of the Naval Headquarters, code name Pink Rabbit. and I will be in charge of regulating your schedule for the next period of time. To be honest, the pressure brought to Will and the others by a beautiful Vice Admiral who was over 2 meters tall and wearing short shorts was quite great. Even Will didn't expect that Sengoku would really send him a beauty liaison officer, and she was also a legendary admiral candidate. As a Vice Admiral, she had an admiral code named after colors and animals. However, Will's focus is on the spider tattooed on the outside of her thigh. Is it her ability that was related to the spider? Before Will crossed over, there was very little information about the 2 admirals candidates, and their abilities and personalities were unclear, so he had to rely on guesswork to avoid a ditching. I hear you have a suitor who has been rejected 100 times for confession. Who is that poor man again? Jian was visibly surprised. Presently she replied with a frown, you've already met him, haven't you? I've seen it. Wait a minute, I haven't met many Vice Admirals, or is it that one? Vice Admiral Tokacake's dog face suddenly surfaced on Will's mind, and it turned out that he had already met another admiral candidate, Tokacake, codenamed Brown Pig, who had that nasty look, so no wonder he was rejected after confessing 100 times. Vice Admiral Tokacake, who was drinking tea on the naval base, suddenly sneezed. Who was thinking of me? Was it the pink rabbit? Maybe my 101 confession will be a success. How long are you planning to stay here? Stay until you leave Sabati Island. And if I never leave, are you going to stay here with me forever? In that case, I'll kill you before I leave. So scary. I hope you really have the strength to be able to do it. By the way, is Vice Admiral Kizaru still used to being in a wheelchair? The sudden addition of a spy woman in the team, that will follow him wherever he goes was still quite unpleasant. If it wasn't for the fact that she looked pretty eye-catching, Will really would have been unable to resist throwing her into the sea. After some silence, Giant suddenly spoke up. The Fleet Admiral asked me to ask you if that newly emerged power is behind you or not, and also what do you want to do? Such a trivial matter has made the Fleet Admiral so concerned. Is your Navy idol that they were only playing cards every day? After saying that, Will continued, I just want to contribute to the cause of haircuts in the Sabati Islands, and tell the Fleet Admiral that in the future, all navies who came to me for haircuts will be able to enjoy a 95% discount and half-price hair coloring packages. Please answer my question seriously. I'm serious, I'm a man who wants to be the king of fashion. Who is the fashion king again? Jian asked with a serious face. Will, who heard her saying that almost died from vomiting blood, and ignored the trembling of Nami and others and walked into his room to start the last treatment. Starting tomorrow, he will receive special training from Rayleigh for more than half a year. He is unable to get a large number of devil fruit. And besides absorbing devil fruits, he can still get stronger under Rayleigh's special training, which is his only way to become stronger right now before entering the new world. Chapter 165 Special Training from Dark King Rayleigh. I am waiting for you in the new world, Faceless Will. Standing at the bow of the ship, defeated by Will in 2 moves, Cavendish, who was the center of public opinion, silently led his people away. He couldn't forget the other party's superior eyes, and almost unrestrained attitude, as well as the unbelievable power gap. Perhaps if he awakened his second personality, he was worthy of a few moves in his opponent's hands, but he still couldn't see victory in sight, and he needed to become stronger. So he resolutely abandoned his original plan and prepared to enter the new world to grind himself before the other party. The next time they meet again, he wants to erase the shame of that day. Will, who didn't know that he had somehow gained another old enemy, was now staying in the bar of Shaki. This is Vice Admiral Pink Rabbit. That old guy Sengoku is afraid that I might mess up on the island, so he sent her to spy on me. As soon as he entered the door, Will stated the purpose of her visit. Rayleigh was still drinking wine very calmly, not caring at all about whether she is a Vice Admiral or not. In his and Roger's time, except for that freak garb, how can a Vice Admiral be qualified to stand in front of them? Are you healed? Ah, it's almost done. Do you want me to treat you too? Don't worry, for Shaki's sake, I'll only charge you 1,000,000 billis. Little Will still holds a grudge like this. Shaki laughed while smoking a cigarette. She is still very calm, obviously another big shot who doesn't put a Vice Admiral in her eyes. Seeing that none of them cared, Will was relieved. When do we start? When I finish this bottle of wine. Will didn't say a word and picked up the bottle of wine from Rayleigh and started to gurg. Gurg. Pwa ah. Bang. Then the empty wine bottle was placed on the table by Will with great force. Rayleigh had no choice but to drink the wine from the glass, then got up and went outside. Will smiled and followed. Jian naturally went wherever Will went. Besides spying on Will, she had a more hidden mission. When she came to a clearing not far away, Rayleigh stopped and asked Will very seriously, "Do you know what a conqueror hockey is?" Will shook his head. He is a typical specialist student. He can use it, but he does not know anything about the concept. This kind of power is an innate ability, the same as momentum and intimidation, and exists like an instinct. You can't materialize this power if you can't use it throughout your life. Will nodded his head, which he still knew. There are 3 types of Haki, namely the observation Haki, the armament Haki and a conqueror Haki, where only 1 in several million people are born with this ability, observation Haki. The power to feel the breath around you, to sense enemies that were out of sight, or to anticipate the movements of your opponent is a form of mind reading, or the power to hear. As long as a person is alive, his body can emit special sounds, and these sounds can be used to predict the next move and position of the opponent, which can be trained to have a wider range. Possessors of the higher observation Haki can use this ability to hear the voices of things, and Roger, who has this type of Haki, can be able to listen to the voices of all things. Armament Haki is Conqueror Haki. This is the first time Will has ever heard someone explain the principles and method of Haki so thoroughly and so systematically. That's why he remembered Rayleigh's words seriously right now, which will be of great benefit to him in his future training of his Haki. Even the giant who was listening was shocked and puzzled. It was a detailed explanation that could not be summed up by the naval headquarters, not to mention that it also included a deep knowledge of Haki and some ways of using it. Who the hell is this person? But when she was about to record it by heart, she found that she couldn't hear anything, and could only see that person's mouth kept moving. Naturally, this was Will's doing, and although Rayleigh couldn't care less about this kind of enemy, he was different. Jian also quickly found the culprit, but she could do nothing about it. It was someone's private business, and she also knows that it's not her business. This also makes her more and more curious about the identity of this person as her eyes flicker. After a moment, Jian quietly went to the side and took out a denden mushi. Okay, that's it for the theory. Next will be the actual combat session. Combat session? With whom? Will looked at him oddly. If the 2 of them fought, this island wasn't far from being scrapped. Naturally, I will be your opponent, but you are forbidden to use any devil fruit abilities during the fight, and you can only fight me with your body strength and Haki. Unlike Luffy's special training where he went to fight ferocious beasts, Will's strong body had to be under absolute pressure in order to get a breakthrough. Without using his devil fruit abilities, Rayleigh affirmed to want to teach him a lesson. Ah no, it was to train him of his Haki. Are you sure you don't want to get back at me unilaterally? The choice is yours whether or not to accept my special training. Rayleigh smiled with a carefree face. Okay, I'll believe you once. Remember what I just said, and try to apply it during the actual battle. With your qualifications I'm sure you'll be able to master it soon. Then come, I can't wait. Will moved his arms and legs, then rushed over. White hair, round glasses, and oh yeah, a scar over his right eye. Well versed in the theory of the 3 types of Haki, strength is unknown. The name of the store is Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. Why? Yes, I know. After hanging up the denden mushi, Jian mood was not calm. After she described the other party's appearance, Chief of Staff Crane, who had always regarded her as her own daughter, actually very sternly forbade her to contact this person, asking her to keep a certain distance and not to delve into this person's identity. What is this person's identity? What is the hidden secret that cannot be revealed? Although very curious, Jian chose to follow the orders of Chief of Staff Crane and not to investigate the matter further. Then she was surprised to see that the 2 men in the center of the field had engaged in combat, and she could hear voices inside again. The Fleet Admiral asked her to focus on Will, the 7 warlords of the sea, which was disappointingly young in its use of Haki, but the power hidden beneath that ordinary flesh was as strong as that of an ancient beast. On the other hand, the white-haired old man whom she didn't know his identity had extremely high attainments in the use of Haki. Definitely not an ordinary old man. She was suddenly looking forward to the days to come. Chapter 166 Luffy on the Sea. At the port of a village in the East Blue Sea. Gamu Gamu no Pistol. The overlord who once bit off the arm of one of the 4 emperors' redhead, known to the people here as the King of the Coast, was defeated by a young man in a straw hat with 1 punch. The villagers behind him let out a sigh of relief before their worried looks ceased, and since even the King of the Coast could be defeated with ease, it seemed Luffy could really travel the seas. After smiling happily and waving goodbye to the villagers, the 17-year-old Luffy turned around and lowered his straw hat, his lips curling up dramatically. Ace, wait for me. And the man I made an agreement with, I will defeat you and make you part of my crew. Blue Sea, I'm coming. When one is concentrating on one thing, time always flies fast, and before one knows it, Will has been improving with the help of Rayleigh for more than half a year, and his only shortcoming in the use of Haki has also been recognized by Rayleigh. Today was the day he ended this phase of training. Without any devil fruit ability, Will had fought with Rayleigh no less than 100 moves in an instant. If it had been before receiving special training, Will would only have been beaten passively. Boom. With the advantage of his physical strength and fitness, Will knocked Rayleigh out of the way but was kicked in counter, severely breaking a dozen trees. Just when Will was fine and ready to rush in again to beat up the old man, Rayleigh called a halt. There's nothing more I can teach you about the practice of hockey, the rest is up to you to comprehend and refine it step by step. The bare-chested really looked at Will with admiration and wonder. This was the most promising young man he had ever seen, and the future might be completely different because of his appearance. Che. Saying there's nothing left to teach me, but to be frank you're just afraid that I'll beat back the beatings I've taken over the past half year, right? Sly old man. Will withdrew the fully condensed hockey on his body as he cursed, although it is to give him special training, but the daily beatings he received cannot be returned, which made him in a bad mood. Today, he finally saw his chance of beating Rayleigh, but this old guy is quite sly and he doesn't know if there will be this opportunity in the future again. When are you going to leave here? Receiving the good wine that Will threw over, Rayleigh smiled and asked. After such a long time of training, Will's inventory had already been emptied, leaving these few bottles as treasures, which he wouldn't have been able to take out if it weren't for today being the day of the release. A few days, I think. Will himself took out one of the few bottles he had, opened it and gulped it down. As his physical quality got higher and higher, it became harder and harder to get drunk. When I'm gone, SHIELD will be taken care of by you for me, so don't let anyone put it out. After such a long period of development, SHIELD, which was hastily founded at the beginning, has grown to become the largest local power in the entire Sabati Islands, except for the Navy, the world government and the world nobles, who are untouchable. All pirates or merchants who come here have to abide by the rules of SHIELD. Almost every once in a while, there will be untamed pirates who are not open-minded enough to take the initiative to send their bounties to his door, and also let Will make up for the money he spent for such a long time. After all, the bounty on pirates who dared to go to the New World and asked for trouble is worth tens or hundreds of millions dollars, and he doesn't know if it is because he has been staying in the Sabati Islands, but he didn't see those worst generation supernova and guess it's not time yet for them to appear. The Navy and pirates will give you face when you're around, but when you're gone, I guess some people won't be able to sit still. Originally, this nail was left to involve the attention of the Navy and the world government. If they were not suspicious, Will would be surprised. As for what would become of SHIELD after he left, what kind of end would come, he honestly didn't really care. As long as they follow his instructions and shrink their forces after his departure, and don't take the initiative to cause trouble, no one will risk offending him by taking the trouble to initiate a war. And the Navy has even less reason to bother with a bunch of law-abiding citizens. Anyway, it's good that you know what you're doing. Then I'll go back and get ready. See you later, old man. Don't die too soon in the New World. Don't worry, I'm still waiting to receive your inheritance. You're a real jerk for thinking about it for only 100 or so billies. Haha, when Luffy gets here, don't forget to remind him that he still owes me a devil fruit. Rayleigh looked at Will's departing back and smiled, then drank all the wine in the bottle in one gulp, not knowing if there would be another chance to sit down and drink together. You're finally leaving? The pink rabbit that had been stalking him for more than half a year once again appeared behind Will's back. Yeah, it's time to go to the New World and see what's going on after such a long delay. After more than half a year of getting along, the conversation between Giant and Will became more and more casual. Although they had never fought each other, Giant saw every bit of progress in Will's life and was indeed a respectable opponent. Faced with Giant ridicule, Will smiled and didn't reply. This half-year was the last accumulation he made before entering the New World, not only to make up for his shortcomings in hockey, but also incidentally bought another zone devil fruit, and killed 2 Paransha devil fruit user that sent their head to his door, together with the elephant fruit, spring fruit and tiger fruit that was on his hand. Will, who had once again strengthened himself with 6 devil fruits, was able to fight without fearing most of his enemies just in physical combat. It's just that he doesn't know how much worse it is compared to Kaido, the strongest creature, the man with the perverted physique that can't be killed. With his current physique and with all the devil fruit he absorbs, he knows he is far from being unkillable. But wait until he comes to the New World where all this will no longer be a problem. That is the paradise of the strong and the hell of the weak. Most of the capable people are in the New World, such as Doflamingo cadres, and the inmates in the deep-sea prison. Will misses every single one of them. Chapter 167 Fishman Island. Respectfully sent brother. Yes. Will helplessly looked at the more than 10,000 shiny bald heads in front of him. How a good SHIELD has become like this, he really regretted his intention at that time. As the biggest new local power in the Sabati Islands, SHIELD has more than 10,000 employees on staff and has almost monopolized the entire Sabati Islands barber industry and other related industries. But in terms of ostentatious, these 10,000 plus bald heads plus the various slaves from different races who had chosen to follow Will before, the momentum is truly earth-shattering. But Will would rather not have this bullshit momentum. After the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, he said mechanically, SHIELD is in your hands from now on. Remember what I told you before, And don't bother Rayleigh-san unless you have to. Yes, I know, brother. The first yellow hair leader, who now became a bald leader of the SHIELD, shouted as his eyes now look like halogen eggs from crying. He can have such a brilliant position today is all thanks to the support of Will and their back. So for Will's departure he had expected it, but also he was the most reluctant when he left. And you guys, I don't know when I will come back, so if you're tired of your current lifestyle, you can leave at any time. Will looked at Orba and the others again. To be honest, the fact that these rare races were able to get along so well in the Sabati Islands was all thanks to Will's name, otherwise, they would have been targeted by major slave traders. Even with his name and the warning behind the Navy, Will didn't know how many groups he exterminated for taking action against his people. So after he left, they would really have to rely on themselves later. No matter what, we'll keep this foundation for you. After more than half a year, these people already consider themselves as a member of the Faceless Pirates, and even if they can't go to sea together, it doesn't prevent them from claiming that status. Good, then it's fate to see you again. Giant stood on the island and stared at the back of the man who was really an interesting man as she was speaking to someone. Yes, Faceless Will has gone to Fisherman's Island. The mission has been completed. Please instruct. When the intelligence gathering is complete, I will immediately return to the headquarters to report this work. The Fisherman's Island is located 10,000 meters under the sea in the Holy Land of Mary-Jois and is one of the 2 passages to reach the New World. The second was to ask for the world government permission and then directly pass through the holy place of Mary-Jois at the peak of the Red Line. But you have to abandon the ship, and the application is very time-consuming. And as a 7 warlords of the sea, Will can use this method to reach the New World. But ever since Will had threatened the Navy with the safety of the world nobles, it was obvious even if he thought with his ass that the Navy would not pass his application. But it didn't matter. For others, the dangerous trip with only a 30% pass rate was nothing more than a sightseeing trip in Will's view. Staying inside the bubble that wrapped the entire ship after coating, Will and his crew arrived at the Fisherman's Island without a hitch. Wow! Is this the underwater paradise? It really is a dreamy paradise. There was air, sunshine and even the sky. What an incredible and wonderful view. And it's 10,000 meters below the ocean. Lots of fishmen and mermaids, huh? And a lot of humans. Will, who already knew everything about Fisherman's Island, focused his attention on the flag that fluttered in the wind on the mast. They were stepping onto the territory of one of the 4 Emperor Whitebeard. There's someone else here, please come over here and register. Is it a pirate or a traveler? Much like Sky Island, on Fisherman's Island, visitors need to go through an entry inspection, otherwise, they will be arrested by the Ryugu Kingdom's Neptune's army. And those who dare to resist and cause chaos, do they think that they are not dying fast enough? Even poachers only dare to do it secretly, and no one dares to challenge Whitebeard's authority in the open unless they will never set foot in the New World. It was also with the protection of the Whitebeard pirates that Fishman Island could continue to survive and attain its current prosperous state. After a simple registration, Will and his group were let into Fishman's Island. If they were in a hurry to go to the next location, it would take about half a day for the record pointer to store up to its magnetic power. After Will and the others left, the Fishman Island official in charge of the registration wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Go and inform Boss Jinbai. Faceless Will of the 7 warlords of the sea has just arrived at Fisherman's Island. The true purpose is unknown, but it is likely to be just passing by. Yes. Walking on the street, all kinds of strange fish people are common, but fortunately, they have seen all kinds of strange people in the Sabati Islands, so they have already been immune to it. On the contrary, some pirates who recognized Will's identity made way for him, fearing that they could not avoid him. God knows what kind of terrifying image Will possessed under the deliberate exaggeration of the Navy. Lord Will, it's Lord Will. Just as Will and the others were enjoying the local customs of Fisherman's Island, a surprised and excited voice suddenly came from the side. You are? Looking at the excited female mermaid who swam up to him, Will was confused for a moment. Sir, have you forgotten me? I am the mermaid that you bought at the auction. The mermaid lady, who had not seen his change for half a year, said both disappointed and excited. Hearing her say this, Will finally remembered, but he didn't expect to meet again in this way. I remember, you are 70 million ahem, sorry, your name is? Barbara. Please call me Barbara. Well, Barbara, I really didn't expect to meet you here. Do you live around here? No, I'm working here. Work? Will just noticed the flyer she was holding and the maid outfit she was wearing. Well, I had to wear this because of a special event at the store recently. Would you like to come in for a cup of coffee? Although I can't repay your kindness and don't have 70 million boys, a few cups of coffee and some snacks are still within my reach. Will and the others all saw sincerity on the beautiful mermaid Barbara's face. Of course, having your sincerity is already enough. Will laughed heartily and Barbara nodded vigorously at the smiling face that had appeared in her dreams night after night. Chapter 168 The Unpredictable Fate. Madam Shia early. We have a guest. Barbara, whose little face was flushed and looked very cute, returned to the store with Will and the others. Oh, got it. A beautiful giant mermaid lying on the couch with a pipe smoking replied lazily. Under Barbara's warm greeting, Will's group asked for some of the Mermaid Cafe's signature snacks and coffee and saw Barbara happily going about her business. After taking a look at the store's decoration, they found that the environment was not bad, but besides them, there was only a small mermaid couple sitting in the corner enjoying a leisurely time. Was the store expensive? After a short chat, Barbara came over with something and another green-haired female mermaid to help. I'm Kami, thank you for saving Barbara. If I wasn't always distracted, Barbara wouldn't have been arrested for saving me, thank you anyway. The green-haired mermaid Kami hurriedly tried to thank Will and the others as soon as he came over, but the coffee and snacks on his plate all flew out as a result. Is this what you mean by always being distracted? In the horrified eyes of Barbara and Kami, the expected mess did not happen, and both the spilled coffee and the scattered snacks all floated in the air extremely strangely. No need to panic, just tidy up. Will smiled with a kind smile on his face. Barbara and Kami woke up from their dream and began to clean up the coffee and snacks that were floating in the air. Sorry, I'll get right back to preparing it. It's my fault. Barbara sighed and rubbed Kami's head. If you can reduce the number of times you get eaten by sea beasts, that would be a big help with such a clumsy clerk. It's no wonder business here is so bad. Will resisted the desire to complain and didn't blame her, but how could this sense of spectacle be familiar? The giant beautiful mermaid known as Madam Shia early also noticed the small commotion here and thoughtfully returned to her room. Did you do this yourself? It's good. How come you're the only one dressed like this, anyway? Barbara's face flushed again after hearing Will's compliment, and she couldn't say that she had noticed Perona's maid dress when she had left, thinking that Lord Will liked the style, and then she started to try it on. Don't you like it? No, it suits you quite well. It would be nice if my maid was as good as you. I'm really sorry if I'm not as well behaved as she is. Perona's mouth twitched, especially wanting to give him a ghost of negativity and make him get on his knees and call herself the queen. Unfortunately, in the face of the increasingly terrifying Will, it is unlikely that this wish of hers will be fulfilled. On the contrary, Barbara, who has been blushing all the time, is very intriguing, and Nami, Robin and others from time to time look at him with an amused look. After chatting for a while, Will was about to leave. For him, the Fishman Island was just a transit point, and he didn't have the idea of staying for a long time. As for the conflict between the fishermen and humans, it's not something he can solve, and it's better for him to leave it to Luffy who have a protagonist hollow and armor. Do you want to go now? Barbara was very reluctant. Yes, it's time for us to get back to a sense of crisis after being used to a comfortable life in the Sabati Islands. But since it's hard to come to the Fisherman's Island once, and we can't stay here all the time, we plan on going to take a look around while the recording pointer is storing magnetic energy. Then let me take you on a tour of the Fisherman's Island. Barbara immediately vacated from her loss, and since they were destined for two worlds, that was the only thing she could do, and maybe when they entered the new world, she would still pray for Will every day. Can you just go out even at work? Don't worry, Madam Shia early is very nice, then I'll go and ask her for a leave. After Barbara said that, Will stopped dissuading her. Anyway, they are just going to look around and there is no danger. However, Barbara, who went to ask for leave, brought a piece of strange news. Madam Shia early wanted to see them. Following Barbara to Madam Shia early's resting place, the first thing Will saw was the crystal ball that hadn't been put away, and he finally remembered what that familiarity was all about. Crystal ball, divination, mermaid cafe, mermaids, with these elements together finally reminded Will of the identity of this Madam Shia early. She was a genuine diviner, with 100% accuracy in her divination predictions, as well as being our long half-sister. The world of pirates is really deep, and everywhere he goes, he can meet people who are related to someone he met on his journey. Does she want to avenge her cheat brother? It doesn't seem like it. I heard from Barbara that you wanted to see us alone? Yes, allow me to introduce myself. I am also a diviner while running this mermaid cafe. Shia early words made Nami and the others look over with great curiosity. So? Do you see our future destiny? No, the crystal ball is blank, and the fate of you and your fellows cannot be detected. Shia early frowned deeply as she said that. It was precisely because of the situation that had never happened before that she took the initiative to call Will and others. When she used the crystal ball for divination, she discovered that Will's fate did not seem to be under the control of this world. When she recalled the divination of the fate of other people from the past, she was able to see a little image at first, but when she used her divination on Will, it returned to nothingness that seems to have been affected by some kind of inexplicable influence. Hearing this, Will's heart shook. Why? I don't know why. I've never had such strange results in my divination career, it's as if you don't even exist in this world. Xia early hesitated to say her guess, but immediately she shook her head. The man was sitting right in front of her, so how could he not exist? She didn't notice the flash of surprise and uneasiness in Will's eyes, but was distracted by the discussion of the others. Nami and the others were ordinary people who had grown up day by day, and her divination was not very convincing, so they just took the other party as a fraud. After all, Xia early status in Fishman's Island was so high that they outsiders didn't understand it. Well, thank you for the divination, and if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. Now that it had been established that the other party's divination ability didn't work on himself and those he was deeply influenced by, he was relieved. After all, such thing as fate was still in his hands. Chapter 169 Jinbai. With permission, Barbara left the shop with Will in his group with a happy face. For the results of the divination, Xia early did not tell Barbara. Perhaps in her view, Will and his crews, whose fate is unknown, better leave the Fishman Island as soon as possible. In addition, she also wants to know where Barbara and these people are. What changes will happen after people come in contact with them? As for the result, perhaps the only one who cares about the result is Will, who pretends to be ignorant besides her. After all, crossing over from another world, this kind of concept is non-existent in this world, no matter how absurd this world is. And until they left, Xia early didn't say anything about her relationship with Arlong, nor did she have any intention to avenge Arlong's death. Its boss Jinbai. Shortly after Will and the others came out of the coffee shop, a tall blue-skinned fishman was walking on wooden sandals from a distance. Almost every mermaid or fishman would call out Boss Jinbai from the bottom of their heart and greet him with respect and kindness upon seeing him. Since the death of Fisher Tiger, Jinbai, the sea warrior who joined the 7 warlords of the sea to protect the Fisherman's Island, has become the new protector of the island and is as famous as the king of the Fishman's Island. It's just that Jinbai, who is so admired by the residents of the Fishman's Island, seems to come to Will, to come specifically for him. And it seems the motive of the other party is not good. The last meeting held for new 7 warlords of the sea, the old man is named Jinbai, the guardian of Fishman Island. Last time at the 7 warlords of the sea meeting, this old man had not been there because of something. But this time, since I heard that the faceless Will came, I am here to see you. The 3-meter-tall body of Jinbai came to the place in front of Will's group, and although he couldn't see any smile on his face, his tone was polite. And he said he is just an old man. Rayleigh, who is so old, never thought of relying on his age, but this blue guy, it seems that he is only in his 40s. And it's a whale shark race. So, the only colleagues left in the 7 warlords of the sea you haven't seen are the Empress and I. Will somewhat understood the purpose of Jinbai's special trip. After all, 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea had fallen to him, and although Jinbai was not a devil fruit user, it was rude of him to avoid seeing him. And with him around, if Will had any thoughts about Fishman's Island, Jinbai could stop him in the first place. It's like having fugitive words written all over his face. Even if the other party is very friendly and says I'm just passing through, and I'll be gone for a while, the master won't be relieved. Not to mention that Jinbai has other intentions. Although it is a bit presumptuous, I need to ask if Captain Will is just passing through on Fishman's Island? Boss Jinbai, Lord Will is really not a bad guy. After some of the fishmen on the island and I were arrested by human traffickers, Lord Will personally rescued us. You know that, don't you? Before Will and the others gave any response, Barbara stepped forward eagerly and explained. Hearing her mention it, Jinbai's face, which had been stubborn, finally smoothed out a bit. I'm sorry, your kindness to our kind is very much valued in our heart, but as the guardian of this place, Captain Will's presence is indeed too dangerous, and I have to be cautious. Will and the others understood Jinbai's position and worries, but they couldn't be happy about it. Don't worry, we don't have any interest in this country, we will leave when it's time to leave. Even a madman can be angry when he is treated like a plague, so Will rudely disliked him. Jinbai's face was straightened again, and his tall and broad body combined with his fierce face made the atmosphere suddenly become tense somewhat. Lord Will was going to leave Fisherman's Island right away, but the magnetic field of the recording pointer is still not full, and I just want to take this time to take Lord Will and his companions around the island. Is Boss Jinbai misunderstanding something? After the sudden change in atmosphere, the one who panicked the most was Barbara. And when she intervened in this way, Jinbai immediately realized that what he had done seemed a bit too much, but those rumors about Will and for his Oyaji Whitebeard, he needs to try again here. There are rumors that Captain Will has robbed Sand Crocodile and Moonlight Moria of their devil fruit abilities. I wonder if this is true or not? Whether it is true or not has nothing to do with you. Why? Do you want to try it? Will was already very impatient. Jinbai, who had this intention, naturally agreed, and said, Good, I would like to have a sparring match with you, too. After talking for a long time, it still came to this. But Will didn't mind it, as he was ready to test the results of the special training he had for more than half a year with Jinbai, although he does not understand why the other party is hostile to himself, but since a sandbag sent himself to his door, he will gladly accept it. Boss Jinbai, you guys, it's just ordinary sparring, don't worry. Barbara, who has no right to speak, can only be anxious as she thought, why did things turn out like this? This is not a good place for sparring, come with me. Will indifferently followed Jinbai with his crew and the addition of Barbara. There are people in the 7 warlords of the sea who are jealous and have a grudge against him, but certainly, Jinbai is not included, not to mention asking him for a spar out of nowhere, clearly provoking him. In case it can't be stopped later, do I have to let the fleet admiral agonize over the selection of the new 7 warlords of the sea again? This is my private dojo, and no one will bother us here. You stay away. Farther away, I'll end this boring sparring as soon as possible. For more than half a year, Kobe, who had also received advice from Riley, had gradually walked the path of a strong man, so he didn't worry about Will, just shouted, "Go, teacher," as he backs away with the others. I don't know where your animosity comes from, but since you choose to prove me, let's hope your fishman body will be more durable. Humphrey. Captain Will must be joking, you must be the one who should be careful. Because in a place with sufficient moisture, my battle power is more than doubled. Jinbai was somewhat annoyed at being underestimated by Will. Although Fishman Island was isolated from the sea, it had plenty of moisture, which gave Jinbai great confidence to fight on his home field. And he didn't want to defeat Will here, as long as he tried to find out the part of the information he wanted to know. Given Whitebeard's kindness to Fishman's Island, it was enough for him to spend his life to lock down an unknown threat. Before we begin, I have one more question I would like to ask Captain Will. Speak. If the rumors are true, has Captain Will ever thought of taking away the fruit of the Quakes? Will was stunned for a moment as if he understood something, then grinned. Why don't you guess? Chapter 170 Will vs Jinbai, 100 Brick Fist. Bang. Faced with an indefinite punch from Jinbai, Will just extended his right hand and easily took it. Even the subsequent shockwave only blew his coat hem and failed to make him take a step back. With the reinforced body and the sudden advancement in the use of Haki, Will is confident that he can fight even without his Infinity Gauntlet. You can stop if you just want to tickle me. If you want to know what I can do, show me something real. When Will said that, he covered his whole body in an instant with his armament Haki, then fiercely attacked and threw dozens of punches to beat Jinbai, who could only passively parry, and he was blown away by his whip kick in the end. As the dust stirred up by the aftermath of the battle disappeared, Jinbai, who was somewhat caught off guard, stepped forward as the sound of his wooden sandal was heard and returned in front of Will. Although he looked a little messed up, with his fisherman's super physique and Jinbai's watertight defense, Will's attack didn't hurt him much. It's just that Will's non-human physical condition makes him look a little dignified. Whether it is speed, power, or the use of Haki, Jinbai is helpless to find that he has no advantage at all. It looks like the only way to get back in the game is to use his home field advantage and the special skills of the fishman. Jinbai, who had returned to the field, performed a fishman's karate starting stance, then stepped heavily on the ground and rushed directly in front of Will with explosive power. Fishman's karate. 5,000 tile true punch. Will, purpose on assessing the results of his training, chose to take it head-on. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his armament Haki condensed into substance, and at the same time withdrew his right foot back in a bow step, directly crushing the ground. Bang! The impact of the collision was transformed into a gust of wind that shook the hair of Barbara and the others who were watching the battle from afar. Even Jinbai, the attacker, was pale, but Will, who had taken the blow of 5,000 tile true punch, was already grinning, showing his white teeth. It really doesn't hurt. 7,000 tile roundhouse kick. Jinbai, with a heavy face, kicked Will in the head, but it was still blocked by his right arm, which was wrapped with his armament Haki. Your fishman's karate, it's not that incredible. Now it's my turn. The left arm that blocked Jinbai roundhouse kick suddenly turned a fist claw and directly clasped Jinbai's ankle, then Will's muscles bulged and actually he lifted Jinbai directly up by his leg, and with a bang, Jinbai was smashed heavily on the ground. The sorrow of Cthulhu. Will seems to be transformed into some fat guy who turns green with anger, pulling Jinbai's ankle and wrestling it on the ground. Fall left and fall right. Drop to the right side and then the left. And with the last 360-degree spin, Will threw Jinbai into a mountain. Jinbai, this dark history finally no longer belongs to you alone. As if he had done something great, Will stayed in the same place and moved his muscles and bones, feeling great of himself. It's like how every mage has a dream of fighting in melee combat, and that's how he feels right now. However, Jinbai was worthy of being a whale shark man, even among the fishmen whose physiques far exceeded that of humans. And with the protection of his armament haki, although he ate a full barrage of will attack, Will can only see blood from the corner of his mouth spilled, and it didn't seem to affect their next battle at all. Captain Will, who is so young but has this kind of strength, really puts me to shame, but it's not enough to defeat me completely. Jinbai somehow thought of Ace, who is also a battle genius. The two of them have fought so hard in the past. And it took 5 days and 5 nights but ended in a tie. Later, after Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates, the two of them became friends. It's just that I'm afraid this time, it won't end peacefully. After sighing a little in his heart, Jinbai, with a serious face, used his home field advantage to shoot a gun wave mass rain, and several water jets with strong penetrating power went straight at Will. But this level of attack couldn't even break his defense, and Will went straight in. But how could Jinbai not know that such an attack was useless? It was just a small measure to buy time. When Will rushed in front of him, Jinbai fiercely hit out the water ball gathered in his palm. Fishman's Karate Vagabond Drill. The ball of water powerful enough to penetrate the mountain range gradually enlarged in Will's eyes, feeling the power contained in it. If he was hit head-on, even he would be injured. So he didn't hesitate to summon his Infinity Gauntlet, and then, in the nick of time, transformed into lightning and went straight through the side. A Logia Devil Fruit ability? And not sand? Jinbai was slightly startled when his strongest attack hit the air, but then, he was hit by a thick thunder and lightning and flew out sideways, and fell heavily to the ground. Since his opponents have started to become serious, Will naturally no longer underestimate Jinbai and play hand-to-hand combat with him. Anyway, the results of his special training are already obvious. The only thing he lacks is a technique similar to Jinbai's attack just now, which increases his own attack by dozens or even hundreds of times. God knows why such a water attack is so powerful. He can't figure it out, and he doesn't want to, because the Infinity Gauntlet is his strongest weapon. So there is no need to pick up sesame seeds and throw away his watermelons. Jinbai got up again, panting with his scorching body. After standing, he immediately noticed the Infinity Gauntlet on Will's hand. It was exactly the same as the rumors said. As long as the ability of the Devil Fruit is used, the gauntlet will suddenly appear in his right hand. Upon closer inspection, the glove was inlaid with 6 gem-like devil fruits, but they had shrunk many times, and one of them was radiating white light. In this regard, Jinbai already has an 80% certainty in his heart, and the rest needs to be tested. Jinbai, who had made up his mind, ignored the numbness and pain in his body, and a large amount of water vapor condensed in his hands. Sea waves. A sea wave that could smash ordinary people into pieces was used in the form of a shoulder thrown by him as he hurled it out. Will glanced at the tail of the wave that Jinbai was holding onto his hand, and instantly transformed into lightning and rushed directly into the wave. As we all know, the conductivity of seawater is excellent. The overloaded current followed the waves and climbed onto Jinping, who was holding it in his hand. Then a crackling sound was made. Jinbai, who was trembling from the electric current, was forced to cut himself off from the waves, then gritted his teeth and used his plum skin as a defense, quickly retreating. The seawater really didn't do anything for him. Once again verifying the rumor, Jinbai did not show the slightest satisfaction, because the more rumors were confirmed by him, the more it proved the terror of his opponent. When a monster who can use a variety of devil fruit abilities without any of the weaknesses he should have, and who is proficient in hockey and has a powerful body matures, who can stop him? Chapter 171 Super Electromagnetic Cannon. It's almost time to end this fight. After Will used his Infinity Gauntlet, the battle lost its meaning. The abundance of water vapor in the Fisherman's Island could be counted as an advantage or even become Jinbai home field, but the fact that even Jinbai was outclassed by Will in other areas, Will couldn't think of any point where he could lose against Jinbai. So when Will, who was floating in the air, threw a beautifully crafted silver coin high in the air, the sense of crisis in Jinbai's heart rang out as loudly as an alarm bell. How do you say that sentence again? Oh, yeah. The lightning beating at your fingertips is my eternal faith. Will has spent more than half a year not only strengthening his hockey, he has also enhanced the development of his devil fruits with the help of the Infinity Gauntlet ability to force awakening his devil fruit. This is one of the results of the half-year's special training on the super electromagnetic cannon. After all, how to convert electrical energy into magnetism, and then from magnetism into kinetic energy, is still quite troublesome. The exquisite silver coin, under the effect of electromagnetic force at a speed of more than 3 times the speed of sound, slid down from the sky in an instant like a lance of silver light, without a single sound. It wasn't until the roaring scream of Jinbai struck the water balloon in his hand and faced Will's super electromagnetic cannon with the Fishman's Karate Vagabond Drill, that the fierce rumbling sound suddenly resounded throughout the sky. Countless citizens of Fishman's Island subconsciously lifted their heads and looked with dazed eyes at the sky that looked like a meteor passing by. Just for an instant. The small silver coin was used to deflect the full force of the attack by Jinbai's vagabond drill. Then the momentum went unabated through the body of Jinbai, who was using the plum blossom skin defense with all his might, and sank into the ground, then melted out a 50-meter-long hole before finally dissipating into the air. Misaka Mikoto's super electromagnetic cannon can gather the electrical energy in the atmosphere and emit a billion-volt electric shock in an instant. And even though Will didn't strike at full force, the strike struck 500 million volts of electricity. With a hole in his stomach, Jinbai was now bracing himself on the ground with both hands, spewing blood. Even though he had narrowly avoided being hit in the end, the successive weakened super electromagnetic cannons were so brutal that they tore through his defenses and severely wounded him. It was his lineage's special physique that prevented him from dying on the spot, and if anyone else had been hit by this move there wouldn't have been a scrap left on that man. Boss Jinbai. Shocked by the fleeting nature of the battle, Barbara could no longer stay calm and rushed out. She couldn't believe it because the renowned guardian of Fishman Island was defeated so easily by Lord Will, and it seemed that his life was in danger. Both sides are her benefactors and she doesn't want to see anything happen to any of them. Their sparring is over, let's also go over. Isho, who had heard of Jinbai's deeds, took the initiative to say something, not wanting such a chivalrous fishman to die meaninglessly in his own country. Nami and the others nodded their heads in agreement and rushed over with Barbara. Will landed in front of Jinbai, who was also weighing the pros and cons. Although Jinbai's slight hostility made him feel very bewildered, from the last question of Jinbai, he guessed something about why he did it. The more important problem was that even if he killed Jinbai here, he wouldn't get the slightest benefit, since he wouldn't be able to obtain a devil fruit, nor would he get the reward. Instead, he would become enemies of the Fishman Island and the Whitebeard pirates, a deal that was not in line with his nature as a merchant. In the end, even if it made Will feel a little uncomfortable, it didn't rise to the level of an enemy. Otherwise, Will would have smashed a thunderbolt down instead of super electromagnetic cannon ! 6 While he was thinking about what kind of oil he could squeeze out of Jinbai, Isho and others also came over, and Barbara even cried a lot. Even if he didn't fight anymore, it was still unclear whether the injured Jinbai would survive or not. Doctor, I'm going to call a doctor right now. I have lost this fight, Jinbai whispered while laying flat on his back, and his blood stained the ground. Barbara, remember what I'm about to say, it was a fair fight, and I don't need anyone to avenge me if I die for it. Boss Jinbai, stop saying that and let me go get a doctor over here. You'll be fine. Barbara cried like a tearful woman, but she had no intention of resenting Will, just as Jinbai said it was a fair fight, and he started it. It would be the greatest injustice to Will and his crew if the entire Fishman's Island knew the reason for his death. Up to this point, all Jinbai could think about was his responsibility. He is indeed worthy of his title of Sea Knight. Captain, could you please give us a hand? Idaho word made the crowd break away from the inexplicable atmosphere of sadness. Will's healing ability had never been hidden from them, but they didn't know if he could heal such a serious injury. You don't really care about it? Nami also couldn't help but say something. In the previous battle, they had heard from Barbara about what Jinbai had done for the island and the peaceful coexistence between humans and fishmen, and it would be a pity if such a respected chivalrous man died. Although many people died at Will's hands on his journey, there were only a few people who shouldn't be killed. Even if he did it for the Devil's Fruit, he only picked pirates who were evil or killer organizations like the Baroque Orc Agency, or Enel whose hands were full of blood-stained, and the Cypher Paul agents who did all the dirty work for the world government. The only exceptions were some people in the Navy who came after him and he had no choice but to kill them, but this is a matter of position, not good or evil, just like two countries at war. The hero of one country may be the devil in the eyes of the opposing country. Will won't flaunt how noble he is, and he doesn't want to be a good guy who the world sees as having no desire for anything, but he did keep his end of the bargain after getting the Infinity Gauntlet. First of all, the treatment fee for asking me to do it is not cheap. Jinbai was silent, but Barbara didn't think about it that much and was wiping her tears as she asked Will to definitely save Boss Jinbai. I don't think it's possible to rely on me alone. You go find a doctor first, don't worry, I'm here to make sure he won't die so fast. After Will said that, he went to an empty corner to activate and replace the devil fruit. 1 minute later, Will, who had put on the recovery fruit, went to the side of Jinbai and started to treat him. During the healing process, Jinbai's face was very complicated. Chapter 172 Even if my life may be forfeited, the favor must be repaid. Will's recovery fruit only speeds up the wounded person's ability to heal himself, but a hole was opened in Jinbai's abdomen, and if it weren't for the fact that the fishman's body structure isn't as fragile as that of humans, and the fact that he finally avoided the attack in his vital point, if not, he would probably be dead by now. How to treat this kind of injury? Will is not a professional doctor after all, and he can only rely on the devil fruit ability to forcibly make Jinbai hang on to his life while activating the amplification of his own healing ability to slow the loss of life. After waiting for a while, a panting Barbara finally arrived with the doctor, accompanied by the Neptune army who had heard the news. Jinbai is the guardian of Fishman's Island, their most respected boss. And now that they saw their boss lying on the ground, they immediately raised their weapons and pointed them at Will's group. "It's not like that, Lord Will is treating Boss Jinbai." Barbara immediately stopped them anxiously. "Boss Jinbai, who really hurt you? How dare they commit murder here? We will never let this group of pirates go." Will didn't even bother to raise his eyelid, but just felt disdain in his heart. There should be a limit to the idiocy a person has. The wounded Jinbai immediately coughs up blood while shouting, "I'm not dead yet, and you are thinking of taking revenge. Even if I do die, do you think you're stronger than me? Do you want to accompany me on the road?" All the soldiers lowered their heads ashamed. As early as when Jinbai was 30 years old, he became the boss of all the soldiers, and later when he was in charge of the Sun Pirates, he became the protector of the whole Fishman Island. Which reflects his strength. So being scolded by Jinbai, even if they feel angry, they didn't dare to show it, so they could only listen obediently. And Jinbai couldn't help it, because what if Will was annoyed by them? He was defeated so badly. Do you really want to make Fishman's Island a history? At that time, the doctor Barbara brought with her also started to join in the treatment of Jinbai. Only a short while later the doctor's head broke out in a cold sweat. As expected of Boss Jinbai, he could still curse in a neutral tone after suffering such a serious injury. "How is Boss Jinbai? This that what, this and that. If you can't cure Boss Jinbai, I will make a hole like this in your stomach. Be not unreasonable. Do you want to kill me? Everyone out." After the soldiers were treated with anxious faces, the doctor wiped the cold sweat from his head and said, although he wasn't hit directly, his internal organs were still partially damaged. "In this case, I have no choice but to treat it first. After closing the wound, the rest can only rely on the self-healing ability of Boss Jinbai. And he should be able to survive by relying on the vitality of a fishman." After hearing this, Jinbai smiled and said, "Just try your best. I still have a lot of wishes that have not been fulfilled. So how can I die here?" His feeling instantly infected everyone on the scene. The doctor's face turned red from agitation and did not hesitate any longer, immediately preparing to stitch up Jinbai's wound. Will stopped him after sighing in his heart. "I can speed up his self-healing ability, but I don't know how much I can do it, so you stay aside for now." The doctor looked directly at Jinbai, who nodded before taking a few steps back in silence. He had noticed the soft light emitting from Will's hand when he came over, and with Barbara's explanation, he was willing to give the person with the ability a chance. "Are you sure?" Robin was a little worried. "I don't know, but we can try." Will smiled slightly, then lifted his left hand and rubbed it over the recovery fruit. Forced awakening. Commence. Feeling the new ability coming from his right hand, Will's smile grew even wider, and indeed the awakened state of self-healing is regeneration. In the final analysis, living organisms are made up of only one cell, and as long as we speed up the regeneration of a certain part of the cell, theoretically, even the most serious injury can be saved as long as it doesn't kill you. The fruit of recovery was a real surprise to him. But when Will started to use this power to heal Jinbai, he frowned and realized that while his physical strength was being severely depleted, Jinbai's lifespan was also being depleted, because the number of cell division was limited, even if he was a fishman whose body quality was far better than that of humans. In other words, his healing effect has a lot of side effects. The more serious the injury, the more lifespan will be consumed, and if he meets someone who is nearing the end of his life, he will still die even if he heals him. It's kind of like Imkov's healing hormone, which is very strong but has a lot of side effects. But for people who are already on the verge of death, the future is not as important as the present, and what's the point of losing a few years of life? Will quickly healed the internal injuries of Jinbai, which made the Fishman Island doctor who was staying beside him exclaim unbelievably. But after healing the internal injuries, Will stopped what he was doing. Firstly, his physical consumption was so great that the recovery fruit after awakening seemed to suck him dry, and secondly, there was no need for the insignificant external injuries to continue to consume the number of cell division, and it was unlikely that Jinbai would care whether the scars were ugly or not. "I'll leave the rest to you, you can do it, right?" The doctor nodded brightly, then took out a piece of skin of some unknown creature from the box he had brought, trimmed it, and began to put it on the front of Jinbai's face. Will didn't pay attention to what the doctor was doing as he thought about the healing devil fruit carefully. In the future, it would be better to try not to use this ability on himself, and if he uses it more than once, he probably won't be able to wait for the enemy to come to his door, and he'll die first. Although the healing effect of the unawakened recovery fruit is slow, it is still better since its side effect is small unlike its awakened state within a short while. Jinbai, who had been stitched up from the front and back, stood up again and seemed to have no serious problems. Barbara and the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Then she saw that Jinbai approached Will with a serious face and bowed deeply in apology. "Despite his wounds, please forgive my previous reckless behavior, but I will remember your grace for saving my life. But Whitebeard Oyaji has been very kind to Fishman's Island, and if one day you set your target on Whitebeard pirates, even if it means giving up my life, I will do my best to stop you. If you regret saving me, kill me now." With an outstretched hand, Jinbai stopped all those who wanted to speak and just gazed at Will without fear. This is a stubborn old man who has responsibility and chivalry engraved in his bones, and stubbornness is not enough to describe Jinbai's stubborn style. He could apologize to someone he was hostile to for his recklessness, he could be open-minded enough to sincerely thank someone who almost killed him, and he was even bold enough to use the life that the other party saved to stop something that might happen in front of someone who could easily kill him. It's because the favor they received from Whitebeard, who saved the entire Fisherman Island, is much heftier than the life-saving grace he receives right now. Even if his life may be forfeited, the favor must be repaid. It's hard to comprehend, but it's quite straight. Will didn't know what kind of mood he should respond to. Perhaps this is the legendary nobleman who is free from low zest? Chapter 173, Ambush in the New World. To be honest, Will was not surprised that Jinbai would do this. If you think about how much Jinbai has done to repay Whitebeard's kindness in the original, you can see that he is a foolish and loyal character who can't easily change his principle. As a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, he was secretly in contact with the Whitebeard's pirates, taking such a big risk just to do what he could for Whitebeard. When Ace was arrested. As a 7 Warlords of the Sea, he received a compulsory call from the Navy, but he refused without saying a word. He would rather be deprived of the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea on the spot and be put in jail instead of pretending to agree and wait for an opportunity to escape. For the sake of his best friend's request, he confronted admirals just to keep Luffy safe. After the death of Whitebeard, Big Mom took over the Fishman's Island and gave it protection for dessert, and although it's for dessert, in order to repay this kindness, even if he was not happy, he resolutely rejected Luffy's kindness temporarily and joined the force of Big Mom. Later on, he thought he had paid back the favor to the Big Mom and dared to confront her without fear. Even if he had to pay a high price for it, he would not change his mind. He is as stubborn as a stone in a latrine, stinking of hardness, saying whatever he has to say and never giving in. But he has to admit that it's really reassuring and comforting to have a friend like that. "If there really is a day when you can stop me, just come and stop me," Will said without explaining anything if he had the chance to get the fruit of the Gura Gura no Mi. Of course, he wouldn't miss it, but that doesn't necessarily mean he would have to deal with Whitebeard himself. Instead of taking advantage when Blackbeard takes action, he would rather use the fruit to let some people know what fear is and why your father will always be your father. It's just that he couldn't say these words to others, and he didn't bother to explain them. Will was suddenly somewhat moody. "The treatment fee is a devil fruit, come back to me when you find it, and as for your life, keep it to yourself. A favor is a favor, a fee is a fee, and a promise made by me will be kept." Although he still couldn't understand Will, Jinbai's intuition told him that this person wasn't as cruel as he thought he was. It was just that the other party seemed to still be unrelenting about the Quake devil fruits, and it wasn't that Jinbai was worried about the Whitebeard pirates. How can he when they were, after all, one of the 4 emperors? Rather, Will's strength was qualified to bring damage to the Whitebeard pirates, and he believes that it was possible for Will to annihilate 1 or 2 Whitebeard commander. Coupled with his pop's weakening health, one slip-up and the sea would be changed in an instant. Even if he was worrying unnecessarily, he didn't want this day to actually happen. "Whatever, does the record pointer get the next destination?" Nami hurriedly looked at it. "It's ready to go." "Ready to go?" Barbara was reluctant. She hadn't yet taken Lord Will and the others on a tour of the beautiful Fishman's Island. "Protect yourself, I won't be able to save you in time if you're taken by the poachers again." Reaching out his hand to mess up the little mermaid girl's hair, looking at Barbara's exasperated appearance, Will's mood only got better. To describe Will's group, they came and went in a hurry. Just because they were delayed for too long on the Sabati Islands, they had to have a sense of urgency. The second reason is that there is nothing interesting in the Fishman Island for Will. The only thing that gives him a little impression is that cursed obsessive old virgin, Vanderdecken, who has the ability to target fruits. But Will has no idea where that disgusting guy who never washes his hands is hiding, and to be honest, this ability is useless. As long as it is shot down or there is an obstacle in the way, it will stop tracking, and the number of markers it can mark is extremely limited, not to mention, as long as you wash your hands, the markers will be removed. So it's a total chicken feed and not worth wasting a lot of time searching around for Vanderdecken trails. You know there are so many devil fruits in the New World waiting for him to collect. So why waste time on that disgusting creature hiding in the sea? Accompanied by a huge school of whales, the Avengers jumped out of the sea. But what awaited them was lightning, thunder and a storm that was quite rough, a bad weather. In addition to this, there were suddenly numerous black ship silhouettes all around, and they seemed to be surrounded. The weather in the New World is really bad enough. Let's not talk about that yet, let's just steer away from this area. Which way are we going? Nami looked at the new recording pointer on her wrist with 3 directions and asked their captain. It seems that we can't get away. Will squinted his eyes and looked around and gripped the infinity gauntlet. Isho seemed to have sensed something, and his right hand was already on his sword handle. As another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, the others finally noticed the ships surrounding them on all sides, and they were reaching their direction quite fast. Is this a coincidence or? We are being surrounded. Robin, who used her abilities to take supervision of her surroundings, said in a deep voice. This was a planned operation. And the target is them. Advance. Fire as soon as you reach the attack range. And smash them to pieces. Yes. In a few moments, the covering shells rose up into the sky and completely drowned out the shadow of the ship. You thought you could nest in the Sabati Islands forever, Senior Gladius, do you see it? This is what happens when you offend a young master. Dellinger shouted as he stood with bloodshot eyes at the bow of the Giola art ship. In order to wait for this day, their Don Quixote family planned this ambush for half a year. As long as Will had been on the Sabati Islands, these cadres of theirs had been wandering around the sea. And as Will's rumors became more and more credible, forces unwilling to let him continue to grow also gave their support, and that's how we got to our current scale. A full 200 ships loaded with cannonballs surrounding the faceless pirates after they appear in the New World. Chapter 174 10,000 Lightning Arrays. To be able to kill with a single blow, Doflamingo is also very patient. Unless the opponent gives up everything and escapes alone and in disgrace, it's a sure death game. Because it's 200 versus 1. Even if they can't be killed using the artillery shells, they will still die. By destroying the ship, this elaborate ambush would be a half-won. You kill my 2 cadres, I kill your whole crew, fair enough. As for the possibility of them surviving and Will's revenge? How could the proud Doflamingo, who has the blood of the world nobles in his veins, be afraid of this? The only thing that could make him feel fear was that man. Uncle Isho. Leave it to me, Captain. The waves, which were already rough, became even more unpredictable under the baptism of countless cannonballs, and Nami and the others could not even stand firm. It was fortunate that Isho's ability could perfectly restrain the shells falling from the sky, otherwise, the first wave of the attack would have been enough to destroy their ship. All secure your positions and don't get thrown out. If you can't help, hide in the cabin first. Will wasn't idle either, as every fish that slipped through the net was easily shot down by him. But his mind was still clouded by a haze. To be able to grasp their whereabouts so accurately, and to gather so many ships in such a short period of time to besiege them, there must be a major power behind them, perhaps more than one. Will could never have imagined that Doflamingo had been waiting for them for so long. Not this way. The shells overhead were falling in waves, not giving them a chance to catch their breath, and even if they have a strong ability user like Isho, they would not be able to protect the ship for long, and they would fall into a physical crisis. What was even more frustrating was that the other party seemed to want to wear them out in this way, keeping a circle within range, neither advancing or retreating, but moving in a circle with them as the center. Will aimed at a ship directly in front of him and raised his hand to deliver a thunderbolt. Instead, the bad weather of the New World became his helper. This massive lightning struck directly as it incinerated the ship and all the pirates on board. Pull back. Maintain extreme shooting distance. To Will's surprise, his opponent did not go into a panic, but retreated slowly and orderly, making it more difficult for him to attack. Then they flooded their ships with even heavier artillery fire. With regard to the development of the heart net, Will has not been able to get much progress, so he can't directly target the heart net and then give divine punishment like Enel. But as long as he is given enough time, he can solve the current crisis, whether it's by using lightning punishment or super electromagnetic cannon or just clearing the past one ship at a time with the door fruit. The only question is whether his stamina can support him to shoot 200 rounds of super electromagnetism and whether Isho can last until then. Just then, Kiran returned to the deck in a bit of a hurry and shouted, "The cabin's flooded, and there's an enemy below us. Is this trying to sink their ship?" The tactics he used against the Navy are now being used against him. It's time to use that. Kiran froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yes, Captain." Then the next moment, the entire Avengers began to shake and deform. The wide deck begins to fold closed from the center, 12 thrusters slowly emerge from the stern, and an orange glow is energizing the ship. What's happening? Dellinger, who was leading a small operation under the ship, was confused by the sudden change. Then in the next second, The fully charged Avengers vanished in front of his eyes like a silver sword. The violently overturning waves sent Dellinger and others flying to who knows where. The killer weapon, described by Kieran as Silver Wings Killer, has finally revealed its full face to the world for the first time. From a distance, it was as impressive as a sword piercing straight through dozens of sheets of heavy cowhide. When the crowd turned around, all the ships that were in front of the Silver Avenger were sliced in half. Their carefully constructed encirclement was instantly broken. From start to finish, this only took a moment. And with the sound of mechanical deformation sounded again, the Avengers that transformed into a sword returned to the appearance of an ordinary ship, but just now the amazing silver light still left an indelible mark on the hearts of others. What happened? It's actually shape-shifting? Not only did the enemy not expect it, but even Nami and the others did not expect the killer move that Kieran was talking about to be so amazing. Is this still a ship? What next? You stay away first since we don't have to worry about the Avengers anymore, then the next thing is their nightmare. It's not Will's style to just take a beating and not fight back, it's just that he is afraid that it will affect the Avengers and Robin and the others, but now he has no more worries, he will definitely make them pay the price. It was the first time they had seen their own captain so angry, and they chose to keep their mouths shut. On the other hand, Giola and the others, who watched the siege instantly break, were also furious. Why would you let them run out? Go after them and stall them. The young master must not be disappointed. But they're faster than us, and we can't catch up. I don't care. I will never accept such an inexplicable loss. That loser Dellinger. He can't even do this little thing. Giola was gloomy, and roars were all over the place. Then she saw what appeared to be something flying out of the faceless pirate ship. Will, who was transformed into a lightning bolt and came to the center of the enforcement in the blink of an eye, took a deep breath, and whoever wanted him dead would have to suffer his wrath next. Receive this gift well. 10,000 lightning rays. The merciless thunder and lightning that doesn't discriminate between friend and foe come crashing down. At first glance, it looks as if dense silver serpents are dancing in the air. Numerous ships were completely wiped out by the divine power of heaven and earth as they scrambled to escape beyond the thunderclouds. The screams and roars and howls are all swallowed up by the roar of the god of thunder. All of the pirates could only watch in despair as they and their companions were struck by lightning bolt after lightning bolt, with no hope of being left alive. That's why Will didn't use the 10,000 lightning rays to fight back earlier, as just like the might of heaven and earth like storm, even as the one who initiated it, he couldn't control the landing point of the 10,000 lightning rays. That's why he was so passive, and it wasn't until the Avenger, carrying everyone, broke out of the encirclement that he finally freed his hands and feet. Under 10,000 thunderbolts, not a blade of grass survives. Chapter 175 Mission Failed. Apocalyptic Scenes. Nami and the others, who had been instructed by Will to hide far away, looked back up at each other with gawking eyes. Isho quietly gripped the sword at his waist, unaware that the young man who had extended his palm to him and invited him to change the world together had grown to such an extent. The terrifying destructive aura could not help but silence even his blind eyes. Run. Don't stop. That's the devil. All dead, all dead. Only a few from the entire 200 ships escaped. When they left the area covered by the pitch-black thunderclouds and saw the sun again, they couldn't help but cry tears of joy after their calamity, followed by endless panic and fear. How can they deal with monsters like that? Giola also managed to escape, but for that to happen, many of the pirates on her ship were thrown out to block the thunder. But no matter what, she survived. As for whether Dellinger lives or dies, she doesn't give a damn about the punk. If he hadn't done something wrong and let the other ship escape, she would never have believed that they would have dared to use such a wide-range, indiscriminate attack. And since the assessment of the strength of the other party is wrong, she must report it to the young master as soon as possible. But when she was about to take her den mushi, Giola heard a stranger's voice suddenly sound behind her. If I remember correctly, you're one of Doflamingo's cadres, aren't you? A door suddenly appeared in the air, and then a man with a golden glove on his right hand stepped out of it. It was Will, who used one of his indiscriminate attacks to clear the field after his big move. He had already noticed this very special ship, and several times the lightning fell. It was stopped for a moment by some inexplicable things thrown from the ship, which allowed them to escape unharmed. But unfortunately, Will, who adhered to the saying of death for death, wasn't going to let any of them go. If you dare to attack him and his companions, then be prepared to go to meet God. Ah, no, with what they've done, it's more likely they'll go to hell. Faceless Will. Don't you come over here. Giola subconsciously took several steps back in fear. Will was able to recognize her identity thanks to this fat woman's distinctive looks, and even the ship was so unique. I am thinking who prepared this gift especially for me, but it's you. What? Is it for the revenge of your family cadre? Or are you angry because I killed Doflamingo's dog and trashed his store on that small island? By the way, I don't know if your young master will be satisfied with the return gift I've prepared for him." Will opened his mouth to reveal his white teeth. Doflamingo was really tolerant. As the saying goes, the dog that bites doesn't bark. It's really appropriate to describe him. If it were anyone else, he might have been killed. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Not everyone is as generous and righteous as Jinbai, who has high loyalty, but Jyola doesn't want to die at all. As long as she can catch the slightest flaw in the opponent, she will be able to turn defeat into victory. However, Will is a freak who doesn't play by the rules. And in the next second, endless thunderbolts bombed her body for a full 5 seconds. When the lightning dissipated, there was a horribly charred corpse on the ground. Save your justification for the King of Hell. It didn't matter whether it was a misunderstanding or not. Will only needed to know one thing, whether the other party was attacking them or not. Obviously, everyone here was involved in the siege against them, then they were all his enemies. It was a small consolation that the ship was quickly cleared of all living mouths, and Jyola artistic fruit was harvested along the way. Just as he was about to take action against the remaining ships, the familiar sound of Den Mushi suddenly sounded. Will's mind was in a state of flux and finally found the incessantly ringing Den Mushi in a corner of the deck, which must have fallen out accidentally when she was running for her life. And seeing the appearance of the caller, Will knew who the caller was. So he raised the corner of his mouth and connected the Den Mushi. After a brief silence, Doflamingo's voice came from inside. "Where are Jyola and Dellinger?" "Guess?" No one dared to talk to him like that unless Will could clearly see the expression on the Den Mushi face suddenly turn very gloomy. "Looks like they failed. Actually, as a gift, the scene was quite magnificent, so I gave them an even more spectacular and grand performance in return and then let them fall asleep forever in a moving sleep." Doflamingo's distinctive laughter suddenly rang out, and it got louder and louder. "That's really thank you. I didn't think I had underestimated your strength after all this time of preparation, but now I recognize that you are qualified to join forces with me." Will was first surprised and then asked seriously, "Join forces? Together as a dog for Kaido?" The Den Mushi veins were blackened, obviously poked by Will. How could he, as arrogant as he was, work for that man like a dog if he saw a glimmer of hope instead of fear? But that's not the problem. The problem was how faceless Will knew this. How did Will know about such a hidden matter, but his anger and murderous intent were already congealing into substance? "It looks like you're going to refuse my offer." "No, I'm just not interested in being a dog for others. What's more, although you like being a dog, I am not like you. So wait for me. Before challenging Kaido, I will taste the taste of dog meat in a hot pot first, so you better wash your neck for me." Ka-ching. An enraged Doflamingo smashes the table with a straight punch. The only one who has been suffering losses is himself, and he has been generous enough to ignore what happened and invited him, but the other party doesn't even appreciate it in the slightest and is ready to bully him into pulling a tug over his head. In that case, it's do or die. "Young master, do we need to recall all the cadres?" Doflamingo calmed down a bit and said, "Call them all back, and promise Caesar a budget request to increase the production of the artificial devil fruit as soon as possible." "Okay, young master. It's impossible to hide the failure of this plan. So tell everyone about it, and you can let the wind go." That guy must have never imagined that there will be so many forces secretly dealing with him, but those bastards want me to become their shield? Hey! Let them come and play together. What about Jyola and Dellinger? Send a search party to retrieve them, even if it's a corpse. Chapter 176 Death Flag. After clearing the remaining fleeing dozen or so ships, Will didn't find any sign of Dillinger and could only shake his head helplessly, as he got away. Will could never have imagined that the person who chiseled their ship underwater was Dillinger, and then he was flung away to nowhere. But it didn't matter, he got rid of another cadre of Doflamingo and got a devil's fruit on the way, plus the 200 ships and their ammunition. It's probably enough to make Doflamingo flesh hurt for a long time. Walking in, when he came back out, Will was back on the Avengers. "All done? Who are these people? Why did they suddenly attack us? The teacher is getting stronger and stronger, and I have to keep trying." The other side underestimated the strength of the faceless pirate group, thinking that they would be able to pile up on the sea with their numbers, or at the very least destroy the ship and beat the dogs. However, the fact is that even if the Avengers didn't have the killer weapon to break through the siege, Will could still bring everyone out safely. As for destroying the ship, what do they know about Snowmini devil fruits? He let her shrink the whole crew and then use the door devil fruit to leave straight away, silly or not? But he didn't really expect that. As soon as he arrived in the new world, he was surrounded by more than 200 ships and then bombarded endlessly, which also really shocked Will. As it turns out, no matter what world you live in, the arms trade is profitable. After briefly explaining what he knew about the situation, the crowd dispersed one by one, doing what they had to do. It's just one of the 7 warlords of the sea that are looking for death. What is there to make a fuss about? Their captain has almost a mahjong table with 2 dead and 1 seriously injured 7 warlords of the sea on his record. If it weren't for the nice guy named Jinbai and Barbara's plea, maybe their captain should be called the 7 warlords of the sea killer from now on, to bring in a dead one, and if that happens, the Navy and the world government will definitely have a headache. Uchiha also rarely expressed his opinion, expressing support for Will's fight against Doflamingo, who has been making money by selling arm trade and starting wars between countries, as that made Doflamingo or Joker, listed on Uchiha must-kill list for a long time. Even if Will doesn't go looking for trouble, Uchiha won't hesitate to do it if he meets him. The captain and the deputy captain maintained a high degree of agreement, so what's the point? Get him. Meanwhile, Ace, who had received word of Blackbeard's appearance on the first half of the Grand Line, was looking for a ship to take to Fishman's Island, because his little boat didn't even need to be coated. A few days later, Ace arrived at the Fishman's Island on a successful merchant ship bound for the island. After receiving the news, Jinbai appeared in front of Ace almost immediately with a cheerful smile. I heard that Ace is here, but I didn't expect that it's really you. Long time no see, Jinbai. After thumping fists with Jinbai, Ace noticed the bandages wrapped around his body. How did you get hurt? Is there a stronger guy on Fishman's Island than you? Well, it's a long story and a little hard to tell. Especially when he saw Ace sleeping with a snot bubble blowing on his nose while eating the mountain of food in front of him. Jinbai missed the days when he had a cocktail party on his pops, Whitebeard's ship, and that was the only time he could let go of all his responsibilities. I didn't expect that guy to be so powerful, that even you aren't his opponent. After eating and sleeping for an unknown number of times, Ace finally finished listening to Jinbai narration, and was now very interested in the guy called Faceless Will. It's a shame to say that I'm not even qualified to let my opponent use his full strength. Sighing, Jinbai also ignored the doctor's instructions and drained the glass of beverages in one gulp. With a guy this powerful, Pops will be itching to get his hands on him. If I have a chance to meet him in the future, I have to fight him before Pops does. Ace was so excited that he almost choked to death, despite the fact that he hadn't swallowed the food in his mouth. Although I believe that no one is a match for Pops, you must be careful if you ever do run into him, as we don't know what will happen with Pop's body. That person is very dangerous, and I'm afraid that your flame fruit is also in the other party's plan to take hold of. What Jinbai said is quite true. If there are no variables in the upcoming War of the Best, Will would definitely not let go of this opportunity to pick up a bargain. When Jinbai mentioned his father's body, the worry in Ace's eyes flashed, and then he laughed and said, "We, the Whitebeard pirates, are not afraid of anyone's challenge. If he wants my flame fruit, then by all means." He knew that the Whitebeard pirates were all attendant. Even though the honorable honor made them proud, it also limited their horizons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been crushed one by Blackbeard and the idiot who called himself Whitebeard too, like a scattered mess in the future. To put it bluntly, the Whitebeard pirates lack respect for the strong. Because their old man is the strongest man in the world. Anyway, you've been hunting Teach, haven't you? What brings you to my place all of a sudden? At the mention of the word Teach, Ace finally looked serious. I received word that someone has spotted Teach in the first half of the Grand Line and seems to have formed his own band of pirates, named Blackbeard. He doesn't deserve the title. Ace slammed his fist on the table, clearly tormented by the death and betrayal of his best friend at every moment. The two of them were silent, just drinking beverages together, one after the other. I still don't know what kind of devil fruit ability Teach possesses, and what kind of devil fruit it is to make him kill his comrade and defect the group, but it's certain that devil fruit is definitely not simple. You are the only one to catch Teach. It's really not reassuring. Let this friend of yours accompany you. Ace smiled and patted the broad shoulders of Jinbai and said, "No, Teach is my subordinate. This is the responsibility I have to take as his captain. You just stay at home to recover. When I bring Teach back, we will drink together." Seeing his resolute attitude, Jinbai stopped insisting. If Will had been there, he probably would have understood why there was such a thing as death flag. Chapter 177. Who is the fellow Taoist who is here to overcome the tribulation? After arriving in the New World from Fishman's Island, the record pointer, which is filled with magnetic fields, will point to 3 islands, Mistral Island, Risecold Island, and Raijin Island, where the magnetic field is the strongest and most dangerous. As we all know, there can be no god of thunder in any place called Raijin's Island. Because the god of thunder has been destroyed by someone on Sky Island, even the title of the god of thunder has changed hands. It's really just that there is no copyright protection law in this world, otherwise Will would have to sue the person who named the island for infringement. After Will set a course, the Avengers successfully arrived at the hellish Raijin Island with everyone on board. There is no god of thunder here, but there is a thunderstorm. The thunder that falls like rain incessantly is a good thing this island still exists. The Avengers couldn't get anywhere near this island, and Nami and the others' faces went wide. Why don't we just move to another island? To spend half a day on this island at great risk of being chopped to death is as death-defying as one can imagine. No, just give me the record pointer and wait here until I come back. The crackling of electricity bounced erratically on Will's body. The others just remembered that their captain was the one who had defeated the god of thunder on the Sky Island and robbed the other party's ability, so this island was actually the safest? A few days ago, it seemed as if the eschatological arrival of 10,000 thunderbolts was just around the corner. It turned out they had worried in vain. After receiving the recording pointer from Nami, Will directly transformed into lightning and rushed into the sky. The weather here can be described as extreme. Dark clouds cover the sun all year round. The activity of thunder and lightning particles is extremely active. Even when it rains, it falls with thunder. It is impossible to tell whether it is thunder or rain. As soon as Will approached the clouds, he felt a sense of intimacy, and it seems he really chose the right island. So he put away the recording pointer, directly transformed into his god of thunder form, and began to absorb and assimilate the lightning here in a purely elemental way. Will, who has seen a lot of lightning, knows that even lightning has different forms and characteristics, even the colors are different. Although he couldn't say exactly what had changed, he could sense that his control of lightning was slowly improving and seemed to have taken on some additional characteristics. Not enough. Will's eyes opened and began to actively attract lightning from the area. From afar, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and thousands of thunder snakes were all converging in one direction. If this scene were placed on Earth, there would be countless people shouting, "Who is this Taoist friend here?" Nami and the others, who were hiding far away, also noticed something strange on the island and looked up at the small figure. "Teacher will be fine, right?" The little snow swallowed a mouthful of mist, and then said quietly, "Have you ever seen a lightning bolt assault lightning?" Thinking about it, Kobe scratched his head awkwardly, no longer worried. On the other side, Will wasn't just absorbing lightning, but in the process of absorbing it, he was figuring out the characteristics and then transforming it into something of his own, which required a process. So while he was bombarding the distant sea to absorb the overflowing lightning, he continued to attract more lightning to his body. A few hours passed by. When Will was happily feeling the new characteristics of thunder and lightning, this dark thundercloud that has been concealing the island all the year unexpectedly dissipates as the sunlight begins to glisten on the island. This is embarrassing. However, he immediately noticed the special features of this sea area. Although Will's whale-like discharge released all the electricity in this thundercloud, the lightning particles were still very active, and it wasn't long before the sky would return to its original state. And Will, who already finished absorbing the lightning, was curious and went down. He wanted to know why this island was so special. Without the thunderstorm falling, the full view of the island was finally revealed to Will. Compared to the sky above, the lightning element on the island was not inferior or even more active. As an ability holder of the lightning devil fruit, Will discovered the peculiarities of this place at first glance. Will raised his hand as he generated a slender whip at his fingertips and directly rolled over the peculiar stone that was half exposed to the ground in the distance. If it had been before, he would never have been able to do such precise manipulation and shaping, because lightning wasn't as easy to control as his other abilities. But after absorbing the lightning properties here, he has mastered the other side of lightning's violent properties, and if he wants, he can even turn lightning into liquid form, just like the thunderstorm here. And it seems to have additional corrosive properties. Will looked down at his feet, where the liquid lightning had slipped by as if it had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. Isn't his the same ability Arashi has from Naruto next door? Except for this corrosive property, it's almost indistinguishable from the bloodline limits. Is this a mistake? After spitting out a few words, Will refocused his attention on the stone in his hand. He could clearly feel the lightning power contained in it, which was the result of the special treatment of the stone. Or is it because of the existence of this strange mineral, which contains lightning particles, that this extreme weather is created? Will is not a scientist, he couldn't figure it out, but he thought it would be important. So he started his big mining business without saying a word. Because the area is bombarded by lightning all year round, basically every piece of this kind of ore is exposed on the surface, which reduces a lot of unnecessary labor for Will. And his gravity fruit was used at full power. Whoosh! 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 Piece after piece of thunderstone was taken out and then disappeared directly into the infinity gauntlet storage, which is also very efficient in mining. Because of the unclear function of this thing, Will only filled about 200 cubic meters of his storage and then stopped his hand movement. Anyway, the place is here. After confirming the function and value of the thing in his hand, he can go back any time to mine the ore again. Not everyone can go in and out of Raging Island like he did, like no one else. Even if there were, what kind of a big shot would come here to dig up rocks one by one with no time to spare? After tossing and turning for a while, Will remembered the main reason why he came to this island, so he took out the recording pointer from his infinity gauntlet and began to wait, bored. In the sky, the color of the clouds was slowly increasing again, and it probably wouldn't be long before the lightning would fall again. Chapter 178 A Strange Egg. 1112.1113.1114. 2 years have passed, and Kobe, who is already almost 1.6 meters tall, is gritting his teeth and doing push-ups under 5 times the gravity. It had been 3 days since they arrived at Raging Island, and this time even Will, who seemed to know everything, wasn't sure where the 3 directions recorded from Raging Island were. He doesn't know if it's because so few people choose this route to Raging Island, but these days they don't even see any ships. They are either dealing with sudden storms or just laying on sun chairs while sunbathing. And to kill time, Will and Kobe were always training under Uchiha's gravity. Even if Will wants to go to Dressrosa to kill Doflamingo, what he currently lacks was an opportunity, but he has already made up his mind. As long as he can get the record pointer of Dressrosa, he will definitely notify the fleet admiral in advance so that the Navy can quickly find a new candidate for the 7 warlords of the sea. Will is staying in his room to study the special ores he brought out from the Isle of Raging. Because of its particularity, he also allocated a part to Kiran to study, to see if he can replace the original petroleum fuel on the ship. After all, petroleum is still a very scarce fuel in this world. Although the use of their ship killer moves, the Silver Wing killer in the past was quite handsome, but basically, it also consumed most of the fuel on the ship. Now there are minerals that contain lightning, and if they can be powered by an electrical system like the Arc Maxim, and having him as the one with the ability to use lightning, will save too much unnecessary trouble in the future. To be honest, until now he couldn't figure out whether the technology of the pirate world was high or low. At least the idea of using coke as a fuel to propel it was too much of a fantasy. But this is an abnormal world where the technology tree is skewed, where weapons can eat devil fruit, and where they can be made artificially. Throwing the stone into the infinity gauntlet, Will was more or less helpless. After 2 days of research, he found that the ore could be used as a battery and that the electricity could be taken out and can also be stored in it as well, similar to the taiko drum on Enel's back. At the same time, it is highly stable. No matter whether it is dropped or hit, there is no explosion phenomenon, and if it can be used as a power source, safety is also guaranteed. It means this stone is powered by electricity. Never mind the power generation, at least he has it. But it's up to Kiran to figure out how to implement it, and he's not going to bother about it. For the time being, since there is no other use, he is going to put it on his infinity gauntlet and use it as a backup power supply, so that when fighting with others, he doesn't need to charge lightning as he can directly use the lightning stock in the ore to fight. And just as Will subconsciously sorted out the inner space of the infinite glove, he suddenly discovered that a strange thing seemed to be mixed into the thunderstone. When he took it out, it looked like a egg. Trying to think back, the only explanation could be that he accidentally brought it back from Raging Island. So there are actually creatures on Raging Island? But how did he miss it? What kind of creature's offspring will have this palm-sized egg with an incomprehensible pattern engraved on the outside? Surviving the extreme environment of Raging Island is not a good thing. And what to do with it? It should not hatch, right? Should he ask Snowball to make a dish and try it? As if sensing some kind of malice, or sensing the breath of a creature, Will felt as if the egg in his hand had moved. I feel like it's going to be a pain in the ass if it hatches, and I rather bake it and eat it. The unsympathetic and cold-blooded Demon King Will directly increased the power and started baking eggs. Then he was amazed to find that whatever electricity he was putting out ended up being absorbed by the egg, and the shell seemed to become shinier. And yes, how could the egg that was brought away from Raging Island intact by him be an ordinary egg, and how could it be afraid of lightning, or it should have been shattered long ago? So, is it supposed to be cooked? The devil Will took a lot of effort to stop this tempting idea and instead thought about how to hatch the egg in the absence of its parents from the thought of it being extraordinary. After abandoning the horrifying method of putting it under his own ass, or under Nami's, Robin's and others' asses and so on, Will felt that the key might still be related to lightning. At least after that little while, the egg had changed. Well, are you sure that's not a sign that it's cooked? It's like a crab turning red. The first time he saw it, he thought it would be a good idea for him to have it on the table again as food. 1 minute passed. 30 minutes have passed. An hour has passed. Will's head began to sweat. He felt that the egg was a bottomless pit. So many lightning bolts were enough to cook hundreds of elephants, but he couldn't even feed one egg. Is the method wrong or? After seeing the pattern on the egg getting brighter and brighter, Will bit his teeth and started to continue discharging, And just in case, he took out quite a few thunderstones as consumption reserves. He felt like he was now like a charger connected to a charging cell phone. Just when almost all the electricity in the thunderstone was about to be taken out and poured into the egg, the damn egg finally stopped absorbing it. Will let out a sigh of relief. If it didn't work, he was really ready to give up. Then, as he watched intently, the pattern on the egg began to turn brighter and darker, very rhythmically. Click. The eggshells are tearing. A small pink paw came out first, then the head, then the body. He almost ran out of electricity before he hatched this little thing. Will's pensive eyes met the black eyes of the newborn that resembled a guinea pig. The little guinea pig withdrew its curious gaze and turned its head to wiggle and eat its eggshells, perhaps because it was sure of the identity of Will as its mother. As far as he knew, the ones that looked like this were usually born in a womb and had never seen one coming out of the egg. Thanks to his biology teacher's early death, the coffin plate wouldn't have held down. Will couldn't help but poke its belly with curiosity. Roar. The little guy immediately stared at Will with its two unhappy big black eyes, and showed its teeth, like it was saying, "I am super fierce." "Yo, the little thing is quite fierce, come let daddy see your hidden attributes." Will was so amused by the little thing's appearance that he immediately opened it up between its legs. Chapter 179 The Golden City. "You turned out to be a dong-dong. I guess it's hard for you to find a girlfriend in the future." Hee. The little furry thing immediately exploded as its fur all stood up, and the whole room was erupting with electricity, so terrifying. But in front of a lightning human, this little current is only a little more powerful than the electric rat next door that only speaks human words. So under Will's one flexed finger, the little guinea pig was shot in its head and rolled around 4 or 5 times, then dizzily began to think about the 3 major philosophies of life. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? And the little thing is finally being honest. That's why your dad will always be your dad, even if you're not convinced, you have to hold it in. When the little thing was completely calm, Will began to have a headache again. What was this guinea pig relative that popped out of the egg? And contrary to its stupid appearance is its aggressive instincts and wild nature. If it dares to hit its father at birth, how can it not do it later? It must be disciplined. And before that, it should still be given a name, and he can't always call it a little thing. This part of naming has always been Will's favorite and proudest moment. "Seeing that you look so much like a guinea pig, why don't we call you Xiaxu?" Resentment from little thing plus 233. Sorry, wrong manhwa. You don't like Xiaxu? How about groundhog? Tiny. When the last name was called, the little thing finally scratched its face impatiently, and Will's eyes lit up. "Then I'll call you Dot, and see how aptly named it is." So its name was dramatically decided by Will. It is estimated that little Dot's state of mind at this time should be, MDZZ. Will quickly ended his retreat by picking up Dot. If he doesn't show off now, when will he? As a matter of fact, the sudden appearance of such a cute little guy on the ship made the board snowball and others overflow with love. As they suddenly squeeze and flattened it the moment they saw it, but there is still a look of kindness on their face. Women. It's so scary. What are you doing in a daze? Continue. Yes. Kobe didn't dare to peek over there anymore and started to keep sweating. Little Dot is not a temperamental house pet, and immediately became furious and electricity began to flow from its body. BZ. The lightning that had gathered in its body with great difficulty directly overflowed into the air, and it was fortunate that the little thing had already made a fuss once before when it was in his room, otherwise Robin and the others would have been unlucky. Roar, roar, roar. The aggrieved little Dot couldn't fight and also couldn't run, and had to keep roaring with a fierce expression. Suddenly, Nami, Robin and others were sprung for blood again. Even Will, who had bullied the little one, was discarded by them, and what they were thinking was probably, "This little thing is so cute, how can you bull?" Ahem. Don't game to me if you get electrocuted. However, little Dot's IQ is not low. Since both of its discharges weren't effective, it didn't try electrocuting the girls surrounding it. The little boy who was obediently learned soon became a new pet that women scrambled to tease about. From time to time, they could hear the super fierce roar of the little boy, which really made the listener sad and weep. It was not until Will, who was feeding little Dot his lightning as it started to excrete, he finally knew how the ore of lightning was made. So the so-called thunderstone is actually the excrement of the little Dot's tribe. For a while, Will's face was very ugly. He had been fiddling with it for the past 2 days, just to see if he could eat it. It's a good thing he didn't actually do it, otherwise, he would have had to tell little Snowball to eat roasted pig tonight. Nightfall. Since the little Dot couldn't resist, it could only enjoy its life in silence, and although its surroundings were a bit scary, at least it was safe. As the women were discussing whose room Dot would spend the night in, Kobe suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Ship, it's a ship. And there are a lot of ships. The night on the ocean should be quiet and peaceful, but instead, The lights are on in the direction everyone is looking, and there is a steady stream of ships coming and going. Will looked at Nami, who immediately replied based on the record pointer and course, "We're not off course, do we need to go around?" "No, go check it out." As the Avengers progressed, the view from there was taken in by the crowd. "Are you kidding me? An island on the move? No, that's a giant ship." Kirin could not hide his shock and said, "It's gold." The golden splendor of that body made of gold was even more shocking when you looked closer. This giant ship, it should be the world's largest entertainment city and the world's most luxurious and largest casino, the Grand Tesoro. And you must have heard of its other name. The City of Gold. Isho immediately followed Will's words, even though he was yearning for the best casino in the world. As a gambler, how could he not want to see it? "Yes, it's the Golden City. I never thought it would come to this sea." "Then what is your order, Captain?" All of them, including Isho, were a bit eager, as the daily routine of sailing was boring enough, and since they were so lucky to come across the legendary city, how could they miss it? Will also laughed, "Let's go and see. I hope the Golden Emperor doesn't worry about his identity and strength, or else it will be hard to find a reason to take action." "Oh." Little Dot huddled itself into a ball of as if feeling depressed, wondering what the hell all these people were screaming about, and it couldn't even sleep well. At the same time, the personnel in charge of surveillance in the Golden City quickly reported the arrival of the faceless pirates to the owner of the place, Guild Tesoro. The faceless pirates? That faceless will of the 7 warlords of the sea? It must have been a coincidence that he was passing by. With a flicker in his eye, Guild Tesoro remembered that a few months ago Doflamingo had sent someone to contact him with a plan for several forces to join forces and annihilate the faceless pirates. He refused because he wasn't interested, and was taken down for a sum of money for it. But for him, who has 1/5 of the world's money, anything that can be solved with money, so it's nothing. Now that the faceless pirates have arrived safely and soundly in his territory, which means that the rumors of defeat from the underground world are true, the news that the 200 ships were wiped out. Now that's interesting. Chapter 180, Rejecting Baccarat. Wow. It's really all made of gold? How much belly does this cost? Look, is that gold dust falling from the sky? Will, who was well acquainted with Tesoro's tricks, naturally would not be hit by it. An airtight wax coat had already covered everyone's body, even the little Dot in his arms. Naturally, other people did not object to their captain's caution, but they were a bit uncomfortable with the extra layer of wax on their bodies. So after passing by the area of gold dust, Will disarmed the wax clothes on everyone with a thought, and along with that, he also instructed them not to get covered with gold dust. Seeing that the captain was so serious, the others had no choice but to nod their heads. "Welcome, distinguished guests from afar. I, Baccarat, will do my best to entertain you from the faceless pirates on behalf of Mr. Tesoro, the owner of this golden city." As soon as Will and the others arrived at the entrance of the golden city, they saw a tall woman in a voluptuous dress standing there waiting for them. This response was fast. Nami and others were a bit surprised. They had just got off their ship and the host here had arranged someone to entertain them. They have to say that this kind of special treatment can bring people a sense of vanity. "Give my regards to Mr. Tesoro, and ask him if the mark on his back still hurts," Will said meaningfully. Although Baccarat did not understand the meaning of his words, she still smiled and promised to pass on his words. Will nodded his head with an undeniable smile. Regarding the person who knows the Golden Emperor best in the world, Will thinks that he can rank in the top 3, after all, it's the golden fruit. Whoever gets it will be the richest man in the world. This alone is enough. If you put it on Earth and do a questionnaire, it would definitely be in the top 5 of the most sought devil fruit abilities. But such a rich and powerful man was a former slave of the world nobles, and even this golden fruit was stolen by Tesoro from the auction in Doflamingo territory. It's funny that Doflamingo was so keen to use the devil's fruit as bait, yet he failed every time. First Tesoro stole his golden fruit, then Will stole the gravity devil fruit, and according to normal development, there will be a revolutionary army named Sabo who will steal the reborn flame devil fruit in the future. What does it mean to steal a chicken and not learn from it? And what is meant by failing to learn lessons? This is it. But Doflamingo is also stubborn. And aside from the superpower of a rich, the potential of the gold devil fruit in combat is actually not as high as the fruit of the threads that was eaten by Doflamingo. To give you the simplest example, when Luffy was in 4th gear, Tesoro was beaten down within 2 blows, while Doflamingo stalled Luffy until he was exhausted. They are also devil fruit awakeners. This is too much difference. But the golden splash trick is very powerful. As long as the gold powder invades the body, it's GG for them, but this trick can only work for unsuspecting people. That's why Tesoro installed this device at the entrance of the Golden City. So Will was considering another possibility. Riding in the Turtle Rolls car, Will's group thoroughly appreciated the luxury of the Golden City. This ship is 10 kilometers long, towed by 2 giant tortoises, and can go to any sea, ignoring currents and winds. Under Bakura's careful explanation, the crowd was able to learn more or less about the ship's awesome features and the many unique areas inside. That's the casino area up ahead, so we won't bother Miss Bakura for the rest of the day. After avoiding Bakura's outstretched hand once again, we'll plan to stride away without giving her any face. But stop when she heard her saying, Mr. Tesoro said that you are VIPs, so each of you will get 100 million bullies in chips, and it doesn't matter if you lose all of them, if you win you only have to return the principal. Really? Hearing that each of them will be given 100 million chips for nothing, although they can't withdraw it, but it's enough to make Nami again open her kaleidoscope-full eyes. Then, does this count? And she took the sleeping little dot from her bosom as she showed it to Bakura eagerly. Bakura looked at Nami, who held little dot in front of her. A small pet? Although she was speechless, she still maintains her smiling face and explained, sorry, it's each person 100 million berries of chips. She also deliberately put a heavy emphasis on the word person, seeing that she can't pit 100 million more. Nami regretfully stuffed the little dot back into her great bosom. The little dot, who was almost smothered to death, managed to show its little head and then began to look very angry. Roar roar, it's so fierce. Then. I wish you all a good time. Ignoring Bakura's gaze, Will took Nami, and Nami took the money. Everyone began to choose the items they were interested in to bet on. The veteran Nisho took his share of the bargaining chip and went to the quartet, as he didn't want to play with them like kindergarten kids. Is that what he said? With his fists clenched, Tesoro, with blue veins on his forehead, barely suppressed his anger, and was staring at Bakura, who had returned to report with terrifying eyes. Yes, as soon as I met Faceless Will, he asked me to give you his regards and by the way asked me to pass on this message to you. Bakura was a little terrified. Had that man ever fought with Tesoro and left some kind of scar on his back? Where are they now? Realizing that he had lost his cool, Tesoro immediately forced himself to calm down, but the risk of exposing his deepest secret still frightened him. As you instructed, they each got 100 million in chips, and I'm sure it won't be long before they lose it all, so do we need to add more to the fire? Bakura's subtext was to set a trap for the faceless pirates to get in on their own as they did with those guys. Did the Golden Waterworks succeed in pouring on them? Judging from the surveillance footage, yes. But Faceless Will is very vigilant, and the few times I tried to make contact with him were avoided by him. Is there any possibility of exposure? Tesoro thought for a while. I'd like to meet with him alone. You go arrange it, don't make it too obvious. Bakura took the order, swaying her waist and left. Chapter 181 His Past. The Golden City is the highest entertainment venue and gambling city in the entire pirate world. There are so many things to play, and there is no place where you can't gamble unless you can think of it. Because everyone likes to play with different things, Will didn't force everyone to get together, and the stronger his strength, the more confidence he had in his heart. Even if he didn't see Tesoro yet, the Golden Emperor should not be an idiot that will attack his crew in this crowded place. He doesn't know if it's his luck being average today, but the few times he has bet, he lost more than have won. Will did not cheat with his observation hockey, so he shook his head helplessly and took the remaining 50 million chips to play something else. For example, this slot machine that only gambles on luck is quite suitable for a novice player like him. Insert a coin, pull the lever. Success in one go. Star. The slot machine started spitting out money like crazy, and Will looked confused. Am I that lucky that I can win the jackpot just by playing it once? I didn't expect Captain Will to be not only super strong but also so lucky in gambling. Bakura, standing behind the slot machine, quietly withdrew her left hand from the top of the machine and smilingly complimented Will. As soon as he saw her, Will's excited expression was immediately concealed. Sure enough, it's not his luck. Almost convinced that the other party is playing tricks, Will straightforwardly said, Tesoro asked you to come here, right? And he wants to meet me alone? The smile on Bakura's face froze, and she wondered why he kept treating her as if she wasn't pretty enough. When she thinks of the big and small beauties in the faceless pirates, Bakura is not convinced. Is she that bad? But now is not the time to think about how to get this man to bow down to her, since Mr. Tesoro wants to see him, and he is very anxious and urgent. Mr. Tesoro does want to meet you, so rest assured that I will have your companion taken care of, and there will be absolutely no problems. Whether it is a threat or sincere, Will is not so worried about the others as a smirk appeared on his face. Kobe and others have grown up these past years, so he is not really afraid about their safety. It's not that he was arrogant, it's just that he was the only one besides Tesoro in this golden city who could more or less cause trouble for Robin and the others. Then let's go see what this Golden Emperor really wants. He didn't even look at the chips that flew out of the slot machine, and then casually pressed his 50 million chips into 666 as he passed by a gaming table. Buy it and leave it open. 3 sixes, leopard. Holy crap, someone really hit it. Seriously? That's 500 times the odds. It's 50 million. That's... How much is it? 25 billion. God of gambling this is. Where is the owner? Like. Gone? Gone? People looked at each other in disbelief that someone could even ignore 25 billion in chips. That's a true master, waving his sleeve without taking a cloud with him. Listening to the noisy noise behind him, even Will, who was walking, was stunned for a while. Is this possible? Thinking about it carefully, Will immediately stared at Baccarat in displeasure. In his opinion, it must be that Baccarat deliberately tested him before playing such a game, just like the previous slot machine. It's a trap to get him to take the initiative. Will, who will never fall for it, walked away without even looking back. But Baccarat stayed in place because that's 25 billion. According to her previous statement, the money plus the chips spewed out of the slot machine, he can take all of it, and he just needs to leave 100 million capital chips. But the result is, with such a large amount of money, that man didn't even bother to look back and just left like that? Could it be that what he is plotting something worth more important than this 25 billion? Baccarat couldn't believe it, because the 666 that Will pressed and winning have nothing to do with her. But seeing Will in the distance, Baccarat also followed Will as she leads the way. She didn't know that Will, who she thought was planning something, who forfeited his 25 billion, is still silently praising his character for not sinking in their trap. You want to see me make a fool of myself? Dream on. We have arrived. And I would like to ask Mr. Tanaka to take us inside. He followed Baccarat in the elevator to an enclosed space and then heard Baccarat say so loudly to the wall. Suddenly, a big head came out of the wall, and it was another one of Tesoro's men, who acted as a guard, who had the ability to penetrate through all non-living things and could apply the ability to other living things. In other words, there are no secret spaces in this golden city at all, and travel depends on this big head. Take my hand and I'll take you to Master Tesoro. No need, I have no interest in holding hands with men. As he spoke, Will summoned his infinity gauntlet, then stepped forward and put his hand on the wall. Then a door appeared. Will opened it and entered. While Baccarat and Mr. Tanaka were staring at it, Will had already come and sat down on the chair in front of Tesoro. You. Tanaka was a little angry at being ignored and immediately came after Will. It's alright, you can go downstairs. No one is allowed to come in without my order. Hearing Tesoro, Tanaka could only walk through the wall and leave angrily. What an overbearing gauntlet, it seems that Captain Will is also fond of gold. Tesoro's eyes seemed to shine as he swept over the infinity gauntlet on Will's right hand. Everyone likes gold. I heard that 10 years ago, the Don Quixote family once held an auction that attracted a lot of people. As a result, the devil fruit that was the main event was snatched away. For this reason, Don Quixote da Flamengo chased this group of people in a rage for a long time. I wonder if this happened? Really? There is such a thing. As a partner of the Don Quixote family, I've never even heard of such a thing. It's really funny. Tesoro laughed, but the look in his eyes was as deep as his city. Will also laughed. This is not something you would admit if you don't want to admit it. I don't know if the mark of shame on your back has been completely forgotten, or if you think that you can completely cut off the past by getting a different tattoo. I'm sure your subordinates don't know that this famous Golden Emperor was once a world nobles. As soon as the word world nobles was uttered, Tesoro, who had already reached the limit of his patience, began to go crazy as he attacked Will. Whoever knows his secret has to die. Chapter 182 The Golden Emperor. Tables, chairs, chandeliers, decorations. All the gold objects in the room became Tesoro's murder weapon. If Will hadn't been more careful and prevented the invasion of Tesoro's golden powder in advance, his life and death would have been on this guy's hand. But without this disgusting trick, Tesoro really wasn't enough in front of him, even if he awakened the golden fruit. After easily knocking down all the swords, spears, battle axes, and hooks that came at him, and then dodging the waves of liquid gold, Tesoro has no more new tricks, unless he directly amplifies his moves. My patience is limited. If you don't stop, I'll have to do it for you. I admit that you were vigilant and careful enough to avoid even the golden splash, but your biggest mistake was that you shouldn't have put on this gauntlet in front of me as that will. Before the word kill you was uttered, the red-eyed Tesoro used all his abilities on Will's golden gauntlet. Since the gold powder did not invade his opponent's body, Tesoro lost the way to defeat the enemy with a single blow, but it didn't matter as Will Gauntlet was his weapon of victory. As long as he can control the golden gauntlet to trap Will, it's all over. He is the Golden Emperor. The man who rules over all the gold in the world. Move it. Ah. Why can't I control it? Tesoro is like a child who has Chunabiu disease, looking crazy as he keeps shouting, but the reality is so cruel. Idiot. Will, who knew what Tesoro was thinking, mocked him, then he turned into lightning as he sank into the gold, and then dazzling electric lights flooded the entire room. Didn't you know that lightning is the natural enemy of gold? Tesoro tried to hide behind the hard gold, but it was in vain. The conductivity of gold is only behind silver and copper, not to mention that the heat generated by the high-voltage current is enough to smelt gold. And will believe that Tenno's lightning metallurgy was a masterpiece, melting a lump of gold into any shape he wanted in just 1 second. After the lightning hit the gold, suppressed grunts were heard. Then an unbearable howl. Finally, there was only the moaning sound after Tesoro got paralysis. Will grunted coldly, then withdrew the electric light from his body. If he wanted Tesoro's life, he could have just electrocuted him to death with all his electricity. Even if Tesoro hid among the golden giants he created when he fought Luffy in the movie, the same fate will happen to him, because even if he has the ability to become gold, it could not change the validity of the excellent conductive properties of gold. If he were to fight someone else, Tesoro, who is still a top-notch fighter thanks to his devil fruit awakening, would be even stronger if he were to do it in his home base, the Golden City. But if someone who restrains his abilities appears, he will only be mercilessly hanged. The problem of constraint between devil fruits is so serious, just like the fledgling Luffy who can hammer Enel who is close to an admiral's strength. Unfortunately for him, Will's Thunderbolt fruit is the one that can completely overcome his golden fruit. It's just too easy to abuse him. As for Tesoro's ridiculous kill plan using his Infinity Gauntlet, Will is helpless. He has never seen anything that can damage it since he got this one pair of Infinity Gauntlets. It's not clear what material the Infinity Gauntlet is made of, but even if they do have gold in them, it would be too bad for the artifact's name if they were so easily controlled by Tesoro. Because that's a special carrier that can withstand the energy surge of 6 Infinity Gems. Don't think too much, son. Can we talk about it now? If there's a next time, I don't mind just killing you and letting this golden city get a new owner. Tesoro created a chair for Will as he sat down again, only this time the situation of the strong man and the weak man was already very obvious, although Tesoro's eyes were filled with anger, but he had to admit this fact, in front of this man, he is not an opponent at all. How sad. Fortunately, although Tesoro has not learned anything else over the years, but he has mastered the art of patience and acceptance of cowardice. He has never thought of taking revenge on the world nobles even though he has climbed to this position, and all he thinks about is making money, thinking that money can control everything. But for Will, Tesoro's perspective was a mindset of the weak. Even on Earth, where personal force is negligible, money alone is useless, since those who have money are just fat sheep to be slaughtered in the eyes of others, especially those who have strong forces. The world is ultimately based on fists, and whoever has the hardest fists is the master of the world, and they are the one who controls other people's fate. For such a stupid person, Will doubted whether he had broken his brain by giving this man this opportunity. It would be better to just kill him. Perhaps sensing Will's killing intent, Tesoro, who had recovered somewhat, immediately asked, "What do you want?" "If you want my wealth, I can share it with you if you promise to keep my secret." When he said this, Tesoro was so frustrated, but he couldn't help it. If his life was over, money was of no use. "What are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of person? If I want money, I'll just kill you, and everything here will be mine." Hearing it, Tesoro's face was beet red from anger. But he can't argue. "Since we've reached this point, I won't beat around the bush. I think your kid is a talent and want to take you on as my logistics supervisor." Tesoro looked at Will with a dumbfounded face. "What the hell? Not only did you want to steal my money, but you also want to co-opt my power? Give me a reason." Tesoro said in a deep voice. If he chooses to join Will's forces, then it means that his country is no longer recognized by the world government, and it is no longer possible for him to lie down and make money in peace and security. And the world government will never allow a pirate to control the world's economy, and will definitely try to kill him. If I will die, why do I have to do it? Reason. Does revenge against the world nobles count? Tesoro immediately clenched his fists, a pain in his heart that would last forever. He could never forget the mark of shame on his back, and even more so the woman who had made him change his ways. Money is my power. No money can buy anything, no man can do anything without money, and with money, even the world government, even the world nobles must look to me, and I can use the power of money to manipulate them freely. Isn't this enough? Tesoro roared with red eyes. What a poor guy. It turns out that being immersed in false vanity is what you call revenge. Money blinds your eyes. In fact, you are just a clown in the eyes of the world nobles. While performing hard to make everyone laugh, you are also smug about it at the same time. So you feel proud that you have manipulated their smiles. What a joke. Chapter 183 Devil. Will's words were like a sharp sword that pierced the fig leaf that Tesoro had never wanted to emit. And who knows how much money he has paid in tribute to get to where he is today, and to make the world government turn a blind eye to what he has done. While he turned over the money he earned to the world government and the world nobles, he subconsciously ignored it, feeling good that he could drive the world government. What an low self-esteem. Where in the world did you learn about my past? After a silence, Tesoro asked hoarsely. I know more information about you than you think. For example, Fisher Tiger is your great benefactor. After you learned that the world nobles bought that woman, you fired on the world nobles regardless of your safety. And the devil fruit you got. This devil's fruit should have been snatched from the Don Quixote family auction 10 years ago. Tesoro stared at him. At this moment Will was a devil in his eyes, a devil who knew all the secrets he didn't want anyone to know. More importantly, he couldn't beat that devil. You don't need to worry about how I know this. Besides your past, I also know more secrets of this world. In fact, according to my initial plan, I wanted to kill you and be done with it. You should have heard a lot of rumors about me in the outside world. What I want to say is that even if you die, the golden fruits will still be in my control. Do you understand what I mean? Will's extremely flat words made the hairs on Tesoro's back tremble. This man wasn't threatening him, but actually wanted to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened his mouth to tell his secret. And even if he thinks with his toes, there are only two outcomes of learning Will's secret. It is whether he joins or die. Tesoro soon woke up to the fact that he didn't really have a choice. It seems I have no choice. In fact, you should be glad that I am the only one in the world who dares to give you this promise, that one day you can take revenge on the celestial dragons yourself, and repay back the pain they once inflicted on you 10 times and 100 times. Stella. Tesoro, who didn't know what he was remembering, covered his face with both hands. If you look closely, you can see that he was wearing rings on both hands but nothing on the ring finger of his left hand. Only after a long time, Tesoro raised his head with red eyes and gazed at Will and said, I had already given up, living every day in a lie of my own making, but you, without my permission, brutally and forcefully pushed hope back into me. I wanted to kill you directly, but I couldn't, so I chose to believe you once. I'll give you everything I have, including this life of mine. But you have to promise me that I can see that day with my own eyes, and rip those bastards apart with my own hands. Celestial dragons should not exist in this world. There is no doubt that Tesoro is a tragic character in One Piece. He was born into a poor family, his father was a gambler, his mother disliked him, and he was ostracized by his neighbors. He ran away and did everything to survive. Until he met that woman at the slave market. She loved his singing voice and they talked a lot. He vowed that he would set this woman free. So he stopped doing bad things and worked from morning to night without sleep or food. And it's all for money, money, money. The young Tesoro needed money to save her. Just as he was about to save up enough money, the world nobles appeared. And she was bought. Enraged, the young Tesoro launched a suicide attack on the world nobles, and was captured and made a slave of the world nobles, but never saw the woman again. It was at that time that the stubborn Tesoro began his twisted belief that money could buy everything. But if he was given a chance to choose, he would not hesitate to use all his current money to exchange for that woman, even if only to meet her again. But it can't be done. Money can't buy everything. Yet today, he sees new hope in the devil. The devil mercilessly shattered the lies he used to deceive himself, uncovered the cowardly loser, and then gave him his chance. It's a gamble with no chance of winning. But he didn't want to run away any longer. Or the devil in front of him no longer gives him a reason to run away. Looking at the twisted, horrifying fire of anger in Tesoro's eyes, Will held out his hand. I promise you, there will be no celestial dragons in this world in the future. Bang. The smooth integration of the entire Golden Empire made Will feel happy, and Tesoro also restored the room to its original state. And Tesoro also ordered his subordinates to bring exquisite food and drinks over, and the atmosphere was so harmonious that they couldn't see that the two of them were still beating and killing each other a few minutes ago. What do you need me to do next? Tesoro's identity changed quickly, and he immediately asked about the duties of the logistics director. For the time being, I don't need you to do anything, just continue to be your golden emperor in front of the outside world, but when I'm ready to take off the 7 warlords of the Sea Hat, is when I challenge the 4 emperors, and I'll need your full attention then. Tesoro was shocked. He thought that the task Will gave him would not be easy, but he never thought that he would have the idea to challenge the 4 emperor at this time. I finally believe what you say now. Those who dared to challenge the 4 emperors would naturally not take the world nobles seriously. Will lifted his wine glass and smiled without saying anything else. He was not afraid that Tesoro was playing around with himself unless he really had lived enough. Of course, This is also due to the fact that Will knows Tesoro's life extremely well and knows what he cares about and what he wants. When he discovered that money could not bring him the everything he had imagined, believing in Will became the only way for Tesoro to redeem himself. With the addition of Tesoro, everything he controls will also belong to Will. If he wants to further become a figure on the level of the Four Emperor, he can't do it without enough men and influence. Owning 20% of the world's money, being both black and white, and controlling many industries all over the world, Tesoro alone can just make up for the weakness of the faceless pirates in this aspect. It would also make up for the lack of high-end combat power if we were to fight one of the Four Emperors in the future. It is indeed more cost-effective than killing Tesoro to rob him of his devil fruit. After all, Will is on the path of proving the way with power. The golden devil fruit does not bring him much increase in strength. If he has to choose, he would rather have Baccarat's luck devil fruit. Chapter 184 Karina. Are we really going to join that man? After Will left, Baccarat finally couldn't stand it any longer and took the initiative to ask him. Tesoro was standing by the window, gently shaking the red wine in the goblet, and his face was no longer the usual tyrannical behavior, but calm, and the madness in his eyes was hard to hide. He has been depressed for too long. This fiasco made him see clearly that what really controls the world is not money, but strength. The reason why the world government doesn't target him is neither because he is rich nor because he is so powerful that they are afraid of him, but because he is obedient. It's ridiculous that he has been living all these years in the lies and emptiness that he has woven for himself. And now, all of that has been ruthlessly punctured by that man. In that case, let's show those bastards that even an obedient dog can also bite. You two are the only ones I trust in this city. If you don't agree with my choice, leave now, and go as far away as you can. Baccarat and Tanaka looked at each other, and then said helplessly, without us, you can't manage this golden city alone. Yes, I'm not alone now, Tesoro laughed, laughing uncontrollably, the red wine in his glass spilling on his clothes, on the valuable blanket under his feet. Tears of laughter flowed from his fingertips. But the star mark on his back was aching. Where have you been? I haven't seen you around for a few times, so I thought you were fooling around with that whatever woman. As soon as he met Nami, she started asking this, and Will didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if he wanted to fool around, he wouldn't look for that woman. Or do you want me to use my armament hockey this whole time to do that? Huh? It's also worth doing when he thinks of it since it's never been done before. Who is this? When Will looks at the purple-haired beauty beside Nami, this breast's volume, this waist, and the long legs. They are not inferior to Nami. What's more, this purple-haired beauty is wearing a skirt that's a bit too short, so he doesn't even have to bend over to see the color looming inside between her legs. It's just a vixen encountered on the side of the road, don't worry about her. Nami looked unhappy and disdainful. I don't want to be called that by a little burglar cat. The purple-haired beauty turned her face unwillingly. Vixen. Little thieving cat. Slutty fox. Big titty cat. Will looked at the two sisters with their faces pressed together, not forgetting to diss each other. If he can't guess the identity of the purple-haired beauty at this point, then he's really wasted his time watching the theater version a few times. Okay, stop arguing. Are you not ashamed of the public? HMMP. HMMP. Even their angry movements are exactly the same. Now that we're done playing, let's go. Bring back Uncle Isho and the others, and this one. Karina, my name is Karina, I'm Nami's best friend. Don't get physical, who's your friend now? Nami unhappily knocked her arm away, but even a fool could see her duplicity. Since we know each other, let's go together. With that in mind, Karina was immediately happy to force her arms around Nami, who was squeezing and deforming somewhere. Nami had no choice but to put on a malodorous face like everyone owed her tens of millions of bullies. Soon the faceless pirate group was gathered, and they returned to the top suite that Tesoro had already arranged. At that moment, Karina leaned into Nami's ear and whispered something, and Nami immediately turned on her kaleidoscopic eyes and let her eyes shine. Really? Of course. Weren't you here just half a month ago? With my beauty and singing voice, if I can't handle such an identity in half a month, then I don't need to hang around here. Karina amorously flicked her hair. Nami wanted to remind her that their friendship is all gone, but when she thinks of the love and killing in the past, she can't help but take a few more malicious glances. She is so grown up. It's a shame to wear a white bunny. Then what? You want to join forces with me? Bingo, just the two of us? Just the two of us can't do it, of course, but if you count the entire group of faceless pirates, I'm 80% sure it will work. Nami gave her an unpleasant look, then said, I knew today's meeting wasn't a coincidence. Karina replied vaguely, even if it was. But I didn't expect that after so long, You little thief cat could actually get on board the ship of a 7 warlords of the sea and become a navigator. If I hadn't seen your picture in the newspaper, I wouldn't have believed that it was the same person. But don't you hate pirates the most? Yes, why did she, who hates pirates most, take the initiative to get on his ship? Suddenly she felt so regretful. Maybe it's a ghost. Looking up at the man, Nami said rudely, "We're not here to cause trouble, and I've already washed my hands of it." Hey. It is at least tens of billions of dollars. I can't believe you're not impressed. What? How do we split it? 50-50, of course. In your dreams. What can you do if we're the only ones who contribute? Give me a few days and I'll be able to map out this side of the passageway, and I've got the key to the vault in mind. Then why don't you just go steal it yourself instead of asking us? 4-6. I for you 6. 9-1. Since you're still somewhat useful, it's good to give you a share. Hey, don't you go too far. Don't call me if you can't. You're so cruel. 3, no less, or I'd rather find someone else. Deal. The two women over there are biting their ears in a frenzy, during which there are all sorts of code words and hand gestures, giving the observers the impression that they are lesbians. If nothing else, Karina is probably tricking Nami into stealing the Golden Emperor's treasury with her. As expected, after they finished biting their ears, Nami came over with a smile on her face. Damn. This prodigal lady is going to work with her girlfriends to pry the safe that his captain possessed. How should he explain it to her? Is he going to say, "Save your energy, the whole Golden City is ours"? Chapter 185 A play. Isn't this a bit bad? What's so bad about it? Only by putting this money in our hands can it have a greater value. Wow. Coming from you, it sounds so righteous and awe-inspiring. Will thought as he looked at Nami with a blank look. What a coincidence. That's what I thought too. Karina said cheerfully on the side. Okay, you've slept with me, Captain, let's go and plan how to do it. A very happy Nami directly gave Will a death rap, almost suffocating the 7 warlords of the sea faceless Will to death, who said that a pair of breasts can't kill people. If it's big enough, anything is possible. As they went off to make plans, Will also shook his head. Anyway, let them play. Tesoro is already one of us, so just tell him to let go of them if they get caught. This treasure hunt was a big hole from the beginning. Monkey D. Luffy, 50 million reward offered. Looking at the newspaper sent this morning, Will smiled slightly. It's only been a short time since he went out to sea but already made a name for himself in the East Blue Sea. It should be said that he is worthy of being the chosen one. Without our long, Don Creed and others, the East Blue Sea still has no shortage of evil pirates. 2 years is enough time for newcomers to rise to power and continue to dominate the East Sea. And Luffy quickly took the position by stepping on the names of these people. With that guy's temperament, it is estimated that he will soon enter the Grand Line, but Will doesn't know if Luffy will meet the Cypher Paul Agents 9 without Robin, as it's the turning point of his fighting style. But no matter what, the name of a supernova is probably indispensable for him. Who makes Luffy a natural troublemaker? Closing the newspaper, Will, who was enjoying the leisurely and peaceful time in the morning, suddenly frowned. He suddenly remembered that if Luffy had entered the Grand Line now, wouldn't it mean that he was about to meet Ace? In other words, the War of the Best will begin before long. What position should he take in the face of this great event? Both Whitebeard and Ace were the longings in his heart in the past when he was still on Earth, although since he came to this world, this emotion has gradually faded, and to each other, they are just strangers who he has never seen, so he has no reason and no obligation to fight for them to death. But if he did nothing, he would not be able to shake off the regret in his heart. In layman's terms, it is hypocritical. He silently took out from his Infinity Gauntlet the Viva card that Jewelry Bonnie had left him when he first arrived on the Grand Line. After a moment's thought, he passed through the doorway to Tesoro's office. Just because I agreed to join you, doesn't mean you can deny me even the most basic respect. Tesoro put on his clothes to cover the stars behind him. Well, it was my mistake this time. Next time I will knock the wall in advance. Will is also a bit embarrassed, who knows that you still have a hobby of walking shirtless in your office. He doesn't have a hobby of welcoming men. Is there something you need? That's right. Send someone with his Vivre card to the first half of the Grand Line to find Captain Jewelry Bonnie of the Bonnie Pirates, and when you find her, mention my name and give her this. Will threw out an anti-bugging Den Mushi. He could only do so much, the rest was up to fate. Tesoro didn't even ask him what he wanted to do, he just nodded his head to show that he understands, as it's a small thing for him to do. Anything else? Today, this Tesoro who had closed his inner feelings again somewhat made Will a little uncomfortable, and yes, if he hadn't blown up and shattered all the disguises and self-protection yesterday, Tesoro wouldn't have collapsed into that state. Ahem. There's one more little thing I need your cooperation with. It's an embarrassing one, but how can you be the boss if you're not capricious? After listening to Will's words, Tesoro looked at him with a blank look in his eyes and seemed to regret it, regretting that he had agreed to his terms so easily yesterday. Can this unreliable guy really help him get his revenge? In fact, what I just said is just a cover. What I really want to do is to use this play to cover up the truth about our joining forces. How can I fool others without fooling myself first, right? Tesoro gave him a suspicious glance, then agreed. Indeed, if we put on such a show in front of so many people, no one will suspect the hostility between us, and we can catch them by surprise then. When they lowered their guard, he fell for it. I'm such a smart little guy. After quietly praising himself for his quick wit, Will said with a solemn face, that's right, externally we'll put out smoke bombs to confuse the enemy, so you should be prepared to act realistically, and to fake act will reveal a flaw. As long as you don't use your lightning, I promise I'll go into this play with the intention of killing you. Tesoro said unceremoniously, no need for lightning, you are not my opponent either even if I don't use it. Very well, on that day I will show absolutely no mercy. Hey, I'm looking for that to happen. As long as Will doesn't use lightning to deal with him this time, he's ready to do his best to show them his true level. Status and respect are earned. How could he not be proud of himself as he thought of himself as a genius who could develop his devil fruit to an awakened state? If there is nothing else, I will start to deal with official duties. I am a king recognized by the world government. So I have been very busy all day. Well, trust me, not anytime soon. Tesoro directly squeezed the pen in his hand. If he could beat him, Tesoro really wanted to make him a golden eagle and placed him at the door of the toilet. Humphrey. Unable to fight or scold, Tesoro simply stated his attitude without saying a word. Since he had chosen to get on board his ship of pirates, he had to make a choice on the future direction of development. At least those shops that can only be open with the support of the world government are definitely not good. As for the remaining industries, it is best to turn them from light to dark, as there is no other way. Anyway, after all these years of business, money is really just a string of numbers to him, and it can never be spent in hundreds of lifetimes. Seeing that Tesoro was really engaged in business, Will no longer asked for trouble, but directly opened the door and left. He also had to go back to discuss the plan this time, and when he was done with this side of things, he was ready to go and settle the grievance with Doflamingo. Chapter 186 Information about Doflamingo. Chapter 186 Information about Doflamingo. A week later, Karina was there with a detailed map of the Golden City, explaining her theft plan to Nami and the others. When she talked about how she got the key to the vault, she was like a proud peacock, and at the same time, she didn't forget to give Nami a proud glance. Nami rolled her eyes and resisted the urge to strangle her. What's the escape route? What if it's exposed? Then she saw Karina cover her attractive little mouth and said in particular surprise, what? You can't beat Tesoro? Nami was directly angered as she retorted, then why don't we just rob it openly, why bother making these plans? Yay! Karina thoughtfully swept around Will and the others, then directly slapped the table and simply said, then we will do what you say, rob and run. It's really exciting just thinking about it. Hearing this, Will no longer has the heart to participate. What a bullshit vault, isn't it just a treasury cover? That guy Tesoro is not that idiot, even this pretense is actually intentionally released by him, in order to lead those who are jealous of his wealth into a trap and then catch them all, but over the years there are always so-called treasure thieves who come to die. Nami was also angry, and Karina, seeing that the wind was not blowing in the right direction, immediately consulted for another escape route to explain to everyone. All in all, if it was just on paper, it felt like there was a good chance of success. Seeing the two of them looking at each other, Will agree without saying a word. You guys can plan as much as you want, as it still reflects on their play to the public. If the process is too difficult, it will easily get out of control, and if it is too easy, it will look too fake. Captain. Don't worry, I've made all the arrangements. When we start, I have to take good measures. It's best to put in more flashy tricks, to make as much noise as possible. Isho nodded his head, indicating that he understood. If Will hadn't told him the ins and outs in advance, he would have already interfered with something as nonsense as this. And what made him even more impressed was that they had only been here for a short time, and Will had already taken care of the owner of the place and had successfully tricked him into boarding the ship, and the huge money empire had suddenly become the biggest reliance for the rise of the faceless pirates. At this rate, it may not be long before his captain takes it upon himself to challenge the four emperors. After muttering a few words with Isho, Will came to Tesoro's office on the pretext of going out for a walk and then told him about Karina's plan in detail. This woman is even more stupid than I thought. After listening to Karina's plan, Tesoro leaned back in his chair with disdain. As soon as she came into contact with those people, I knew her purpose. I gave her this opportunity to see what she would do and whether it might become the finale of my laugh. But now, it's really true. Not even the appetizer before the main dish. Okay. It's just like that. Well, didn't think that Tesoro had such a childish side. What is there to be proud of in crushing a 20-something-year-old girl with his IQ and experience? It's also laughable. I've got it all set up, maybe I can't beat you, but if it's acting, ho ho, I'm an artist. What do you mean maybe? You couldn't beat me in the first place. Ka-ching. The cup was crushed by Tesoro. No, I shouldn't get mad about this bastard. Also, give me the information about Doflamingo and the record pointer to the Dressrosa now. After this play, it's best that we don't contact each other again for a short time to avoid exposure, and if it's important, use that anti-bugging Den Mushi I gave you. I don't need you to tell me that, but I wish you'd never been here if it were possible. Tesoro said angrily, but still opened the safe and threw over what Will wanted. Although he was in partnership with Doflamingo, that was all. Doflamingo would not forget about the golden fruit he had snatched away, and Tesoro would not forget his experience of being hunted down in those years. Both of them wanted the other to disappear, but they couldn't do anything about it. He not only took the initiative to tell Will the details of the alliance between Doflamingo and several forces that were going to surround and kill him in the New World, but also took the initiative to compile the information about these enemies and sent a record pointer of Dressrosa with him. With these, Will could definitely make Doflamingo frazzled as long as he wanted. Not to mention, just breaking a few of his arms deals was enough to annoy Doflamingo, but as a lawless force in the underworld, it was easy for Tesoro to find out what was going on. He still doesn't know that Will is running to kill people this time. After all, Tesoro also knows something about Doflamingo's background, the descendant of an exile world nobles. And Doflamingo also holds some secrets that can't be revealed to others, plus the fourth Emperor Kaido is behind him. This person is really hard to touch. By the way, how many devil fruits did you get? Although he wasn't sure what Will wanted with all those devil fruits, he still said in a fit of anger. You think you can buy the devil's fruit with money? It's all about luck. How can you ask for so many when we haven't even gotten one? But my people have already heard some news about the appearance of a devil fruit, and are running around the world. Waiting a few more days should yield a harvest, but you shouldn't expect extravagant numbers. With the prosperous commerce of the Sabeti Island, only 2 or 3 devil fruits had appeared in more than half a year, so they were indeed rare but unattainable. Will didn't mean to embarrass him, so he nodded his head in understanding, but when he left, he was still somewhat regretful about it. Chapter 187 Playing with Real Fire. Thank you everyone for coming. Please welcome the master of this golden city, our great Mr. Tesoro, to complete today's grand finale. Oh. Golden Emperor. Golden Emperor. Tesoro's popularity is indeed not low, and he won a full standing ovation just by making a magnificent entrance. Thank you all for coming. I hope you can enjoy this wonderful evening, and I will give this song to everyone present. The cheers on the scene were suddenly pulled up to the extreme, and wave after wave invaded the endurance limit of everyone's ears. Tesoro calls himself an artist for a reason. He liked singing since he was a child, and his dream is to be a singer who can perform on a big stage. And when he becomes a big shot and rich, he arranges a show for himself to fulfill his dream. And it comes with special effects. The golden sands flew in the sky, and even the sea below was dyed golden yellow, so dazzling. A golden fountain was sprinkled all over the arena, changing shape unceasingly under the exquisite control of Tesoro. In terms of stage effect alone, it was absolutely as good as the top stages on Earth. After all, one is real and the other is fake. It is still crucial to say which one is good. If we were to vote on a list of those who are not doing their jobs right in the pirate world, Tesoro would definitely be on the list. Or should we say that a slave who wants to be a singer is not a good pirate? TSK, TSK, TSK. While everyone's eyes were drawn to this beautiful and grand performance, there was also a group of people inside the Golden City who were secretly performing a pantomime. Nami and the others knew that Will had the ability to eliminate sound, so the planned infiltration couldn't have gone any smoother. If they can avoid it, they can avoid it, and if they can't avoid it, they can use the transparent devil fruit to get past it. If Will wants to be a thief, there's really nothing he can't steal in this world, as long as he knows the specific location. With his door fruit plus silence fruit plus transparent fruit, he can become an overpowered thief. If it weren't for the power of observation hockey, Will would have dared to cry out, "I am the king of assassin." With just these 3 fruits in hand, Will's path to assassin is the most orthodox one. Compared to the big man who can say that killing everyone is a perfect assassination, Will feels that his path to assassin is the most orthodox, and does not accept any rebuttal. I've got the key, let's get in. But Will on the side suddenly opened a door in the wall. I suddenly feel like a retard. If you have such a convenient ability, why don't we just go to the vault? Karina complained with no sense of accomplishment as she held the large vault key. I thought you were enjoying the whole stealing process, so I didn't remind you, Will said as his face was serious. Karina almost spat blood. God damn it, how could I enjoy the thrill of the process? I just want the result. I want those villas and those glorious gold. Never mind, just think of it as double insurance. Let's hurry over, Nami's side should be over. Will indifferently spread his hands, and then the two found Nami staying in the monitoring room and made their way smoothly to the vault that was rumored to contain the entire wealth of the Golden Emperor. Are you coming or am I? Now that we have the keys, let's not waste time. Karina, who was holding the key on her chest, resisted the excitement in her heart, put the key in and started turning. Thank you all for your support. After the finale, we will now move on to the final program of the day. Please welcome the performers. Clack. Karina, who had pushed open the vault door, was the first to appear at the show, and then Will and Nami were exposed to the entire audience. And that's exactly what they want. Oh, let me see, when did Faceless Will of the 7 Warlords of the Sea also get involved with this kind of dirty little rat who runs to someone's house to steal food? What? Faceless Will? A 7 Warlords of the Sea? Is that murderer here too? Under Tesoro's intensive introduction, everyone finally understood what the final performance was today. They did not expect that the ferocious 7 Warlords of the Sea would be involved in a theft, which is really shocking. What's more, Tesoro had the nerve to plan this grand show with everything in hand, even if it meant angering that vicious 7 Warlords of the Sea Faceless Will. They don't have to guess what's coming next, it's going to be an amazing show. The audience was faintly excited and at the same time worried for their own safety. If these two fought, they might tear down the entire Golden City. Will, who nodded secretly, passed the dazed Karina and the panicked Nami. Everything was going according to plan. I just wanted to get some pocket money, but now that everyone knows about it, let's just give this Golden City a new owner. The faces of everyone there changed dramatically. They didn't expect Faceless Will to actually be annoyed and ready to take direct action. This is a country recognized by the world government, and among the rights and duties of the 7 Warlords of the Sea is the prohibition on striking against countries protected by the world government. This is going to shake the world. But before the crowd could think and speculate more, they were roused by a loud noise in the sky as all of them awakened from their trance. Without giving Tesoro a chance to speak, Will punched him away. Then Tesoro took control of the gold in the city and began to strike back at Will, and the entire building began to crumble. Run. Idiot, run. Do you want to watch them fight in exchange for your life? WH. Of course not. Is it recorded yet? Big news, this is. Come on, follow me, we deserve to make a fortune while there's a riot. Sir, what do we do? What to do? Hurry up and inform the top brass, this is no longer a battle we can get involved in. This Faceless Will is also not taking the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea too seriously. Be careful what you say. It's all up to the top to decide. After such a disturbance, all kinds of freaks, ghosts and snakes have appeared. A lot of people are digging around for gold and robbing things, ready to make a quick buck and run. But Tesoro doesn't care about that, he's been waiting for today for a long time. As long as Will doesn't hit him with lightning, he will definitely give Will a deep memory today. And Will seems to be immersed in the play as his hand is a little darker as he fights Tesoro. The two men fought fiercely, and their men were not willing to be outdone by their captain, especially Uchiha. Remembering Will's instructions to him, Uchiha dragged down a dozen or so flaming meteorites as a gift, and the scene was magnificent. Chapter 188 Aura. Mada. Golden Tesoro. Seeing that he was still unable to defeat Will with his full strength, Tesoro used a great move like the Devil Fruit Awakening without saying a word. The appearance of the 100-meter-tall golden giant immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fire of the Golden God. Tesoro, who has a high attack and thick defense, launches a laser beam from its eyes that took Will by surprise at once, and he really didn't expect this guy to be so shameless and play so big. He'd rather demolish his old house and transform into it just to take his revenge. Pa. You think I'm afraid of you? Do you think you are the only one who can awaken? The angry Will who got blasted by the laser directly awakened the Shadow Devil Fruit, and then the Shadow Cutter was activated instantly, and all the shadows were cut off before the people running around could react. 1,000 shadows were directly swallowed by Will's Shadow Warrior and then grew to a height comparable to that of the Golden Giant in no time. You like to fight, huh? Then let's have a good fight. Hiding inside the Shadow Warrior's body, Will gritted his teeth and manipulated the Shadow Giant to punch the Golden Giant in the face. Tesoro didn't expect Will to have this kind of tactic, but it's a good thing for him, because without a foil, how can he show off his power? Bang. Tesoro also returned a heavy punch on the Shadow Warrior face. Bang. 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 Aura. 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 Mada. 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 The 200-meter tall giants keep punching and kicking each other. This kind of street fighting fight would have been extremely funny, but the devastation caused by the two of them was terrifying. No one dared to come near them at all, and they don't know how many unlucky people were blown away. And then there is a battle between the two crews in the distance. Stealing dozens of luck from the running people, Bakura directly threw a coin and it almost buried Barona and the others alive. Fortunately, in the face of absolute strength, Isho can still restrain this overacting woman. Next, Nami's various weather bubbles. Robin's dazzling flower. Perona's ghost of negativity. Snowball's Ant-Man attack. Kobe's use of physical skills and armament hockey. Unaware of their alliance, the faceless pirates did not hold back in the face of a raging enemy, beating the soldiers of the Golden City to death. Just as Tesoro, whose facial expression kept twitching, was about to end the farce, the world government finally made their move. All stop. Faceless Will, have you forgotten the 7 warlords of the sea you signed? A Dendenmushi is transmitting its voice through the sound amplification equipment in the Golden City to Will and Tesoro, who are dueling for the victory in a heroic park. Will was also worried about how to end it, but luckily the perfect part of the plan had appeared. The two of them guarded each other and retreated into giant mode. With just a glance, Will knew the identity of the person on the other side of the Dendenmushi was one of the 5 elders, the same that he had talked to on several occasions. I'm sorry, but it's you who have given me the title of the 7 warlords of the sea, so if you want to take it back, go ahead and do so. Will didn't give him a face and said bluntly. Would you like me to talk about the specific content here? The deal that the world government made with him must not be exposed. For the sake of honor and for the sake of the Pluto that is being secretly created. And not to mention that they've always suspected that Will still had a copy of the Pluto blueprint in his hands. This is something that must never be allowed to get out. That's why the title of the 7 warlords of the sea is the only way the world government can control the other side. The voice in the Dendenmushi calmed down a bit at that thought. Tesoro is a king recognized by our world government, and it is stated in the 7 warlords of the sea agreement that no active attacks are allowed under any circumstances. I think we need an explanation, or is this just a misunderstanding? Tesoro, which brings in a lot of money to the world government every year, cannot afford to lose. But this faceless Will is the greedy one. The 5 elders who had a headache had to take the initiative to give both of them a step down. It would be great if Tesoro could kill faceless Will, alas. It's not that the world government doesn't think highly of him, but as far as they know, faceless Will still has several abilities that he hasn't used, and with just one shadow fruit alone, he's on a par with Tesoro already, who has completed the devil fruit awakening, so if they don't step in to mediate, it's likely that the golden fruit will fall into faceless Will's hands, and that's the big problem. Witnessing how blatant these pirates steal from my vault, and look at my city of gold has been destroyed. Is this misunderstanding? It's not you who needs an explanation, it's me. Will silently praise Tesoro's acting in his heart. This untamed and discontented remark really is full marks. The cause of the incident was already known to the Cypher Pol agents who stayed behind, but they unanimously agreed that faceless Will's real target should not be gold, but was seeking a reason to attack. His ability to use the shadow fruit in that battle just now is the best proof of that. Moria left with him, then Moria disappeared, and then they found Moria's corpse at his home base. Then after that, Will had the ability to use Shadow Devil Fruit. If it's once or twice it could be explained by coincidence, but now it's almost a foregone conclusion that Will has the ability to steal other people's Devil Fruit. If Will's target wasn't Tesoro's Golden Fruit, then they were the first to doubt it. But how could they have imagined that this was just a big show put on by Will and Tesoro from start to finish? The matter is closed. Tesoro, the world government will compensate you for your losses, and anyway, with your ability, you'll be able to repair the Golden City soon. As for faceless Will, your actions have already seriously violated the 7 warlords of the sea agreement. This is a warning, and if it happens again, we will not tolerate it. No, it's pointless to warn me, I don't like this guy very much. Why don't we talk about it after I kill him? Will has the confidence to do so, or rather, he deliberately makes this appearance of bravado to the other side. Tesoro's acting skill also erupted, and the surrounding gold was surging. Sure enough. His goal is the golden fruit. He must not be allowed to succeed. The Dendenmushi lost its voice, and after a brief silence, discussion, what do you want? I want to kill him. Will haughtily. I'll kill you first. Tesoro is furious and is about to start a round 2 fight, while the old man on the Dendenmushi side of the table is busy shouting. Chapter 189 I want you to give me. Roar the little dot, who has to be fed by Will every day, doesn't know when he ran out from Nami's great bosom and is now standing on Will's shoulder looking down upon the world. The tense atmosphere was suddenly pierced by this super fierce little creature. The director of the show, Will, was very humiliated and hurriedly grabbed the little dot off his shoulder and put it in his arms. Why are you shaming this great director? This matter ends here, and the world government will not turn a blind eye again if this happens. After threatening both sides to the point, the 5 elders left a sentence of, if there is any dissatisfaction, came to me personally, after hanging up the den mushi. It is also true that the 5 elders are used to being strong and being on the top. So how can they always tolerate the provocation of others? It is estimated that if Will is disobedient and insists on continuing to do it, almost the next step is for the 3 Navy generals to come out and besiege him around the world. But Will, who has much self-preservation ability, is not afraid of them either. How long will it last for them to chase him with so many pirates rampaging on the new world? After leaving Tesoro with a meaningful sneer, Will was the first to speak up. This time, be thankful that you still have your little life. Pray that next time I see you, you will still have their protection. Hey. You're just full of bark without bite, don't set foot on my kingdom. Tesoro, who had survived a round, was in a good mood. At least he was not killed instantly like last time. Although it's a stage play, they didn't hold back. Even at a certain stage, he still had the upper hand for a while. But what surprised him was how Will was able to awaken his devil fruit. When he thinks of the other party's strange abilities and then pairs it with awakening. Tesoro thought to himself, this is the last time I will ever fight this monster, and I am not in the habit of looking for abuse. Although Will was a bit upset, but Tesoro's play was a real one, and he was playing it with all his might. But it doesn't mean he will forget what the other party did to him. I have to abuse this unrelenting bastard again when I find an opportunity, otherwise, I won't be able to vent my anger. Will thought while gritting his teeth as he remembered how he got abused at the start of the fight. Roar after stuffing the little head back with a dull look, Will furiously threw a Vajra desert blade at one of the buildings that were still intact, directly splitting it in two. Then he said to Uchiha and the others, let's go. Knowing that they had caused a lot of trouble, Karina and Nami followed him on board the ship with great good manners. While Tesoro's men all looked angry but dared not speak out, today's farce was definitely a heavy loss. Not to mention those bastards who were fishing in the water, the half of the golden city that was destroyed was enough to give Tesoro a headache. Add to that the customers who were scared out of their wits, the people who lost their lives in the battle. It's going to be hard to do business in the future, but it doesn't matter anyway. When the news of the 2 of them joining forces comes out, the business won't be able to go on either, so now is a good time to kill the chicken and get the eggs. On the other hand, Tesoro was the first strong man to be alive after a head-to-head encounter at the hands of Faceless Will, and not only is he alive and well, but he's also completely intact, and it's very rare for someone to be able to fight with Faceless Will intact. It is expected that after this incident spreads, his fame as the Golden Emperor will climb several stages again so that when people mention his name, the first thing that comes to their mind is not money anymore but his strength. Clean up the mess. Tesoro ordered the crowd behind him with a sigh. Seeing the city that he had worked so hard to build turn into such a mess, although he had been prepared for it, his mood was just as low. Tanaka and Bakura, who were also involved in the play, looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. What a mess. I'm sorry, that. Before sailing out much further, an anxious Karina pulls up Nami to apologize. Since she had the idea of using such a big shot like Will, she had to bear the corresponding consequences. Judging from the results now, her plan has long been seen through, and she is completely stealing money while the owner was looking. If Will had been angry with her, no one would have defended her, except maybe Nami, who would have pleaded for her. But if she didn't leave with them, one doesn't have to think about what an enraged Tesoro would do to her. So after thinking about it, this little thief cat is more reliable, and she can still trust her. That's why she boarded the ship. Because of your plan we have plainly attracted a rich and powerful enemy, and even alerted the world government, and even my title as a 7 Warlords of the Sea was almost revoked, although I don't value this title that much, but this responsibility must always be on your shoulders. If you don't have anything to refute, just say so. How should this account be settled? Don't worry, for Nami's sake, it won't be too painful for you. Will crossed his sword and sat on his exclusive throne, acting like I'm a supervillain. Frightening Karina frequently made a look of distress to Nami. Uchiha knew that their captain began to play his bad taste again, so he shook his head and went to rest. In order to show a grand scene, he brought down flaming meteorites, but he did not drag the meteorite to where people were located. Instead he deliberately landed it in the open place where his meteorites didn't injure or killed a person, but that's enough to exhaust him a little bit. So Uchiha wants to rest. The more time they spend together, the more they get to know each other, and the more they know their limits. Robin and others, who didn't know the truth, thought that Will might be angry, but at most he would punish Karina, and would not do anything to hurt her life. So they all watched the show with confidence. As for Nami, who was one of the first to follow Will, she was feeling entangled, because if she hadn't taken the initiative to convince everyone to participate, today's incident wouldn't have happened. One more thing, Karina is her friend, although she doesn't want to admit it. I also have half the responsibility for this matter. It's not all the fault of this saucy fox. Who would have thought that this guy was so insidious and set up a trap for us to drill in? Cough. Will, who had set up the trap with Tesoro, coughed a little awkwardly, and then said with a serious face, "Since Nami has pleaded for you, I'll give you one more chance to do one thing for me." "What is it?" Karina is very wary. If he asks her to give herself to him, she wouldn't agree to it, or maybe will. "You come here." Karina looked around, then bit her teeth and walked over. It wasn't that what Will was going to ask Karina to do couldn't be known to Nami and the others, but it was hard to explain, and the erudition he was showing now was enough to arouse suspicion. Chapter 190 Newly promoted 7 Warlords of the Sea's death. A few days later, Karina disembarked from a small island they passed by. And what Will asked her to do was only the two of them knew from the beginning to the end, and Nami didn't even bother to know it and didn't even bother to ask. As for whether Karina will listen to him, to be honest, Will did not hold out much hope, since this is a woman who can overwhelm Nami in terms of lying skills. Expecting her to do things for herself honestly is like how Nami will hate money. Which is impossible. It can be said that Karina's chess piece can be regarded as a small backhand left by Will when he is bored. So it doesn't matter whether it works or not. The most important thing is to get rid of her quickly. The two are really like good sisters, weeping and hugging each other. As for the knot in their hearts, it has long been untied on the way over. The two of them, however, turned around and weighed each other's wallets. Damned slutty fox. Standing at the stern of the ship with a smiling face, Nami kept waving her hand. Shameless little thieving cat. Staying at the port, Karina was extremely touched as she waved goodbye to Nami. Will and others seeing the scene couldn't help but mutter, "It really is sisterly love." After this plastic sister act, the Avengers began to maintain high speed, and the target was Doflamingo's home base, Dressrosa. Meanwhile, in the rapidly building Golden City. Buruburu, what is it? Fufu. As soon as the connection was made, Doflamingo's trademark demonic laugh came out. Tesoro, who was leading the people to repair the city, hung up the Dendenmushi without thinking. At this time, Doflamingo, who was far away in Dressrosa, was still laughing, and the more he laughed, the louder it became, and the louder he laughed, the happier he was. If it had been in the past, Doflamingo would have exploded in annoyance if Tesoro had dared to give him such rude treatment, but this time, it's extenuating circumstances. Fufu buru catch the Dendenmushi in his bosom rang again, and Tesoro bluntly said after connecting, "Put that disgusting laugh away, and if you call here specifically to laugh at me, I can tell you unequivocally, Doflamingo, your goal has been achieved." Then he heard a strange voice inside say, "Oh, my partner. You misunderstood me. When I saw the news, you know how shocked I was and how much my heart ached for you. I'm busy rebuilding my Golden City right now, so I don't have time to play games with you, so even if you want to mock me, you should pick a good time, you bastard." "Wait a minute. Don't you want revenge?" Doflamingo heard Tesoro's angry tone. For the sake of the overall situation, he chose to temporarily put aside his personal grievances between the two of them. Then there was no hanging up the Dendenmushi. Doflamingo smiled an evil smile when he saw the other side didn't hang up the Dendenmushi. It means that the other side wants revenge. However, the next words from Tesoro made him frown. "Don't think that I don't know the grudge between you and him. I believe that faceless Will, that guy will soon go to you for revenge, right? Otherwise, how could he find someone to buy the record pointer to the Dressrosa from my ship?" Doflamingo's mood suddenly went from sunny to gloomy, and his whole face was terrifying. "Want to use me as a gunman? Humphrey. Now show me your sincerity." As expected, this guy Tesoro is not so easy to fool. After a moment of gloomy and uncertain thinking, Doflamingo said seriously, "Let bygones be bygones. Now that we have a common enemy, we need to cooperate further and more deeply, don't you think? How do you want to work together? Isn't he going to come to me, and we can join forces to give him a great gift?" "Sorry, not now. Since you didn't read the newspaper, then you probably don't know. The higher-ups from the world government, the 5 elders to be exact, warn me that I will not be able to leave my Golden City in the near future. So this time you can only fight it by yourself. Since you want to cooperate, you should offer equal terms. It's time for me to see how powerful the Don Quixote family that nearly killed me back then. If you survive, contact me again." Afterwards, Tesoro hangs up the Dendenmushi, and everything is under control. On the other hand, thanks to being underestimated, Brother Dofi was furious at this time. He can't believe that a dog that he couldn't even look down on at first is now daring to behave like this. Is Faceless Willet great? If you, Tesoro, were able to fight him off, am I worse than a useless slave? Is everyone back yet? They are all back, and is that guy Tesoro unwilling to cooperate? Humphrey, self-righteous dog, I'll settle the score with him after I clean up Faceless Will. The young master is very talented, naturally he can't be compared to those mud-legged men. Doflamingo's complexion immediately improved a lot, but Faceless Will's record made everyone eyeing him to be cautious. It would be nothing if Sand Crocodile and Moria were killed by him because even he could do it himself, but Kizaru actually lost a pair of calves in the battle with that guy, which is terrifying. Let's not talk about how they fight, but as long as Kizaru wants to run, few people in the entire ocean can stop him. But such a naval admiral came back with a broken leg, can you believe it? After much deliberation, Doflamingo, who has always done everything without compromise, immediately said, the backup plan should be prepared and we must not be careless about it. Also, Kaido and the Navy side must be grasped. Don't worry, young master, no one can hinder our great cause. At the first half of the Grand Line in the country of the Drums Island ushered in a group of villains. The sloppy leader looked for the target casually while checking the newspaper in his hand until his eyes lit up and his jagged teeth were exposed, and he grinned excitedly. There you are, unlucky Mr. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Dark Tunnel. Immediately after the gunshots were heard, and Doc Middle.Q and others unreasonably launched a group attack on the target. Simon, the newly promoted 7 Warlords of the Sea who has the title Paperman who came to this island for treatment, was immediately angered. You are courting your death. After cursing angrily, Simon the Paperman directly transformed into thousands of sheets of white paper and flew into the air. Neither side apparently had any intention of letting the other leave alive, and the entire Drum Kingdom was shaking. For a long time, Teach and his group left the country, dragging the body of Simon the Paperman with them. Chapter 191 Calamity. After putting down the Den Mushi, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked seriously at his old friend who was eating his own senpai. A problem occurs. What? Have the 4 emperors joined forces with each other? Or did that crazy Kaido guy call again? Garp said with a carefree face. For him, who had gone through so many dangerous and desperate situations, and walked through so many storms and waves to get to where he was today, there were few things that made him fear and worry, except for those few ungrateful brats. The new 7 Warlords of the Sea Paperman Simon, who was recruited more than half a year ago, was killed. Garp, still acting like he had nothing to do with it, jabbed Sengoku curiously as he stuffed his mouth with senpai. It's not the first time a 7 Warlords of the Sea was killed, so why are you flustered about it? I don't know what's the point of keeping such a weak guy. Sand Crocodile, Moria, and Paperman Simon. In 2 years as the third largest power alongside the 4 emperors and the Navy, the 7 Warlords of the Sea have been wiped out by almost half. If there weren't always alternatives to fill in the gaps, the 7 Warlords of the Sea organization with high hopes could really be abolished. Sengoku is also tired. First, there is such a freak as Faceless Will who can't be measured by common sense, and now there's a new emerging pirate named Blackbeard. Not only did he kill a 7 Warlords of the Sea, but he also took the initiative to use the Den Mushi of the deceased 7 Warlords of the Sea to contact him, hoping to become the new 7 Warlords of the Sea. Are all pirates nowadays so arrogant? The Navy has a lot of information on this guy who calls himself Blackbeard, but it's limited to the fact that he killed the 4th commander of the Whitebeard pirates for some unknown reason and then defected. It's been more than half a year since the Whitebeard pirates have been trying to track down this guy named Teach. This patience, this courage, this strength. It's enough to prove that this guy who calls himself Blackbeard is not a common person. But becoming a 7 Warlords of the Sea is not something that anyone can just become, especially in this way. Sengoku decided to ignore the other side, and if necessary, send men to round up this Blackbeard band of pirates. But now there was another question before him: should he continue to look for a new 7 Warlords of the Sea? That's it, please go to Manafort as soon as possible to convene a new round of the 7 Warlords of the Sea conference. Will was somewhat surprised to hear what the Den Mushi was telling him. Another 7 Warlords of the Sea was killed? Only this time I'm not taking the blame. Fortunately, Blackbeard contacted the Navy, or else that old man Sengoku would have called to question him again. Do you know who did it? The details aren't clear, but the other guy claimed to be Blackbeard. Blackbeard? Holy shit, that's not the right story. Is it because there is no room for him in the 7 Warlords of the Sea, so he simply pulls out a carrot and takes up a spot? Rather like something Blackbeard could do. He is in the New World, and Blackbeard's gang is hiding in the first half of the Grand Line, without a stronghold. Even if he wants to kill him, he doesn't have the opportunity to do so. What's more, he has the Infinity Gauntlet as his golden finger, and the effect of the dark fruit that can seize the abilities of other abilities is good for him. But the thought that later on, this guy would be all over the world taking on devil fruit abilities and stealing fruit from him, will have an urge to open a door to the Grand Line to kill that guy. But it's not possible yet. Let's find a way to put an end to this problem. By the way, is Brother Doflamingo going? I'm only responsible for contacting Your Excellency. I don't know if the others are coming or not. Will suddenly thought of a vital question. He was going to find trouble with Doflamingo. However, this shiny 7 Warlords of the Sea meeting was not a bad thing as soon as it was held when he thought about it. Let's not talk about whether this time a clash will happen between me and Doflamingo when we meet. Just at this juncture, it's a big question mark as to whether or not the Navy and the world government will just watch him weaken the 7 Warlords of the Sea again. Unless the higher-ups' heads are flooded with water, they will definitely find a way to stop it. The War of the Best will happen soon, and will need the name of the 7 Warlords of the Sea in his plan to make a final profit. Okay, I got it. Tell the Fleet Admiral that I'll be there. After Will put away the Dendenmushi, Nami, who had heard the whole story from the beginning, asked directly, change the route directly to Marineford. Will smiled coldly, no, go to Dressrosa as fast as you can, I want to collect some interest first. With Doflamingo's character, he would surely relax after he was sure he would go to the 7 Warlords of the Sea conference, and with that arrogant temperament, Will was very confident that the other party would go to see him. In that case, he could go straight to the nest and clear out Doflamingo's base camp first, and no matter what happened afterwards, the world government would not strip him of his title just because of a few dead people. And even if Doflamingo had stayed in his lair out of caution, he can still make a time difference and create chaos, as the agreement never included the clause of the 7 Warlords of the Sea shall not fight each other. If he can wipe out the Don Quixote family and reap their devil fruits, it will be too late for the world government and navy to react. The dead tell no tales. Will, who had made up his mind to prepare for the death of Brother Dodgy and led his men westward. Young master, are you going? Go, or he'll think I'm afraid of him. What if it's a cover? We don't know the whereabouts of each other at all. Treble felt something was wrong. Notify the other side to send someone with the confidence to receive the goods, and tell them that I am being watched. This batch of goods cannot be lost, and that they will definitely send a Calamity over. At the word Calamity, Treble and Doflamingo's faces didn't look too good, obviously remembering something bad. If it was one of those 3 who did it, there shouldn't be a problem, but young master, on your side. You're afraid I won't be able to beat him? Doflamingo's face was suddenly as dark water. Treble was shocked and immediately explained, how could someone like that be a match for the young master? I'm afraid that the other side is playing dirty. Foo. Don't worry, as long as the other side dares to make the first move, I'm sure that I can leave him completely in Marineford. Doflamingo is a hero with both strength and conspiracy. He will not do things that he is not sure about. Even if he is no longer a celestial, his identity can still bring him some convenience. At the same time, Ace, who hadn't seen Luffy like in the original, had infiltrated the naval base G2 and happened to intercept information on the whereabouts of Blackbeard and his crew. Chapter 192 Assassination. Why can't I die? In the cave, a tall man who makes people wonder if he is of giant blood is carrying a big gourd and pouring wine into his mouth, tears streaming down his eyes. The picture is extremely weird. But if you can hear the words mumbling out of his mouth, you can probably tell that this is a man who is upset because he has tried various ways to commit suicide and can't die. A tri-monster. Joker wants our men to get the goods. Jack, you go and kill any that get in the way. The transition from tearful to furious rage was made in just a split second, and the whole cave was shaking. Yes. After receiving his assignment, the man named Jack turned around and walked away. The cave behind him was filled with screams and howls of panic, but after a few moments, there was only the strange cry of some man. After sailing for more than half a month, the Avengers finally arrived at their destination in Dressrosa. The reason why they took away their pirate flag was that they didn't want to be discovered, which also led to a lot of encounters with pirates who wanted to give away their heads along the way, including 3 pirates who have bounties of over 100 million. For this kind of service, Will had to accept it as he could not refuse it again and again, and the valuable heads were lying quietly in his Infinity Gauntlet storage. But they also lost some time because of this, and as a result missed Doflamingo, who flew towards the naval headquarters direction, which was a blessing in disguise. What's next? Will, who has a draft in his heart, said directly, you stay here first, and I will eliminate the vital power here first. If everything goes well, naturally you don't need to do much. But if there is a big disturbance, you can send someone to support me. Kirin and Abian stayed on the guard ship to respond, and the others mainly defended themselves and dragged the enemy, and tried not to affect innocent people. Will plans to make a quick battle, whether or not Doflamingo has left or not. He was going to make sure the Don Quixote family will not exist today. Be careful. Don't worry, let me show you how an assassination is like. Will smiled confidently, then stepped directly into the air door and disappeared. To catch the Don Quixote family off guard, he even put 3 devil fruits that have an ability suitable for assassination, door silence transparent, while cloaking his scent with his observation haki. As long as there are no accidents or people who have trained their haki to a certain level, a big death word will be written on their forehead today. Soon, Will, who had infiltrated Doflamingo's base camp, found his first target. Because of the information Tesoro had gathered, and the impressions he had in his mind, he was sure that the fat guy with tons of dumbbells in front of him was one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family's Diamond's army, and his ability was similar to that of Miss Valentine of Baroque work, who attacked her opponent by changing her weight. After making sure, Will no longer hesitated and came directly behind him without a sound. Smelling that strange smell on him, he almost vomited. When the cold infinity gauntlet was pressed against the back of McVice, he was shocked. Someone was able to appear behind him without a word. Who could it be? Could it be that the guy who made the young master scared? Clang. Silenced, the dumbbells on his hands hit the ground hard. His strength, his abilities are all useless. He opened his mouth wide in horror and cried out, but to his dismay, something even more desperate happened. Not a sound came out. This was a premeditated operation. As this thought came to his mind, he saw himself becoming drier and drier. Will was using the sand secco to suck the water out of McVice's body. It wasn't that he was being cruel, but it's because if he killed his opponent directly, he couldn't hide the smell of blood. If McVice hadn't been so big, Will might have just snapped his neck. Crack. Muffling in progress, after taking some time to gather up the ton devil fruit, Will simply cleaned up the scene and then threw McVice's body directly into a corner of his infinity gauntlet inner space, to keep company with the heads that hadn't yet been exchanged for the bounty. McVice. The strawberry pie you asked for 100 people, I brought it for you. Just then, someone came. When Will entered the invisible state, he saw that the one who appeared was exactly Dellinger, who had led people to besiege him and ran away. What a coincidence. This is fate. Will wrapped himself in a silent force field without making a sound, then slid right in front of Dellinger. McVice? Where are you? Did you go and find something to eat? Putting the strawberry pie down, Dellinger, who was strangely about to turn away, suddenly perked up with a great sense of crisis that made his scalp numb, but before he could discover the source of the sensation, he was grabbed by a hand stretched out of nothing and was lifted straight up into the air. Ha-da-te. The strength of the hand was so great that he could not resist, nor could he breathe. It's as if his neck would be completely squeezed off in the next second. With a strong desire to survive, Dellinger kept attacking forward with kicking techniques in high heels. And then he saw the demonic nightmare that had been in his dreams for so long actually appear before his eyes. With his whole body wrapped in an armament haki, Will, who was being kicked, didn't budge nor grunt as he looked at the struggling Dellinger with a kind smile on his face. While Dellinger kicked lost its strength as he looked at Will with a scared complexion, and his body that was being lifted by Will was trembling. There's no need to rush, one of your companions has already gone down to wait for you first, and I will soon reunite your family. When he said this, Will sounded like the villain himself. But it doesn't matter, the most important thing for a family is to be neat and tidy, right? Dellinger kept attacking the devil like a madman when he heard it, as if his fear disappeared, and his eyes that were already red became more redder as blood flowed from his eyes, but due to the lack of oxygen and nowhere to take advantage of other adverse conditions made his attacks not even tickling Will. And with a crisp sound of broken bones, Dellinger, who was tilting his neck, also became the second cadre member to be planted in his hands. He also threw Dellinger's body into the infinity gauntlet inner space. But Will was still feeling that assassin was indeed not as good as the berserker. He almost missed it just now. And he doesn't know if it was due to Dellinger's blood or if he accidentally showed a murderous intent that he was actually noticed. By the way, Dellinger seems to be a fighting fishman and half-human. So how does a fishman interbreed with humans to produce offspring? The lineage factor of pirate world makes people shudder the more they study it. Chapter 193 Treble and Pika. Will still missed this assassination method. The reason why Will is reminiscing about it is that he was discovered by Pika when he took action against Lao Ji. Who are you? Enemy attack. Pika opened his mouth and realized that his strange voice that couldn't help but make people laugh didn't even get out. Casually dropping the body of Lao Ji, Will secretly cursed a bad word and raised his hand to kill. At this point, he couldn't care less whether he would attract attention or not, as it would be the same if he ran away. However, his black snake thunderstrike only shattered the stone face on the wall, and Pika had already escaped by burrowing into the wall in the first place. Will was helpless as he recovered his silent fruit ability. It seemed that today's path of assassin would have to end here. The predecessors really didn't deceive me. An assassin who doesn't know peerless is not a good berserker. Then let's make a scene. Ray gun. Will's strike at full force. Just seeing the endless electricity coming out of him and gathering in his hands. Just looking at it from a distance was enough to make people shudder and tremble. Then, when the electric light was concentrated to a limit, Will suddenly released his hold on it, and the lightning ball, which was concentrated to its limit, quickly began to leap irregularly until... boom. The power of lightning is violent, and admittedly the most difficult force to control. Not to mention the amount of energy Will poured into it. As a result, Doflamingo's base camp castle was directly blown into the sky by this blow. Quickly moving through the castle, Pika, who hadn't yet told the others that there was an enemy invasion, was squeezed by the force of the impact, spitting out blood. The loud noise drew everyone's attention. Then came the panic of the people of Dressrosa. It's because their king's palace was blown to ruins before their eyes. The executives and members who were staying elsewhere immediately rushed this way in a panic. And seeing the fireworks in the daytime, hearing the thunder in the clear sky, Uchiha and others immediately knew that it was time for them to make their entrance. A debut. Our captain's last words were, "This battle is about self-preservation, remember, don't be a hero." Before the joke was finished, Snowball couldn't help but say, "Let's hurry up and get over there. If we dawdle any longer, the captain will have cleared out all the targets." Everyone nodded their heads, thinking that it was reasonable to go over there and pick up a few heads for fun, but if they were any later, they probably wouldn't even be qualified to clean up the battlefield. Uchiha helplessly has a bitter smile. It seems he will have to pay more attention later. In that case. Then let's go. The Avengers quickly docked at the port, except for Kirin and Abian, who were named by Will to stay behind. Almost everyone went over with a smile. Although Robin, Snowball and Nami don't like fighting like this, everyone has the violent factor, and it's hidden in their genes. It's a good choice to vent it occasionally, not to mention that they are the party that does justice to the gods. Who the hell is that? Who dares do that? As one of the 4 highest executives of the Don Quixote family, Diamante was furious. He had been stationed at the flower field before the accident, enjoying coffee and snacks in the bright sunshine, when suddenly a loud noise woke everyone up, including him. He who is so loyal to Doflamingo would never allow anyone to do such a thing. Could it be that person coming? Diamante suddenly thought of the young lord's advice to them before he left and of the backup he left behind. Where are the 100 beast bandits? He picks up the panicked supervisor directly and questions him. They are at the Smile Factory. According to the young master orders, the goods will be given this time only after his order, otherwise, it will be delayed for as long as possible. Worthy of the young lord. Diamante admires Doflamingo from the bottom of his heart. With this backup? Go. Have someone notify the 100 Beasts pirates that the people who are watching the shipment are coming, and I hope they can join hands to meet the enemy. Yes. Yes. After being thrown to the floor, the panicked supervisor practically crawled away. Where are the others? No contact. Bunch of losers. This is where he must step up. Diamante stormed out with his men without saying a word. Up until this moment, he had no profound understanding of what kind of monster he was about to face next. Cough. Cough. Boom. The wretched Pika could not help but make a little noise and Will immediately caught his position, followed by a long-range guided attack. If he hadn't been able to assimilate to the rocks to hide and escape, he would have been blown to pieces by Will. But even so, the places where he could hide became fewer and fewer, and the slightly larger rocks were blown to pieces by the enemy. Although the stone fruits he ate looked like a Logia one, they were actually Paramsha, with the ability to control, which was very powerful and tricky. But likewise, if he couldn't control enough rocks, his own strength would be minimized, and he didn't have the ability to elementalize, so once Will caught him, he wouldn't even be able to resist. Sticky chains. At that moment, a teal-colored, slippery slime shot out of the shadows, and in the process quickly formed a bead-shaped slime chain that wrapped around the seemingly defenseless Will. Snap. An arched wall of sand stopped the chains directly in their path of travel. Are you trying to get something so disgusting on me? Looking at the snotty thing on the ground, a murderous aura kept rising from Will's body. Ignoring Pika, who was almost cornered by him, Will immediately captured the opponent's position with his observation hockey and raised his hand to deliver a full-force downward thunderbolt. Snotty giant soldier. At the moment of survival, Treble immediately used his ability to create the strongest defense he could use, and then hid inside. With a bang, the limp snot-nosed monster was directly vaporized in the lightning. And Treble's frail, rickety body was exposed for all to see, but his sneak attack was not completely useless, as he bought the chance to control more rocks for the fleeing Pika who was being hunted. Just as Treble was about to be roasted to a crisp, a huge rock arm plunged right in and rescued him. Diamante and other surviving members of the cadre also arrived at this moment in time. Chapter 194 Drought Jack. Faceless Will, it really is you. Where are the others? Pika, in his strange, laughing voice, said sharply, I saw him kill Loud G. McVise and Dellinger were never found, and I think he... Bastard. Diamante looked at everything in front of him with red eyes and didn't want to believe it, and what followed was endless hatred for Will. The wretched Pika and Treble, Baby 5 and Buffalo who had just arrived in the sky. Diamante's eyes swept across these people. How could one not be saddened by the fact that they were now the only cadres left in the great Don Quixote family? The only other members of the Don Quixote family besides those present were Monet, who had been nursing Caesar at the factory, the incredibly important Sugar, and Virgo, who had been lurking in the navy. Violet, who was forced to join, was never treated as one of them, but at most as a tool. After the battle, and not knowing how many more would fall, the Don Quixote family was likely to be in a state of severe damage for a long time to come. Where's Daffy? I am here to settle the score with him, and I can't pretend that it never happened that I was surrounded and killed right after I arrived in the New World. Will's tone was extremely cold, and it was supposed to be a do-or-die situation. Taking advantage of the young master going to the 7 warlords of the Sea Conference to sneak up on Dressrosa. You really are sinister to the core. But do you think the young master would leave alone without preparing anything? Diamante's words made Will raise an eyebrow, then said carelessly, to be regarded by the arrogant Doflamingo as a means to deal with me, and to give you people so much confidence, the reason behind it is nothing more than the 100 Beasts pirates, right? After seeing their furious expressions, Will continued to say without a care in the world, Kaido should not have come all the way here just for a ghost card in his hand, so the question now is which of the 3 plagues have you found, or have they all come? Self-righteous bastard. At that moment, a huge figure obscured the sunlight in front of several people. This man is one of the 3 plagues of the 100 Beasts pirates, Drought Jack. With a bounty of 1 billion bellis. A mammoth devil fruit user of the ancient Geonic species. The captain said to kill anyone who gets in the way. After identifying the enemy, Drought Jack didn't say anything else and just started bestializing. You must know that according to normal development, this guy will not hesitate to launch an attack on the 4 warships carrying Admiral Fujitora, former Marshal Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru in the future in order to save Doflamingo, but he still didn't hesitate to attack and sink 2 warships. As long as it is Kaido's order, even if it means suicide, Drought Jack will not hesitate to carry it out. He does not accept any negotiation and only uses force to solve the problem. Everywhere he goes, people will be plunged into an abyss of misery and destruction. At first glance, Will is already surrounded by the Don Quixote family and Drought Jack, but he's not alone. If the world had a weather forecast, it wouldn't last long. The sky is clear, but a meteor shower is falling. Boom. 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 After Isho brought his crew here and perceived the situation on the field, he immediately summoned a meteorite to attack indiscriminately. The newly transformed Drought Jack was pelted by a meteorite rain from the sky before he could launch his attack. The mammoth colossus is huge in size and is known for its strength and defense. However, it has no advantage in speed, so it can only resist. As for the rest of the Don Quixote family, they dodged these fiery meteorites with their own devil fruits. Worthy of being a future admiral. After such a round of clearing, Nami and the others were able to successfully came to Will's side. How was it? 3 down, 4 to go. With a smile on his face, Will could deal with Drought Jack without worry, and his excitement soared through the roof as he had never seen or obtained a devil fruit of ancient type. Roar Little Dot struggled to try to crawl out from Nami's great bosom, and Will laughed and flipped Dot's head. Behave. Little Dot covered his head with his little paws in frustration. You'll be allowed to use discharge later, but don't hurt your own comrades by mistake, okay? Little Dot is extremely smart and has been able to understand Will's meaning for some time now. Then he excitedly nodded his little head, and then assumed a fierce posture to look furiously at the enemy in front of him. If it wasn't wrapped in 2 clumps of soft white flesh, it would be domineering. I'll kill you. After the meteorite rain fell, Drought Jack, who was hit by at least 5 fiery meteorites, was only slightly injured. At this moment he is shaking his huge body in fury. Who do you want to kill? Bang. Will, who was transformed into lightning and suddenly rushed in front of Drought Jack, kicked his huge body in midair and knocked it to the ground. Behind him, Isho also began to lead others to sanction the 5 remaining Don Quixote cadres on the field. Under the gravity field of Isho, whether it was Diamante who had eaten the fluttering fruit or Pika and Treble who suffered no minor injuries, they just endured. And Baby 5 and Buffalo are even more unfortunate. They are crushed to the ground, and being able to move is an extravagant hope for them. How could Nami and the others let go of such a good opportunity to beat up a downed dog? So someone was in trouble. Birdcage. As Will was hammering Drought Jack, a cloud of white thread suddenly exploded and split out over Dressrosa. In an instant, a huge cage of wires fastened the entire island inside. It's the young master. Didn't the young master go to the 7 warlords of the sea conference? How did? Ha ha ha. This is the young master's true backup plan. Diamante and the others laughed wildly, yet their faces turned red with blood as they fought a gravity field to laugh. With this wicked laugh, Doflamingo suddenly appeared. Even Will didn't expect this. Has he never left at all, hiding somewhere on this island? And just stand by and watch his own men get killed? You didn't expect it? Surprised Doflamingo's smile was uncontrollable. Yes, he did go, but only as a cover, leaving behind a manipulative string puppet to confuse the crowd, while his real body hid in a nondescript tavern in Dressrosa. To fool the enemy, you must first fool your own people. At the risk of using the life of his men as bait, he finally got his chance to wipe out the faceless pirates. The situation is suddenly reversed. Chapter 195, Almighty Push. Except for his mother, who died of an illness when he was 8 years old, his father, his own brother. They all died at his hands. And right after he returned with his father's head and was still cast out, he vowed to turn the world dominated by the celestial dragons upside down. He doesn't want to rule the world, he just wants to destroy it. He only wanted the world to remember one name forever. That he is Don Quixote Doflamingo. As soon as Doflamingo appeared, it was as if several of the suppressed cadres had found their backbone. Doffy, I'm glad you're back. Where are the others? Lao G, Dellinger, and McVise are probably all killed by that bastard, and the others are all at their posts. When he heard this bad news, veins popped up near his temples, and although he was prepared that someone would be sacrificed for this, he didn't expect to lose 3 cadres in one fell swoop, which made him furious. Fufufafu, a faceless Will, we meet again. With a wicked, dark laugh, Doflamingo turned his head and looked over to the side that had temporarily stopped, and with the birdcage in place, not even a sparrow would fly out today. However, Will is not panicked at all. Is the birdcage so great? Open a door and get out. You think you've got me, don't you? Will moved his right hand while wearing the Infinity Gauntlet and said calmly. It's not just you, you and your companions won't survive today, none of you. Do it. Before Will could say anything, Doflamingo raised his hand to a super strike choke whip, trying to gain the upper hand. Will was already prepared for it, so he quickly dodged it. However, just at this moment, Drought Jack, who turned into a mammoth, took out his powerful nose and hit Doflamingo. Boom. Doflamingo's super strike whip cut a high-rise building in half in an instant, and it was effortless, but at the same time, he jumped out of a large brick and stone. Pow. If he didn't avoid it in time, even he would be injured. What are you doing? Doflamingo asked in anger after avoiding him. Drought Jack, who was considered a pawn, suddenly made a move on himself. Is it Kaido's instruction? Doflamingo, who couldn't figure it out, didn't dare to make an easy move anymore, but glared at Drought Jack, hoping that he would give himself an explanation. Even Will, who was a common enemy of both of them, didn't understand this change of heart. But it would be interesting to see if Drought Jack and Doflamingo had a falling out, so he wasn't in a hurry to do it, and instead stood a short distance away and watched the show. Who knows that the ferocious Drought Jack was even angrier than Doflamingo, who was almost caught by his nose. He stared at his bloodshot eyes, who glared at Will with bloodshot eyes, pointed his nose at Will and said, "Get lost. This is my prey. I want to grind him thoroughly into meat sauce." Kaido said to him before leaving, "Kill all the people who get in the way." But Doflamingo was still useful and could not be killed, so he only warned him instead of killing him. He noticed the fight between Drought Jack and Faceless Will when he came over. Although Drought Jack was extremely powerful and destructive, he could only passively take a beating against a fast-moving melee mage like Will. Even if his defense is strong and his resilience is strong, what can he do? Ready to spend 10 days and nights being beaten? What Doflamingo wants is to cleanly kill the entire faceless pirates. Even Will was stunned, but it just wasn't like the Drought Jack he knew. Bang! The earth is trembling. The enraged mammoths begin its indiscriminate destruction. Stopping Uchiha, who wanted to come over and share the pressure for him, Will smiled indifferently and said, "I wouldn't mind if the two of you went together." Clenching his right fist, the 6 devil fruits lined up on the jeweled Infinity Gauntlet. Long before he exploded Doflamingo's nest, Will had already replaced the assassin set with the Berker set. And it's the kind with a staff. Arrogance. The provoked Doflamingo was furious, but he didn't strike, but after a deep glance at Drought Jack, he turned and planned to kill Uchiha and others first. Since that fool won't join forces, let's kill his crew first. But how could Uchiha, who has the strength of an admiral, be afraid of him. It was destined to be another steel plate for Doflamingo. Vajra Desert Blade. 100 million volts per Ontosaurus. Shadow Horn Gun. On top of the Infinity Gauntlet, the 6 gems lit up with a dazzling light, as if Will had transformed into a spell turret, aiming at Drought Jack's position and bombing him with his all-range ability non-stop. Even if he were a mammoth elephant with superb defense, taking so many attacks in a row, it would still hurt. Drought Jack finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared in pain, then rushed over with Will's uninterrupted attacks. However, Will, who had a serious expression in the face of the aggressive mammoth this time, did not flash, stepped directly on the ground and stretched out a palm in the direction the mammoth was rushing. Almighty push. Invisible waves of repulsion spewed furiously from his hand. And Drought Jack, who was running wild, felt that he had hit an invisible wall of air, and then the next moment the wall of air pushed himself upside down. The impact and the rebound of the collision were all applied to his body, forcing the giant mammoth to fly in the air and spurt out a mouthful of blood. The first time Will simulated this move in a real battle, his entire left hand seemed to be shaking from the bones and muscles. This move is based on Tendo Pain's signature skill from next door, but was inspired by Isho's horizontal gravity wave. Isho's development of his devil fruit is extremely advanced, and he can even maintain vertical gravity on the sword, and then release a huge horizontal gravity by slashing. And this move was named Gravity Blade Raging Tiger by Isho. It was with this example in mind that Will dared to focus on developing the fruits of gravity during his time in the Sabati Islands. Now, the effect of this move is still superior, but because it's not completely perfected, and because it would take all his strength to bounce off that huge thing, his left arm was paralyzed from the reaction force. When Drought Jack's huge body smashed to the ground from the sky, an immense rumbling happened as it even shook the mountain. Everyone subconsciously slowed down their attacks and couldn't help but look over there. Chapter 196 The Plan Within the Plan Chapter 196 The Plan Within the Plan As the smoke dissipated, all of them can see a huge mammoth fell to the ground in blood. On the other side, Will, who is still in a one-handed push-out posture, does not move a muscle, and the murderous air on his face added a bit of ruthless dominance to him. Did he beat away Drought Jack with just one hand? Doflamingo and others feel it is unbelievable. They didn't see the electrifying clash between the two, but they did see the result that kept their hearts sinking. It's been a long time since I've felt this way. Pain and anger will make me stronger. Drought Jack shook his head, as if nothing had happened, and stood up again. His eyes were full of murderous intent and destructive desire, but unlike before, he finally began to look at the man in front of him as a real opponent he could fight, and not as a little and he could crush at will. Seeing him okay, Doflamingo, who was fighting with Isho, was relieved a lot. He's really thick-skinned. Will didn't expect to be able to kill him so easily, but it's true that this guy is quite a formidable opponent, so it looks like he can't do anything without showing some real skill. Likewise, Drought Jack, who had transformed right away and wanted to fight quickly, knew that his form was no threat to his opponent, so he immediately switched to his human beast form. This form retains 80% of the power of the beast form and makes up for some of his speed disadvantages while also being more flexible. Whenever he uses this form, it means that the opponent in front of him is worthy of his full attention. The human beast form of Drought Jack wielded 2 scuttle blades and stepped heavily on the ground, and with the help of this explosive force, he instantly arrived in front of Will and struck down on his head. Will now stretched out his infinity gauntlet to resist, and with brute strength that surprised Drought Jack, he locked up the scuttle blade, at the cost of blasting a hole in the ground beneath his feet and sinking into it. Followed by a second sword drop. But because of a buffer, Will's left hand, which had been probed earlier, directly clasped his wrist. It was only a few centimeters away from his head, but it just wouldn't fall anyway. Drought Jack can't figure out why this guy is so powerful at all. Will, who was in a stalemate, noticed the flash of apprehension and annoyance on his face, and he immediately raised his lips in disdain. However, at this moment, an unobtrusive thread lightly fell toward Will's neck. "Sir, would you prefer not to disturb the battle there? It's a scary thing for our captain to start a fire." Gravity Blade Raging Tigers. A violent sword chi directly knocked Doflamingo off his feet while he was making small tricks, and then the gravity field pressed down, directly opening up a 100-meter deep round hole in the ground. Although his eyes are blind, his special observation is Isho's eyes. The fine thread is difficult to catch with the naked eye, but he has a clear view of this world. As he was being knocked to the ground, Doflamingo smiled and looked around at Nami and the others who were fighting with Baby 5 and others, thinking it was time to go all out. However, an unexpected scene happened. Another Doflamingo quietly appeared behind Will, and the sharp multicolored lines cut directly into his neck. Drought Jack saw the wickedly excited smile of Doflamingo, yet this time he acquiesced. Recklessness is only his appearance, but he will do anything when he finds that force alone will not solve the problem. In the anime, when faced with a will-to-will battle between Dukinyu Arashi and boss Nekomamushi that lasted 5 days and nights, he simply used poison gas to wipe out all his enemies. It was knowing this that made Will feel that the Drought Jack who righteously refused to join forces was not the Drought Jack he knew. Watch out! Just as the word came out of Uchiha. However, just as the sharp multicolored thread was about to slice his neck, Will's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. Bang! The ignorant Shadow Warrior Will is being ravaged by the combined efforts of Drought Jack and Doflamingo. But no matter how hard they tried, the Shadow Warrior still looked silly, as if he was mocking them silently. Do you think you're the only one with a clone? The Honorable Mr. Doflamingo? Will, who had replaced his body with his Shadow Warrior, was very sarcastic. Moria's personal strength was considered the bottom of the 7 warlords of the sea, but in terms of means to save his life and escape, he is on the top list. Facing Kaido, everyone died, but he ran away alone. And according to the normal development, Doflamingo should have killed him, but he still ran away, and lived. In particular, the Shadow Warrior who can swap places with the main body is simply a cheat, and it took Will a lot of effort to clean him up at first at the Thriller Bark. Seeing that the sure kill layout had been cracked, Doflamingo asked unwillingly, "How did you find out about it?" Will smiled and didn't say a word. Could he say that he knew that he had a trick to build a powerful clone that could use any of his abilities or even speak? With his knowledge of Doflamingo, how could he not guard against this insidious guy? The most important thing is that he's being overpowered by Uchiha, and the few remaining cadres of his are in danger, and he's still not using his Devil Fruit Awakening ability even though he's at disadvantage. Either he has a backup or he can't use it. At this time, the Doflamingo that was pressed into the ground by Uchiha also came out, but it looked extremely strange, like a shirt with an open thread. Doflamingo looked ugly. He didn't know which part of the problem was wrong. The first appearance of Doflamingo was just a clone built by him with his ability, in order to confuse everyone once again. Then when everyone relaxes their vigilance and ignores his real existence, he will silently give a fatal blow. Even Diamante and the others were fooled because they saw the birdcage first, and then they saw Doflamingo. And the activation condition of the birdcage is to use the string puppet to release. This means that there can only be one of them, either a marionette or a birdcage constructed from the string puppet. In order to perform this play, he also specially used ordinary silk thread to make a fake birdcage with a fictional appearance. And he almost succeeded. Even Uchiha, who had been fighting with his string puppet, failed to notice it, but he didn't expect someone was on guard against him. Chapter 197 Million Volt Thor Super Electromagnetic Cannon. It's actually a clone. Uchiha, at last, knows where he has been feeling strange. His observation haki relies on chi to perceive. If it is a dead thing then it is reasonably impossible to deceive him, but the string puppet is so powerful that he is powerful. After he inherited everything from Doflamingo, except for the absence of flesh and blood, even his breath was exactly the same. Because of this, in Uchiha's perception, this person was a bit strange, so he didn't doubt anything. But seeing its true form, he felt a real shame. Uchiha laughed bitterly and shook his head, then revealed a serious look. "Let's leave here first, the farther away the better. I am afraid that in the next battle, I will not be able to take care of you." The panting Kobe and the others looked puzzled and confused. Uncle Uchiha was angry? Will give Doflamingo a look of pity for a second, since he knows how strong Uchiha is when he is serious, and said, "You guys go back to the ship first, and leave this place to me and Uncle Uchiha." This is also good. He didn't know if Doflamingo had backers, so it's time to annihilate them once and for all. Nami and the others knew their task was done, so they immediately pulled out and evacuated, and Diamante and the others, who were being pressured because of Uchiha, didn't even think about it as they began to chase Nami and others. However, before they could do anything, a serious Uchiha used to manipulate the weightlessness, and the ruins were rising, as were the people. Diamante and the others had no choice but to find a place to immobilize themselves first. Retracting his gaze, Will looked to Drought Jack and Doflamingo who were standing together. "Do you want to say your last words?" They were both furious at the same time, but without waiting for them to speak, Will grabbed Doflamingo. Unable to get rid of the gravitational force, Doflamingo was pulled tightly, and with a move of his finger, the extremely tough string clone immediately wrapped his whole body. At this moment of stalemate, Drought Jack pulls Doflamingo and throws him back, then uses Will's suction to rush straight over. Almighty push. Just a thought and the gravitational force suddenly turned to repulsion, only this time Will didn't try to bounce the man off, but only to block him for an instant. One move. Before Drought Jack, who was briefly frozen in place, could recover from the shock, he noticed that his opponent was getting taller. "No. It's myself that's getting shorter." With a single move of the desert sunflower, will turn the ground beneath Jack's feet into quicksand and locked him in place. Especially as Jack instinctively begins to struggle, the faster he is consumed on the quicksand. Even the strongest elephant falls into the quicksand and has to accept his fate. But he's not alone in this fight. Doflamingo thread flew over and tied directly onto Jack's body, trying to pull his massive body out of the quicksand. But then, they saw the befuddled Shadow Warrior slowly emerge from the shadow of Doflamingo. Brickbats. Shadow box. Doflamingo was caught off guard, and he was locked in a shadow box transformed from a flying scattered bat. He was furious. Obviously, they were fighting only one person, but he felt as if he was fighting Sand Crocodile and Gecko Moria, who joined forces with several other people to wipe them out. The string that was wrapped around him fell out of control, and the half-pulled Jack was immediately yanked back on. But even though there is nowhere to use his strength, Jack has no fear on his face, and even real quicksand would be difficult to kill him in a short period of time. Moreover, he didn't believe that Will could turn the entire island into quicksand. Unless his opponent was simply trying to control him for a while. Just as half of Jack's body sank into the quicksand, everyone's attention was drawn to a flash of electricity. Naturally, restraining Doflamingo and Jack was only to buy time, as the real goal was to intensify Will's move. 300 million volts Thor. After assimilating the corrosive thunder of Ragin Island, Will has successfully pushed his limit to 300 million volts. But it's not enough. When he saw the giant Thor, who was radiating destruction, Will waved his hand lightly, and he threw out all the thunderstones stored in his Infinity Gauntlet inner space. He had to use up almost all of his stock to hatch Little Dot, but it's as reusable as a battery. And during their travels, he had taken the time to fully charge all the thunderstones in his Infinity Gauntlet, waiting for when to use them as a power bank. And now is the time. 200 cubic meters of thunderstones were connected by electricity to form a huge meteorite belt floating above Will's head, and then as he pulled down with his right hand, endless electric light directly flooded him. Now even a pig could know that the next move would be a stone-shattering blow that would kill them. The indifferent look on Jack's face had long since disappeared, but no matter how hard he struggled, he still fell deeper and deeper into the hole. In desperation, he has to grit his teeth and transform. And hopes to use his huge size and strength of the zone form to break free. If it still doesn't work, he will use this form to defend against the enemy's next attack. In terms of defense and resilience, he was incredibly confident. Will also took this into consideration, fearing that 300 million volts of lighting wouldn't kill him, and that's why he used up all his spare power at once. Now he's at 500 million volts Thor. Even his eyes were white from the lighting. With just a look, 2 bolts of electricity exploded in front of him. No one dared come within 100 meters of him at all. After feeling the power in his body, Will grinned in satisfaction and threw an exquisite silver plate into the air. He had been waiting for a long time to see what kind of effect the dozens of meter-tall lighting could produce with his super electromagnetic cannon. A small coin can no longer satisfy him. It just so happens that the treasure he put in the Infinity Gauntlet has such a pure silver plate that is perfect for a conductor. By this time, Jack had completed his transformation, and his huge body was stuck in the quicksand, and Doflamingo was about to escape from the shadow box. But before he can do it, 500 million volt lighting super electromagnetic cannon. A silver column of light, with the thickness of a water tank, flooded Jack's position and plowed a highway through half of Dressrosa, literally plowing through the ocean like an airplane making a crash landing at sea, leaving an afterimage in the air even after the silver disc disappeared. Boom. At this time, the long overdue roar resounded in everyone's ears. Boom. As everyone's eyes moved, the giant mammoth, whose half of its body was vaporized, slowly fell down with an incredulous look on his face, and then was swallowed up by quicksand bit by bit. And Doflamingo, who had just escaped from the shadow box, had a rare expression on his face when he witnessed how terrifying that lighting is. And that is fear. Chapter 198 Crazy Escape. When the irritated Doflamingo got out of trouble, what appeared before his eyes was the frightening silver light, the half of the corpse of Jack that fell to the ground in the drought. He had several times overestimated the danger Will posed in his own mind, but at this moment, when all his backhands were burst like bubbles by the man himself, he seemed to remember the humiliation the man named Kaido had given him. And fear. Run. That's all he has left to think about now. The string puppet instantly turned into a small birdcage and exploded over Will and the others, and Doflamingo's eyes swept over the faces of Treble and the others, and he wanted to run away with them, but that thought came for just a second and was snuffed out by his own hands. If he goes back to save these burdensome people, he'll only get himself killed here. The family can be founded again, the family can be built again, but he cannot die. As long as he, Don Quixote Doflamingo, lives, no matter how many times he tries, he's going to turn the world upside down. Without the slightest hesitation, Doflamingo chose to give up everything, and took advantage of the opportunity to escape from the sky by using the air path without any hesitation. From the drought that killed Jack, to the birdcage that trapped everyone, and the opportunity for Doflamingo to escape alone. So many things happened in the blink of an eye that it's hard to react for a while. The eyes of Treble and the others, who had always worshipped Doflamingo as their young master, and had taken him as their faith and tried their best to nurture him, were filled with sorrow, but after a brief glance, they immediately regained their firm belief that the young master was right to do so, and that he could only live if he decisively left them behind. And as long as he lives, there is hope. And for that, it's time to say a final goodbye. The not-so-large birdcage was shrinking rapidly, and Will, who had just killed his opponent with the 500 million volt lightning super electromagnetic cannon, was in a short recovery period, and even the god of lightning form of his automatically dissipated. He still has some energy left, and with a little more reprieve, he can take his crew out of the birdcage through the gate fruit first, and then try to pull down and kill the flying Doflamingo in the sky. So he immediately glanced at Isho and asked, "Doflamingo is running, can you catch him?" "I'll try." Isho humbly replied, "He can even pull down a meteorite accurately, so is it hard to pull an individual?" With his special observation hockey along with the ability of the gravity fruit, Isho immediately grasps the location of Doflamingo. "Come down for me." With a smile, Isho clasped his sword to its scabbard. Then they saw Doflamingo, who used the clouds in the sky to move fast, immediately sank, and he was about to fall from the sky. But at that moment, Treble and the others, who had already put their lives on the line, tacitly attacked, and with the spirit of giving up their own safety and security, they desperately tried to attack Isho, who had just locked up Doflamingo, and Will, who had just shocked the audience by killing Drought Jack. They have only one thought now: to let the young master leave alive and fulfill their lifelong dream. Facing the enemy's desperate attack, even Isho and Will had to be cautious. After falling into the air and flying back up into the clouds, Doflamingo subconsciously took a glance into the birdcage, which immediately made his eyes bloodshot and his teeth chatter. "Why? I've already given up on you, so why are you doing this?" "Faceless Will, the Vice Captain Isho, the Faceless Pirates. I will avenge sooner or later for this hatred." Then Doflamingo disappeared into everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Will was also incomparably depressed. He was originally wondering whether to go and capture Doflamingo first or to take the ancient devil fruit of the zone fruit before him. After all, in a few minutes at most, the devil fruit energy would completely return from the dead body of Drought Jack to the entire world. But then Treble and the remaining cadres who were looking forward to their early death came over and entangled him desperately. If it wasn't for the big move he just used, he really wanted to reward them with a super electromagnetic gun and teach them the principles of life. "You're looking for death." After Isho made everyone float, Will knew that it was impossible to chase after Doflamingo, and it was better to get the fruit in front of him first. So he immediately said to Isho, "Give me a minute." Isho nodded and immediately stopped in front of him. And then began beating Treble and the remaining cadres by himself. The mammoth fruit was quickly collected by Will, although it didn't feel like an ancient zone devil fruit, but it is also a rare thing, so it can be studied whether to use it for himself or for the people around him or simply absorb it and see if it can strengthen his body to another level. And with this minute to recover, Will looked at the cadre of Doffy as if they were dead. "It's better for me to do it, after all, I've done this kind of killing many times, and I have no resistance in my heart." Seeing that Isho had been unwilling to kill them, Will had no choice but to do it himself. Isho sighed. He was still more inclined to hand them over to the Navy and put them in jail than to kill them, but as long as the title of Doflamingo as a 7 Warlords of the Sea was not revoked, these people would always be able to get away with it, so he acquiesced to Will's approach and directly retreated to the side. Sticky firing cannon. Stone bullet. Death Stardust. The cadres are still putting up a last resistance as if they want to inflict a few wounds on their enemies before they die. What praiseworthy loyalty, unfortunately. Shadow kill. The Shadow Warrior, who was unknowingly lurking in Treble's shadow, grabbed him by the arms, and then a shadow hornblade went through his heart with lightning speed. Double kill. Treble. Pika shouted. He and Treble were already badly wounded and had been fighting until now. It was normal for the enemy to open fire on them first, but seeing his companion die before his eyes still made his eyes filled with blood. "Don't scream, you will see him soon." As his voice was heard, Will appeared in front of Pika, and his left hand was affixed to the rock armor Pika wore on the outside, and then the erosion force was instantly activated. The sturdy rock armor directly turned into dust and flowed down, but an unexpected thing happened. Pika, who had a crisis in his heart, didn't take this opportunity to pull away, but directly opened his arms and pressed Will's shoulders, wrapping his hands with armament hockey in order to prevent him from escaping. "Diamante. Do it." Chapter 199. I'm a pirate, I don't have feelings. Will's left hand was already absorbing water from Pika's body, and even with the armament hockey as protection, he couldn't stop his own life from flowing, yet he had no intention of getting out of the way. Even if I have to die, I'll take you with me. The red-eyed Diamante raises his light sword and stabs Will straight in the heart. Go to hell. Clang. The sharp western sword was right on target, yet not a speck of blood was shed. Upon closer inspection, it was pitch black. Don't be like that, you guys are making such a fuss and making me look like a villain. Will was helpless, even if he couldn't telemetalize, so what, his level of mastery on his armament hockey, and now you want to kill me? How naive. First, with the use of almighty push, he bounced Diamante off the ground, then an uppercut with his right fist shattered Pika's jaw, followed by a jumping kick and a downward chop, completely shattering his armament defense. Compared to Virgo, Pika's armament hockey was only to an average level, and could not even withstand a single blow or 3 slashes from Zoro in the future, so it was not enough to be killed directly. After landing heavily on the ground, Pika already lost his consciousness in the process of falling. Will did not hold back at all and directly sliced his neck with a desert blade. But only 10 seconds had passed since he spiked Treble. Running is impossible, even without the birdcage that traps them here. Now that Treble and Pika are dead, only he and Baby 5 are left on the field, along with Buffalo, who was stunned by his guinea pig. And on the other side was also an unfathomable guy staying on the side to overlook the battlefield, so it's sure death for them. A relaxed smile appeared on Diamante's face as he thought, wait for me, I'll catch up with you soon Treble, Pika. A few dozen seconds later, Will finished off Diamante with little effort. Before he died, he wanted to leave a trace of himself on Will's body so that he could go below to give an explanation to the others, but he was unable to do so. Does the young master not want me anymore? Baby 5, who was wearing a maid outfit, cried loudly and continued to conjure up various guns and cannons to hit Will and Uchiha while crying and laughing at the same time. I'm useless, and useless guys should die. The only remaining Baby 5 has become hysterical as she keeps mumbling on herself, but it is embarrassing that she is just like the ADC of LOL in the S8 season. Sorry, it is the ad, without C, even if there is no ad death device, Will's desire to kill her is just a matter of thought. I'm a pirate, I don't have feelings. Just before Will was about to do it, he suddenly remembered that there was a strange setting for Baby 5, so he shouted with an attitude of giving it a try, hey! I need you to stop immediately. Do you need me? Really? As if someone had pressed the pause button on Baby 5, the tears on her face suddenly stopped, and then she happily put away all her weapons and stood by Will's side. Will would never have believed that she was sincere if he didn't know how strange this person was. Rather than being taken advantage of by that old guy Sai, and betraying the Don Quixote family for the sake of an ugly man, Will thought it would be better to have a maid by his side, and at least it would be nice to have an obedient maid if he thinks about it. But her character is really like a ticking time bomb. One day she might be abducted by someone else if he can't keep an eye on her. When he thought about it, he really mourned for the Don Quixote family, who have made a lot of effort over the years to this woman. It's not like they've had a lot of trouble over the years. But Will is not that patient. Once his bottom line is touched, he does not care whether the other party is a man or a woman, a man or a dog. He can give Baby 5 a chance to start over, but it's up to her whether she can grasp it or not. If she can't, Weapon Devil Fruit is good to keep for strengthening. Weapon Devil Fruit looks like it has a lot of potentials, but it's not, because all the weapons that are built have to be constructed and the principles are known to the person who has the ability to build them. So if you want to build an atomic bomb out of Weapon Devil Fruit, then the world's nuclear peace leaders can sit down. I need you, will you come with me? Great. I'm useful again. Baby 5 nodded wildly, and also inexplicably blushed. Will, who had been expecting this, didn't feel strange at all, and immediately opened a door in the air to let Uchiha and Baby 5 leave first. Only after the two of them got out of the birdcage did Will turn back to Charcoal and unconscious Buffalo, and then grabbed the time to collect the devil fruit. Today is destined to be harvest time. With the ton devil fruit and the ultra-rare ancient mammoth devil fruit that he got earlier, the profit this time is beyond imagination. Although Doflamingo got away, the fact that there were so many devil fruits in his account was enough to suppress the small regret in his heart. Anyway, sooner or later there will be another chance. That's right. There is also the devil fruit of sugar. A bug-like devil fruit. As long as the unsuspecting target got touched, even if they are one of the 4 emperors, they can only obediently turn into toys. Doflamingo was in such a hurry that he should have no time for her. Will suddenly remembered. So the question is, should he take the sugar onto his ship or simply take the fruit of toy in his own hands? Forget about it, I am going to see her first before I make a decision. By the way, are Monet and Caesar on the island? He only remembers that after the fight between Red Dog and Pheasant, Caesar set up his institute on that island. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Will simply said to Isho, "I'll take her with me to destroy Doflamingo Arms Factory," and so on, and Uncle Isho will go back to report about what happens here so that Nami and the others don't have to worry. Isho nodded, then looked at him and stopped talking. What did Uncle Isho want to say? Isho, who was hesitating, still opened his mouth and said, "Although the Don Quixote family has done a lot of bad things, there must be people who don't deserve to die. I hope that the captain will not be too aggressive in dealing with these people, and it would be better to give them a chance to rehabilitate or hand them over to the Navy to deal with, rather than killing them." Will agreed and nodded. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Chapter 200. Little sister, elder brother will take you to see the goldfish. Who else on the island that is a cadre or important member of the Doflamingo family? Baby 5, whose values and worldview are completely different from normal people, didn't hesitate to say, "Special cadre of the club army, Sugar, and Monet of the Heart's army." Will was delighted and immediately asked after them, "Where are they all? Take me there immediately." Baby 5 immediately pointed to a strange building over there and said, "Monet is in that research institute over there on a mission, and Sugar should be in the toy factory or at home right now." Will almost immediately decide on the order of priority, go to the research institute first. If nothing else, Monet's mission was to spy on Caesar, and if she learned of Doflamingo's escape, she would immediately take her men away from Dressrosa. A lot of time has been lost, and he must get there as soon as possible. After identifying the target, Will directly opened the door on the air, and then appeared inside the institute with Baby 5. "Who is it?" No one is allowed to enter the institute's premises without permission. As soon as they came out, the guards of the institute surrounded them, and even when they saw Baby 5, an acquaintance, they did not let their guard down in the slightest. "I'll leave these people to you, just beat them half to death." Will didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. If he made a move, none of these people would live, since Uncle Isho advised him to do less killing, even if it's for show. He has to give him this face. Baby 5 didn't say a word and turned out a machine gun and started shooting, and the guards who were screaming badly fell to the ground one after another. If not to remember Will's instructions, then the direction of her bullet aiming would not be the limbs. As the gunshots rang out, one by one, the researchers crouched on the ground like quails with their heads in their hands in fear. Will looked around and didn't see the guy in his memory, so he simply pulled up a researcher and asked, "Where is Caesar? Where is Monet?" The man shuddered and pointed toward the door and said, "They are gone." "When did they leave? Where did they go?" There was a huge explosion, and that's when they left, and it looked like Director Caesar didn't want to leave, but his secretary dragged him away, and then I don't know where they went." Will let go of him, his brow furrowed. It's not like the work of Doflamingo, it's like Monet, the woman who made her own decisions. How prudent. She actually guessed that she and Caesar would be in danger, and even took precautions. According to time projection, if she had only wanted to leave, she would have already left by ship. Alas, it was a miscalculation. But it wasn't his fault that he didn't know that Caesar and Monet were staying in Dressrosa at this stage. With Caesar's death-defying spirit, he thought he'd be stuck on some abandoned island by Doflamingo. What more do I need to do when it's all sorted out? Just then, the gunfire was gone, and a happy-looking Baby 5 carried a big gun and walked up to Will. "You actually betrayed the young master." The guard captain, who had only been shot in the limbs and whose life was temporarily safe, immediately pointed angrily at Baby 5. Bang. "If the master hadn't asked for it, this shot would have crushed your head." Turning her head, Baby 5 is like being a different person, unusually aggressive. Feeling the bullet hole in the side of his head, the guard captain immediately conceded. And Will, who had somehow become her master, immediately opened another door. "Let's go, let's find Sugar first." "Okay, Master." Baby 5, who had become gentle and sweet again, followed Will's lead. "Is this the toy factory?" "Yes, all those who need to be transformed into toys will be gathered and sent here, and then Sugar will do it herself." Of course, Will knew this, and in order not to be caught in the gutter, he also quietly covered his entire body with armament hockey, while activating his observation hockey to avoid being attacked secretly. The buggiest thing about the toy devil fruit is not that it can turn people into toys that can't be resisted, but that the moment it turns into a toy, all memories of that person disappear. What is the difference between living and dying when a person is completely abandoned by society and everything about him is erased as if he had never been in the world? This is the most terrifying and chilling of all. "Did you find her?" Baby 5 shook her head. She asked the people here, and someone said that just recently she had seen Sugar appear here, but she hadn't seen it since then. Will's eyes flickered. "Get everyone who has nothing to do with it out of here and destroy the place." Needed again and again. Baby 5 felt so happy that she immediately started bombing. Those who stay here wish their parents hadn't given them 2 more legs and flee in a mad dash. And Will was standing in front of the gate, watching as one person after another ran past him. Sugar's physical fitness is no different from that of a child unless Monet can remember to take Sugar away with her when she is dragging Caesar away, otherwise, it will be difficult for her to run far by herself. What's more, the people here also said that they saw her just a short time ago. In other words, she might have received certain information and messages and was ready to leave, which is why she disappeared in front of people. But Will came very quickly, and it wasn't long before Doflamingo escaped, so as long as she was still on this island, he would definitely be able to find her. Now it was time to determine if Sugar herself was still in the toy factory. With the bombing of Baby 5, the factory could collapse at any time. At that moment, a tiny figure fleeing out of the crowd stumbled in front of Will, and then cried out with a loud cry. "Dad, Mom, where are you? Uncle, will you take me to Mom and Dad?" A very sad and cute little girl sobbed and pitifully reached out her little hand toward the handsome uncle in front of her. A smiling Will also couldn't wait to stretch out his big hand, seeing that a big hand and small hands were about to shake together. The little girl's face revealed a triumphant smile. Then the smile immediately froze on her face. Why didn't he become a toy? Why? Become a toy for me. Little sister, elder brother will take you to see the goldfish. Will had a kind smile on his face as he asked her. The little girl, who was held tightly by Will and couldn't get away no matter what, squeezed out an ugly smile on her face and immediately said in surprise, "I can see my mom and dad. They're right over there. Uncle, let's watch Goldfish when we meet next time." Chapter 201, Taking Away the Legal Lie. What's so great about Goldfish? In her mind, the little girl scowled, apparently not knowing the true meaning of looking at Goldfish. But the top priority now was to evacuate quickly. She was sure that her ability could defeat this man in front of her, but it seems the other party had always been on guard against her. Even for such a cute little girl like her to be so wary, this guy must be mentally abnormal. While spitting in her heart, Sugar pretended to be soft and pitiful, hoping to get away from this pervert. However, Will turned a blind eye to her acting, and with an unkind smile, he showed his white teeth and said something that made her fall into the ice pit. "Why don't you just come with me, little sister Sugar? There are so many goldfish at your brother's place, you'll love to see them." She doesn't know how many people have been fooled by her harmless and cute appearance over the years, that's why she doesn't want to delay here until Baby 5 sees her. But Will, who has basically confirmed her identity, didn't give her the chance to do so, and once the Conqueror Haki, which has been developed to perfection, was withdrawn and released, Sugar, who just wanted to say something, fainted with her eyes rolled over directly. Will left without saying anything. Before leaving, he didn't forget to urge Baby 5 to destroy it completely. This day was destined to be an unforgettable one for the residents of Dressrosa. First, the palace where their king, Doflamingo, was located was blown up into the sky, and then there was a terrifying battle that shook the earth. Until the protectors of this country are defeated by the vicious ones and they become even more frightened and panicky. However, something even more bizarre happened. With the destruction of the toy factory, the worried people suddenly stared at the various toys on the street and watched as they all turned into real human beings. Then in the next second, those memories that had been lost for an unknown length of time filled their minds once again. They had tears on their faces when they remembered their loved ones and friends whom they forgot. "Martha, it's me. Dad. It's back, it's really back. Honey. What's going on here? So you've been with us all these years and we didn't even know it. Woo." The reunited family hugged and cried together, and almost all of Dressrosa repeated a similar scene. And then when these people who had been playing with them as toys spoke out in resentment of the truth, everyone was stunned. It was hard for them to imagine that the man who had freed them from the brutal King Rico was the true demon. The Don Quixote family, whom they have always revered, who they have always appreciated with all their hearts, and whom they even consider to be their protector, has been lying to them all this time. So what's going on with King Rico? Could there be a hidden agenda here? When they thought of what they had done to the royal family all those years ago, everyone immediately fell into a state of self-recrimination and remorse. At the same time, a soldier's toy with only one leg was transformed back into a human after a burst of light. After confirming that he had indeed changed back, and in light of today's events, he finally realized a possibility: Doflamingo had been defeated. The Don Quixote family is defeated. That's the only way to explain the changes now. And now that the toys are free again, it means that the lies that Doflamingo has been propagating all these years have been completely broken. It's time to tell the nation the so-called truth. It's time to welcome back the royal family to run this country. But there was one more thing he had to do before he could do that. Rebecca. Wait for me. With the escape of Doflamingo, the fall of the Don Quixote family, and the consequences of Sugar being unconscious, all of Dressrosa is in great turmoil. Everyone was so angry, but at the same time, they couldn't get rid of the uneasiness in their hearts. Plus, they didn't know who had defeated the Doflamingo family, let alone what these people would do to them and their country next, so they desperately needed someone to stand up and lead them, give them confidence, and give them something to rely on. The sound of explosions in the city is still being heard, as Will, led by Baby 5, goes from house to house destroying Doflamingo's efforts to stay in the country. Weapon factory, toy factory, research institute, etc. One by one, they were destroyed by Will's hands. But the people don't know his intentions, they just instinctively think that the faction who defeated Doflamingo is venting in their country. Is it possible that Dressrosa will be destroyed today? At a time when the entire country was in turmoil, the once spurned King Riku stood up with the truth. He just took Baby 5 with him and carried the unconscious Sugar in his hand and was sabotaging one facility after another. God knows how crazy Doflamingo is to build so many factories on the island to maintain his own interests. But in the end, destruction is much easier than construction, and even if there are more factories, Baby 5 and Will are more than enough to destroy them all. This is the last one, right? Well, according to what I know, all the factories left in this country by Doflamingo have been destroyed. She has now changed the way she calls Doflamingo, which is good news for Will, who wanted to take her away, but it's not enough, as next time when she meets Doflamingo, one word is enough for Doflamingo to get her back. That's why when we go back, I have to think about how to change her personality. Even if the root can't be changed, I have to try to see if I can train her to only listen to me. As for Sugar in his hand, it's better to go back and throw it to Snowball, as both of them are legendary legal Luli, and the young girl's body is filled with 20-something mature souls, so I believe they should have a common language. But I have to think of a way to seal up her abilities, otherwise, it's too risky. It's impossible to tell if anyone around me has been hit by her ability, and even if she turned someone into a toy in front of me, I probably wouldn't even notice. If I'm not careful, she can quietly wipe everyone out by herself. Luckily, apart from this buggy ability, Sugar has basically no battle power and is just an ordinary little girl. Will is ready to work on this. Chapter 202 Sugar. Stepping out of his door ability, Will came back with someone. Although they already know the outcome of the battle, Uncle Isho didn't say you kidnapped a couple of beautiful women. Although they didn't say it clearly, almost everyone asked this question in their eyes, and Will was embarrassed. It was a good thing that Isho came out to relieve the situation. It seems that the captain's trip is considered to be an acknowledgement of my opinion, although some people have done bad things for evil, but there must be some people whose sins do not deserve death. Will immediately nodded his head. Yes, yes. That's why I just destroyed the foundation of the Doflamingo family and didn't drive out all these people at the bottom. With a smile to cover himself, Will also came down the steps. Anyway, he is not a homicidal person. The Don Quixote family is now in name only, and all the benefits that can be taken have already been gotten. For those ordinary people he really has no desire to fight. It is not playing online games to brush experience, and he does not do anything that is not good. When I came back, I just happened to see that the original king of this place appeared, not only helping us to piece all the plots of Doflamingo, but also regained his throne, so let's leave the follow-up work to them, and we don't have to worry about the punishment of those guilty people. Isho nodded his head in satisfaction and smiled. The captain is really becoming more and more of a general. Unembarrassed will immediately change the subject, and then formally introduced Baby 5 and Sugar to everyone, with special emphasis on naming the importance and dangers of Sugar. Nami and the others were amazed that such a harmless little girl could be so dangerous. Let's just kill it. If they were replaced with a standard bad face like Doflamingo, they would definitely encourage them. But they could not bear to do it to such a cute little girl. Now that the captain has brought her back, he must have a solution for her, right? The crowd looked at Will in unison. In fact, this matter is easy to solve, since the condition of the ability to activate is to touch the target itself with her hand, then get her a glove that is difficult to destroy and take off, otherwise we can just chop off her hand, once and for all. No. Sugar, who had been pretending to be unconscious and waiting for an opportunity to escape, immediately became anxious when she heard that the devil was going to chop off her hand. Yoo-hoo, I'm glad that you're awake. I thought you would pretend for a while longer, Will said as he showed a kind and benevolent smile towards her. Sugar couldn't help but shiver and immediately compromised. Bring me gloves, I swear I'll never take them off or try to destroy them without your permission. It seems that what she said was not convincing enough, so she thought for a moment and she continued, I made the entire Dressrosa toy. If you have such a demand in the future, I will definitely cooperate. The smiling Will suddenly turned cold. I don't need that kind of toy, now it seems a little safer to cut off your hand. When Sugar saw the devil in front of her change color all of a sudden, she immediately knew that she said something bad. She just instinctively thought that they had caught her in order to achieve the same goal as Doflamingo, to make her produce an endless supply of toys. But as things stand now, it's clear that she's taking it too much for granted. They are just afraid of her ability to give her freedom, but don't seem to want to kill her if that's the case. It only took a second for the thoughtful Sugar to fill her big, cute eyes with tears and then immediately burst into tears. Sorry. Well, wow, but Daffy keeps asking me to do this, even if I don't want to. That's all I'm good for. And I don't want to get chopped up. No, no, no. Wah, you're a bad guy. Will, who grabbed her by the back of her collar, was taken aback by the sudden change in her. He didn't think she would cry. After a brief moment of confusion, he was almost 90% sure that the pseudo-ally was acting. However, just as Will was about to ruthlessly pierce her, Robin and the others, who were already overflowing with love, came directly at him with fury. Is it so rewarding to scare children? She's just a child, how can you say such heavy words? Don't cry, no more crying, Captain, since you have brought someone back, you must be patient and tolerant with children. Even Isho seriously educated him a few times. Will is so speechless. Still a kid? Do you know how old she is? She is at least 20. Almost as old as Nami. She used such naive tricks to coax people, didn't you see her pouting? Look. Look. She even gave me a special smile of triumph. This is just a little fox, don't be fooled. That's about it, if you don't want to be knocked out all the time, you'd better not do any tricks. I don't really want to do anything to you, but if anyone disappears from my memory, I'm not going to give you a second chance, got it? Ignoring the angry eyes of Robin and the others, Will carried Sugar directly to his mouth and then whispered a warning to her. Sugar, who was very proud, immediately looked horrified. She had indeed thought of attacking these people from the inside, but considering the consequences of the failure. I know. Very well, give me your hands. Sugar knew the truth that she was on the chopping block, so she simply stretched out her two small white hands. Will first took out a piece of gold from his infinity gauntlet inner space, then held it up to her eyes and immediately revealed a devilish smile. One of the 7 warlords of the sea faceless Will's identical gauntlets, do you want to know more about it? Then, in front of Sugar's bewildered eyes, the gold nugget in Will's hand was instantly melted by lightning, and then poured onto her hand as she watched in horror. Ah! My hand is definitely broken this time. Woo, you devil. And yet the pain she expected didn't appear, just a little warmth. With a sigh of relief she opened her closed eyes again, and what she saw was a water vapor after the rapid cooling down, and then her hands hidden beneath the vapor. Huh? How did this happen? Sugar looked at the equally golden little gloves on both of her hands and moved them curiously, but aside from some effort, they actually moved. Chapter 203, When Will We Get Married, Honey? The principle is actually very simple, it is no different from pouring a mold. It's just that in order to keep Sugar's hands from melting with the gold, he put a layer of shadow in the middle, separating the hot liquid gold from her hands. The Shadow Warrior didn't know what hot was. And it also ensures that the poured gold gloves are so absolutely tight that she can't even take them off if she wants to. This lightning metallurgy trick finally shines with a different brilliance in Will's hands. Of course, after all, it is the first time to do it, there is still a little flaw in the technical aspects, the finger joints are not well done, if you want to move, it is a little difficult. The other thing is that this pair of gold gloves is a little heavier than normal gloves, after all, it's pure gold, which is no different as a little burden for Sugar who have a weak physique. But compared to her threats, Will still felt more at ease with himself by doing so. If Sugar could remove or break the golden gloves that fit her skin without external help, Will would dare to take off his own head and kick it like a ball. Will is very satisfied with his work, except for the lack of holes, it's almost exactly the appearance of reference to his infinity gauntlet. After studying the golden gloves on her hands, Sugar was immediately frustrated, the gloves were almost like handcuffs to her. So Will, who had won the game completely, waved his hand and generously let Sugar go to the grumbling Nami and others to play. Then he looked at Baby 5 with his own deep hidden merit and fame. Sugar problem was solved, now it was time for this time bomb. Are you going to fulfill anyone's request? It's a very happy thing to be needed by someone, said Baby 5 immediately. It seems that teaching her will be a long battle of wits, and what Doflamingo has taken so many years to accomplish will be a long battle for him. Or is this the kind of Baby 5 that Doflamingo needs to be able to use as a tool, and when the time comes to use it, all he has to do is type in the voice command, I need you, and she will be able to activate a weapon woman who will work for him to the death. What would you do if I said I need you to take orders from me alone? Will's face was suddenly somewhat serious, and Baby 5's next answer would represent his attitude. If he is sure that this time bomb can't be defused, then he will have to find an empty place to detonate it, and then recycle everything he can. Baby 5 didn't realize that Will's attitude had changed. She just twisted and replied, although being needed by more people will make me happier, it's not impossible if the master needs me to do so, but a useless person has no value of existence, so I want to be needed all the time if the master is willing to commit to needing me for the rest of my life. I need you forever. Will agree without saying anything more. Well then, I'll only listen to my master's orders from now on. Will's mood suddenly became cheerful, but he continued to ask in order to put an end to any future problems. If Doflamingo appears in front of you again and says he needs you, what will you do? Baby 5 shook her head and said, he doesn't need me anymore, and the fact that he left me alone is proof of that, so I won't listen to him anymore. Will's mind was clear, and he remembered Baby 5 who cried loudly and recklessly in the real birdcage. I'm sure Doflamingo had said something similar to Baby 5. In other words, as long as I don't leave Baby 5 behind like Doflamingo, she won't be that time bomb anymore. It seemed it hit her hard when Doflamingo abandoned her. Nice, nice. Then he saw a blushing Baby 5 kicking a stone with her toes with her hands behind her back, and asked, so when are we getting married? Marriage? Will is very confused and screams out. Nami and others who had been teasing Sugar were also distracted by the word. However, Baby 5 didn't know Will's confusion. She just said in a very matter-of-fact tone, if you need someone forever, isn't that marriage? Geez, why are you so shy? Would you like me to continue to address you as master or honey after the wedding? Honey. Is the world changing too fast, or is my ability to accept new things too slowly? Will, who had some doubts about life, said in a very obscure way, actually, you don't have to get married if you need someone for the rest of your life. Parents, siblings, or even lifelong friends are all fine. Is that so? Baby 5 asked in confusion. The energized Will immediately affirmed, of course. Who knows, Baby 5 immediately said, no. In displeasure. Then let's talk about it later, I don't have that plan yet. Helplessly, Will just had to deal with it first. Marriage is not possible now, and according to the order of first come first served, how can she not get her turn? But to be honest, a man's heart will be a little dark and happy when a beautiful woman with a beautiful body chases after you to marry her. At the most, when he flattens the world and stands at the top, he'll save her one of his harem seats. And until then, he won't let anything distract him. Long after he had indulged in the great thrill of increasing his strength, that aspect of his mind had completely faded. As a result, the few times Nami tried to cheat him out of his money the old-fashioned way, he justifiably refused. Just when Will was still calm and unmoved in the face of people's weird stares, finally someone came to the door. Can I ask if you are the heroes who defeated the Don Quixote family? I am Rikudolto I, former king of Dressrosa, and on behalf of the people of the country, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who gave a helping hand. King Riku, who didn't recognize Will's identity, put himself in a very humble position right away, and directly defined Will and his group as heroes who were trying to save this country. This response is a perfect example of wisdom and experience, as expected from an old man. Chapter 204 Hot Potatoes. Violet, who came with King Riku, recognized Baby 5 and Sugar at once. But just as Kairos was about to pull out his sword without even thinking about it, King Riku immediately stopped him. Whether these two are Don Quixotes or not, and what kind of relationship they have with each other, it is not for them to ask at this juncture. How powerless they were in the face of those Doflamingo's men, they will only be more powerless now in the face of those Will crew. If any of these actions annoyed the other party, it would be as good as doom for the already bruised and battered Dressrosa. Rebecca, who was dressed in armor, almost drew her sword with her father just now. As for Will, his mission here has been completely accomplished, and the plans and worries of Riku and the others are as clear as a mirror in his heart. So he bluntly said, Baby 5 and Sugar did turn out to be Doflamingo's men, but they're with me now, so no need to make a fuss. Although the Don Quixote family has been nearly annihilated, Doflamingo fled the island early, so you'd better contact the Navy and tell them the truth, see if you can strip him of his 7 Warlords of the Sea title, and seek protection on the way. King Riku and the others immediately turned pale. The news that Doflamingo was still alive and had escaped was a big blow to them, and if Doflamingo were to return, it would definitely bring disaster to the country again. Unless, as they say, they make public what happened in Dressrosa and what Doflamingo did, forcing the Navy to outlaw his title and re-hunting him as a pirate, they will be somewhat relieved. But what the man in front of them said next plunged their whole hearts into an abyss. In addition, the news that Drought Jack died here should soon be spread, and no one can guarantee what that crazy Kaido will do after he finds out, so if you don't want to be destroyed, think of a way to move quickly. In an instant, King Riku and several people fell as they felt like they saw their lives fleeing in their bodies when they heard the name Kaido. Drought Jack death, Kaido, extermination. These words strung together immediately plunged them into despair. One Doflamingo could have played them for fools, and if it hadn't been for someone to rescue them, Dressrosa would have been living under a lie forever. And now what did they hear? The four emperors' right-hand man died in their country. Kaido's insane personality will implicate the innocent. And Dressrosa will take the brunt of it. Against the four emperors, and the possibility of personally taking action against them, this is no longer something the Navy can shelter. I haven't asked you your name yet, can I have the pleasure of knowing it? Old King Rico forcibly smoothed out his mood and asked. The captain of the faceless pirate group, Will. Surprisingly it was him. King Rico was amazed. As a member of the seven warlords of the sea, Will's fierce reputation has long been known to the world, thanks to the spread of various gossip. The most famous thing about him is that he kills his associates. First was Sand Crocodile, then Gecko Maria. The Navy's meeting of the seven warlords of the sea was no secret to some, and the death of Paperman Simon made many suspects that he was responsible for it. And now he's came to Dressrosa specifically to pick on Doflamingo. It's hard to imagine how much this man has a problem with the title of seven warlords of the sea, or does he want to take it all by himself? Thank you Captain Will for what you have done for Dressrosa, it's just that what you have just said is so horrifying, can you tell me more? King Riku said with a bitter smile. Will, who had never thought of concealing anything, naturally wouldn't let these ordinary people take the blame for him, so he briefly told the whole story. Everything is a private grievance, and I killed Jack in the drought. These words can be spread. If Kaido wants to trouble me, let them come, but will that lunatic be angry with you? I don't know, you can only ask for blessings. When King Riku saw Will's calm demeanor, he felt some shame and admiration in his heart. But if this matter was not handled properly, the whole of Dressrosa was in danger of being annihilated. Where could so many people go in a short time? So King Riku bit his tongue and asked, is there any other way for you to save the whole country? The throne of Dressrosa can be handed over to your excellency as long as the crisis can be overcome safely. Father. Violet, Kairos, and Rebecca screaming out. It is not that they are greedy for royal power, but rather that the country, which has only recently awakened from the lies that Doflamingo has spun. Is it going to be handed over to another pirate immediately? But if they didn't, they really didn't know how to deal with the possible retaliation from Doflamingo and Kaido. Seeing this, Will was also helpless. Even if you want to hand over the whole country to me, you have to ask me if I want to take over it first. Let the Navy and the world government have the headache of this hot potato. So he immediately made his attitude clear. Doflamingo is just a dog that is not to be feared, but Kaido is not so easy to provoke. We are still too busy to take care of ourselves. I'm afraid we can't help you. It was a bit cold, but it was all true. King Riku also knew that it was a dream to try to trick someone into helping to save Dressrosa with such empty words, but he was still a little devastated when he was actually rejected. The Navy won't just stand by and watch and leave it alone, and then again, we could have sought the protection of the other four emperors. Violet, who was forced to join the Don Quixote family, immediately stepped forward and said. King Riku and a few of his own family members looked at each other and nodded their heads in silence. In any case, they still appreciated what Will and the others had done, and they understood the principle of repaying kindness, so King Riku kindly invited them to accept the gratitude of the people. Forget about the gratitude, we have said that it's just a personal grudge between us and Doflamingo, it's not for anyone, in particular, just give us a place to settle down and rest for a few days. After the war, Will was in no hurry to leave, so he naturally needed to find a place to refresh himself. The wave of devil fruit he harvested this time, he also needed to make reasonable arrangements as soon as possible, whether to keep it for later or consume it to strengthen himself. He needed to hurry. He felt that he was already strong, but not strong enough, not the strongest. At least like Kaido's unkillable superhuman physique, he couldn't do it, even after absorbing so many devil fruits. Faced with Will's reasonable request, King Riku agreed without saying a word, and promised to host a grand reception for them to welcome the heroes of Dressrosa. Chapter 205 Fire Fist Ace. A few days later, on a small island in the New World, Doflamingo, who had decisively escaped, finally waited for his last bargaining chip. Foo, very good, you finally did not let me down. The self-willed Monet dropped the terrified Caesar with one hand, and then respectfully said, I gave up sugar because I was in a hurry, so I disappointed the young master. Doflamingo restrained his laughter for a moment, then asked gloomily, Treble and the others? The whole army is wiped out. They were all killed by Faceless Will. Good, very good. Doflamingo gritted his teeth with fire in his eyes, but soon calmed down, and there was no need to continue fighting with a dead man. Since Drought Jack died in the hands of Faceless Will, that madman Kaido would never sit idly. He hadn't dared to contact Kaido in the past few days because he was afraid that he would be implicated, but he had waited for his last bargaining chip and it was time to tell the man the news. The Denmushi soon answered. Joker. It's me, something's happened, Jack has been killed. Silence. Then a loud sob was heard at the other side of the Denmushi. Kaido was gushing tears as he gulped down his wine before questioning, who is it? Who killed my beloved general? Madman. Doflamingo gives a twisted account of the Battle of Dressrosa in version 2.0 and then focuses on how Drought Jack was tortured by the Faceless Will. After hearing this, Kaido cried even harder. Then at some point, it stops abruptly and asks, extremely calmly, then why did you survive? Since you're no longer useful, go and bury yourself with Jack. Doflamingo felt great fear, but Kaido was his only chance to turn the tide, and he couldn't give up. I still have Caesar, and if you give me time, I can start all over again. Caesar, who was tied up, gagged, and was thrown on the ground, looked very pitiful, and thought gosh, it's so hard to get research funding these days. They don't know if it was Doflamingo's leverage that impressed Kaido, but Kaido chose to give him a second chance after a slight silence. Bring Caesar to me, and remember, this is your last chance, and any further failure will mean that you have lost your last value. Humiliation. The arrogant Doflamingo felt great humiliation at Kaido's words, his teeth chattered and veins bulging on his forehead, but he endured them all, only to hang up the Denmushi and violently erupt with a conqueror haki that swept across the island. After venting his anger, Doflamingo regained his composure and didn't ask Kaido what exactly he would do, because he knew that the madman would choose the craziest course of action to exact his revenge. Then he took out another Denmushi. Tesoro, it's me. A few minutes later, the conspiracy was complete and Doflamingo looked gloomy. Faceless Will. Tesoro. Kaido. Sooner or later, all of you will pay. The naval headquarters was also in chaos at this time, with the fleet admiral busy with information and requests from Dressrosa. But at this very moment, the world government has stepped in and insisted on messing with him on this matter. Bang. Sengoku angrily slapped the table. What Doflamingo has done is a complete violation of the original agreement. I suggest that he be immediately stripped of his 7 Warlords of the Sea title and be wanted with full force. In the face of the angry Sengoku, the Cypher Pol Agents 0 member who got the order simply replied calmly, Doflamingo's matter has been decided by the 5 elders, and I hope the Navy can cooperate with the world government to act in the greater good. Bullshit about putting the greater good first. Sengoku was so angry that he wanted to eat people. Had it not been for Doflamingo's hands to hold some secrets of the world nobles, how would the world government condone his actions these years? They must have rushed to the door this time because Doflamingo had made some kind of deal with them again. Doflamingo's evil deeds have completely spread, and if the Navy does nothing at this point, how will we be able to convince the public in the future? That's something you need to consider, Fleet Admiral. We're just here to convey the decision of the higher-ups. The Navy is still an organization under the jurisdiction of the world government in the end, am I right? After saying that, the man ignored the livid face of Sengoku and got up and left. Unable to resist any longer, Sengoku directly smashed the table with his fist. What about Kaido? Drought Jack died in Dressrosa, and the world government can guarantee that that madman won't take it out on the innocents. The Cypher Pol Agents 0 man turned around with a chuckle and said, is the amount of money the world government allocates to the Navy every year, as well as the latest weapons and warships, all for show? Isn't it the Navy's duty to keep people safe? Or did the hallowed Fleet Admiral just hear Kaido's name and get overwhelmed with fear? Good, the world government wants us to go to war with Kaido, right? Instead, Sengoku, who had been squeezed so much, regained their composure, and immediately said, in that case, the entire Navy will head for Dressrosa right away, and fight the beast pirates there to the death. I hope you can handle the consequences and the cost of this. The Cypher Pol Agents 0 member's face immediately changed color, and he realized that he is him. The world government is the world government, he can't represent the world government, and naturally, he can't bear the consequences. So he immediately changed his tone and said, our people have already made contact with Doflamingo, and as long as you don't deprive him of his title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, I believe we can convince him to keep Kaido from making a move on Dressrosa. Humphrey. Sengoku, having taken a sigh of relief, no longer brought up the subject of a full-scale war with Kaido, because a carelessness would cause the entire Navy to fall into despair. The matter had came to this point, and it seemed that there was no alternative but to compromise. Cypher Pol Agents 0's men left in disgrace, but Sengoku was not in a good mood either. He wasn't surprised that Faceless Will would visit Dressrosa. After all, it's not realistic to want one to cross the sea in such a huge roundup, and the Navy and world government won't bother with this kind of crap. It's just that these two picked such a critical moment, The new 7 warlords of the sea candidates have not yet been decided, and now the 100 Beasts pirates are involved, plus the sudden appearance of the Blackbeard pirates in the 7 warlords of the seas conference. Is the sea really going to change? Report. Come in. Blackbeard's pirates have contacted us again, claiming to have captured Fire Fist Ace, the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, alive. Now. It's really going to change. Chapter 206 Shamelessness is also a skill. It's indeed Doflamingo's style. If he knew that you had teamed up with me a long time ago, he would probably die of anger? Keep going as planned. After putting away the Den Mushi, Will couldn't help but feel silent for Doflamingo, hoping that he could still keep his sanity after knowing the truth. But the only thing that surprised Will was that the Navy didn't contact him after such a big event, which wasn't like the style of the fleet admiral. Just at this moment, there was a knock at the door. Please come in. Excuse me, my father asked me to come and tell you that the Navy doesn't think Kaido will specifically come over to retaliate against Dressrosa, but has sent a group of Navy over to help keep the peace for about 3 days. Violet walked in wearing a warm evening gown, and she was extremely grateful that the faceless pirates had been able to free themselves from Doflamingo. And as the captain of the ship, Faceless Will was not only not as vicious and murderous as rumored, but also funny and humorous, mainly because he was handsome enough. Rich and powerful, strong and handsome. What woman wouldn't like such a man? Violet, who had long since reached the age of marriage leave, was naturally no exception, not to mention the fact that he saved the entire country. So she ran here if she had nothing to do in the past few days. Will nodded his head. He has done everything he can say and can do, and it doesn't matter what Dressrosa will become next. So he said bluntly, in that case, we'll leave here tomorrow. Violet also knew that they would have to leave before the Navy arrived, but she was still despondent when it came time to part. Impulsively, she spoke directly from her heart, can you stay, or can you take me with you? Will was stunned. It was impossible to stay, but taking her with us? After the appearance of Baby 5 and Baby, his ship has been in a complete state of flux, and one more woman? It's not that it's impossible, but it depends on whether she is useful or not, and he's not interested in carrying a vase. By the way, you're also a devil fruit user, right? Will suddenly remembered something. Violet immediately said with some excitement, that's right. I ate the Glare devil fruit, and it is because of my abilities that Doflamingo forced me to join his family. As she explained her ability in more and more detail, Will nodded his head repeatedly, and he was a bit tempted. Those eyes of hers could complete reconnaissance at a radius of 4,000 kilometers away with her as the center of the circle, and they also had a see-through function. When sailing on the ocean, vision is especially important, and how far you can see means how much risk you can reduce and how much planning you can do in advance. And she also has the eyes to see through all the lies and know what's in the other person's heart, which is really useful as a support person. Thinking of this, Will inevitably asked curiously, are you willing to give up your current status as a princess and go to sea with us to become a pirate? Violet was too embarrassed to say the real reason, so she nodded and said, you saved the entire Dressrosa, someone has to repay this kindness, and I feel that my ability can help you a lot. Will nodded his head. It's true that her ability is very beneficial. Not only can she become a one-person scout, but she can also become their interrogator, and there are many things she can do due to her devil fruit ability. In the future, if Sugar lied and used her cuteness again, he could ask Violet to pierce her mercilessly. So Will simply said, if you make up your mind, then I have no reason to refuse you. Really? Why does it feel like you're happier than I am? Violet felt herself blushing a bit, then left with the words, I'll go inform my father, and turned and fled in a bit of a panic. Alas, it is a sin to be handsome. After sighing at the world for valuing faces, Will got up and went to the hall, where everyone else stayed to relax and rest. Make final preparations today, and we'll leave after dinner tomorrow at noon. Leaving tomorrow? Yes, King Riku just sent someone to tell us that the Navy has 3 days to reach Dressrosa, and to avoid trouble, we will leave tomorrow. Everyone nodded, although they were not afraid of the Navy, but there was no need to get into trouble. Roar when he saw its daddy coming, Little Dot immediately fought his way out of Nami's great bosom, then climbed all the way up to Will's head and stretched his neck out there in a super fierce manner. Although usually Little Dot is left to Nami to take care of a few girls, but after all, the first thing Dot saw after breaking its shell was Will, plus it actually feeds on lightning, so it can only come to Mother Will to feed it when it's hungry. Okay, stop scratching. If you dare to mess up my hairstyle again, I'll instant transmission your whole body. Will, who is both a mother and father, had no choice but to feed the little guy with a ball of thunder like a candy pea. With something to eat, the little guy was instantly calm, and his eyes revealed a great deal of satisfaction. After eating a lot, he wanted to have an electric discharge on Will's head, but Will directly grabbed it and threw it to Nami, who then stuffed it into her own deep and bottomless bosom with special skill. After feeding the child, Will turned into a big man in a second, especially shamelessly pillowed on Robin's lap, who was reading a book on the sofa, and then called Baby 5 and Perona to hurry over to serve him. Perona, who was thrown to the Baby 5 for special maid training these past few days, has already looked like she was broken. It's because the happy Baby 5 is just two extremes. The big sister Robin took off her glasses and closed the book she hadn't read for a few pages, gently pulling Will's ear as if she was teaching her younger brother a lesson. Will nodded his head without a care in the world, fully illustrating the saying, if a tree has no skin, it will die. If a man is shameless, he is invincible. Robin really can't do anything with him, and Baby 5 is even more jealous. Only Perona still fantasizes about the impracticality of making him kneel down and sing Conquest with the blow to the negative ghost. Snow. Is it true that Doflamingo was defeated by such a man? On the other hand, Sugar, with her little golden gloves, was throwing her favorite grapes into her mouth while asking curiously to Snowball, who was in the same boat as her. How many times have I told you to call me sister? Snowball took a deep breath on her cigarette, then confirmed her position again before saying, it has nothing to do with whether a person is strong or not. Although this guy is often unreliable, he grows in strength at a terrifying rate. Sugar nodded her head in deep thought. Chapter 207 The Calm Before the Storm. Freshly printed newspapers are scattered all over the world, with the scrupulous newsbirds scattering them without asking for a penny. Perhaps the Navy and the world government can influence the truth of the news to a certain extent, but no matter how much these two forces can control the world, it is impossible to control public opinion completely. As for the World Economic News Agency, a neutral organization that is both restricted by the world government, affected by the pirates, and has its own independent interests, unless the world nobles who control the world's rights personally intervene, otherwise they will not give up the authority and credibility accumulated over the years. Therefore, the World Economic News Agency took the lead to issue a manuscript and reported the Dressrosa incident in depth for the first time. When the world government wanted to send people to intervene, the newspapers had already spread over the entire sea. The Whitebeard pirate group, with a drip, read the latest newspaper and put it down. The little guy who made Jinbai especially come to warn about, who was never taken seriously by him, actually did another great thing. Wiping out the Don Quixote family is no big deal, but actually killing Kaido's henchman, Drought Jack, is inevitably impressive. The strength and boldness alone made him want to recruit him, as he likes talent, but it's also been a long time since he took a son. But if it's this little guy. Gorrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Exactly. I've been looking at that idiot for a long time too. Ha ha ha. Is the old man tempted? Are we going to have another brother? I don't think so, but he's the famous 7 warlords of the sea killed. TSKY, do we care if he is a 7 warlords of the sea? Isn't Boss Jinbai also one of the 7 warlords of the sea? But not only is he our friend, but he is also one of our brothers. It's true that Boss Jinbai is our brother, but with the title of 7 warlords of the sea, he's not destined to officially join us. Who cares? I kind of miss that bastard Ace. He's been gone for so long and he didn't even know how to come back to visit us. Pa. What you said is true. And we haven't heard from him in a long time. Just now, they were still discussing whether Faceless Will would become one of them. But it didn't last as their topic changed from Will to Ace. Compared to Will's 7 warlords of the sea, they were more concerned about their brother Ace. The joyful smile on the white-beard face faded away, and the bad premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger, but he still didn't regret letting Ace out, because that was the path his son had chosen by his own hands. Ace, come back alive. The Beast Pirates, the newspaper that had just arrived, was crushed to powder by a large hand. Find his location, and this time I'll do it myself. Joker, don't let me down again. Big Mom Pirates, quick. Quick. Mama's schizophrenia has started again. Cake. Cake. Here comes the cake, aw. Don't eat me. Not me. The entire Cake Island is in a state of panic, and the newspaper, which was scorned by Big Mom, has disappeared with the destruction of half of the island. New world, somewhere in the sea. Shanks frowned as he put down the newspaper, wondering what kind of changes would be brought about by the appearance of another such character on the sea. And it had been a long time since Ace Firefist had been heard from after going out to sea to hunt for Teach. Knowing Ace's true identity and Teach's true strength, a haze was inevitably cast over Shank's heart. Let's hope it's not the worst possible outcome. In one of the black bars in the Sabati Islands that specializes in ripping people off, Shaki smiled as she smoked a cigarette and said, Little Will has stirred up a hornet's nest, and I guess that guy Kaido is now looking for his whereabouts all over the new world. I do have faith in that kid, maybe it won't be long before he gives us an even bigger surprise. We'll see now. Those bastards at SHIELD are going to be lonely again, so they can't just let my old bones rest for a while. In the first half of the Grand Line, Trafalgar Law, who had just finished a battle, had a weirdly thumping heart in his hand, and on the other hand, he held the newspaper that he had just bought from Newsbird. Dressrosa. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Drought Jack. Faceless Will. And when he saw the words that Doflamingo was defeated and his whereabouts were unknown, he couldn't help gritting his teeth. Corazon. I'll avenge you soon, wait for me. The little ones. Oh. Let's go. Target New World. After leaving the Long Ring Island, the Straw Hat Pirates, who had just arrived at the capital of the Seven Waters to replace their new ship, were gathering around exclaiming. 1 billion bliss. How scary is the New World when such monsters are actually killed? This Faceless Will is definitely not to be messed with. Yeah, this guy beat me so badly. Luffy, you know each other? I met him 2 years ago and this guy wasn't that strong back then, but I was no match for him at all. Oh yeah. I still owe him a devil fruit. As the straw hat was clasped to his head, Luffy couldn't help but smile an infectious smirk. So that's why you always wanted to collect devil fruit along the way? Zoro and Sanji, the two rivals, looked at each other and then turned their heads with a huff. Yeah, a promise made to someone has to be kept even if it means death. When I see him again, I'm going to defeat him and make him my crew. Luffy's eyes showed determination. However, the others, including the cute Chopper, all looked at him speechlessly. Let's think about how to get Usopp back first. If Usopp were here, he'd be strangling himself at this point and saying, it's over. I have a disease that will kill me if I go to the New World. Chopper painted a graphic imitation of Usopp, yet immediately became depressed. Leave him alone. The Going Merry is fine and helps us a lot, but can't sustain us on our voyage, so if Usopp can't figure it out, let him stay. Luffy was also unwilling to do this, but he had to do it. Although he was unwilling to give up any of his companions, if it really came to a time when his ideas were inconsistent and conflicted, it would be better to not get together and disband. And everyone was silent. Chapter 208. Big Mom Tea Party. Will has always had a traditional virtue, that is, he must repay them. He can return the favor tenfold, but if he has a grudge against someone, he won't think about this kind of bullshit. If he can beat them, he'll beat them, but if he can't, he'll use the money to beat them, and if he can't, he'll ask his old man to step in. In short, this breath must be taken. Because he doesn't take the initiative to offend people, most of the time he can occupy a courteous word, that's why his father will personally wipe his ass every time like a protective calf. But on the other hand, it also proves why he is not suitable for the business world. But after crossing into the world of pirates, Will felt that he had changed a lot, but only this point remained the same. Therefore, after Doflamingo was beaten up and ran away without knowing his whereabouts, he also started to settle accounts after the event. Those bastards who paid to kill him while he was still in the New World, none of them will escape. Don't kill me, don't. With a bang of a gun, Baby 5, who had received the order, shot the scum with a flush shot. Who the hell are you guys? We're the subordinate of the King of Loan Sharks, Dufeld. If I were you, you should stop this killing or your family will die. Are you sure you're all Dufeld's men? The man who spoke thought the other man was afraid and immediately plucked up his courage and put on an arrogant face. Of course. If you stop now and admit your mistake, I can plead for you to let you off the hook. What followed, however, was something he did not expect. He saw the leader, a young man, suddenly extend his right hand with a magnificent gold gauntlet on it. Wait. This glove? Is it? But before he could utter a name, a bolt of lightning struck him, directly scorched and burned him, still couldn't at the end say the name of the guy he had in mind. Sorry, I'm looking for trouble with this guy. Will's face was indifferent. The King of Loan Sharks? Ha. Find all the loan sharks' strongholds on this island. You've ruined so many people's homes, now it's time to experience it for yourself. The one-sided carnage continues. How many loan sharks are good people? On Earth, at least, there are laws to keep the scum in check, but in a world where the Navy can't even take care of itself, the so-called King of Loan Shark and his men are a bunch of blood-sucking worms on the bottom of the barrel. You can't pay the money back? It's okay. Take the whole family into slavery and make a lot of money. It is precisely because they saw the family's separation from each other as soon as he boarded the island that Uchiha and the other crew members turned a blind eye to Will's order. Perhaps in his eyes, these scumbags did deserve to die. But not all of them can do it like Baby 5, more are just like Robin, directly knocking people out and leaving them there. Will didn't say anything about this. The kindness in their hearts is enough for them to have the strength to guard it. Anyway, when the Navy came, these dregs would have to spend the rest of their lives in jail. Soon, the outlaw island fell. A large number of untransferred funds were intercepted by Will and his team. Only this time, even Nami, who is equipped with kaleidoscopic beery eyes, did not passively activate her KK Genkai but agreed with Will's initiative to return the hard-earned money to those poor people. If not as a last resort, who would force themselves to borrow from loan sharks? Except, of course, for the red-eyed gamblers. But except for those hateful people, most of the people in this world who borrow from loan sharks are all caught in the predicament of not being able to survive, and they have to bet the fate of their whole family. When the inhabitants of this island got the news, everyone went crazy. They worked hard every day. Except for the rations that barely eased their starvation, the rest was taken away by the loan sharks, yet it was not enough to pay the daily interest. How ironic. And this will continue until they completely collapse, and when the loan sharks realize they can't squeeze any more profit out of them, they will just arrest them and sell them into slavery, along with their wives and children. And all those who borrowed from loan sharks, that have a heart, had long since died inside out. But today it is beating with renewed vigor. That look of gratitude and tears made Nami and the others silent. Let's go to the next place. Sighing, Will spoke up. What happened here was over. Some people took the money and prepared to move to another place to live again, while others chose to stay. The Navy would come soon, and he believed the king of loan sharks would have to break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach because after all, he was a loan shark, not a pirate. The loan papers had been burned in a fire, so could he still go door to door and rob them asking for interest? Soon Dufeld received the news and the good cigar in his hand was directly crushed into several pieces by him. And it's not just him, all the guys who were involved in the original Doflamingo's plan to surround and kill him have all been retaliated against by the faceless pirates. The bad news came one after the other, causing several dignitaries in the underground world to feel sorry for themselves. Since they left the Dressrosa, Will has been going from house to house with the information that Tesoro had compiled. Want peace talks? Yes. Let's talk about when you met Yama in hell. If one Doflamingo is able to make his way into the underground world and become a king, would a more powerful man not be able to handle these insects? Seeing the faceless pirates unscrupulously uprooting their forces in the new world one by one, these so-called big shots finally couldn't take it anymore. It didn't take long for the time and place of the tea party to be announced from the Cake Island, and invitations were sent like snowflakes to those who were eligible to attend the Big Mom Tea Party. And the recent fierce faceless Will was actually included in the invitation. And it was an open invitation through the newspaper. Only Will himself knows the friendship between Big Mom and Kaido, and this tea party is no less than a great feast for him. To go or not? It was a question worth considering, and he wanted to know what would happen to him with his current strength against one of the four emperors. Chapter 209 The 7 Warlords of the Sea. Bury yourself in darkness. Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor. Zahahaha. Whether it's the sun or the darkness, there's only one winner. I will put Whitebeard on the throne. Outside the cell, the sound of footsteps interrupts the chaotic thoughts of Ace, who is trapped in countless chains. Gah. Grandpa. It's a good thing you're still alive after being so badly injured, Ace. All he did was to save the innocent child, but he didn't expect that all his efforts would be in vain. Everything is fate. Thanks to you, the naval headquarters, no, the world government is in disarray. Those guys won't allow the bloodline of Pirate King Goldie Roger to remain alive, and a date for public execution has been set. Now. Kill me. The bruised and battered Ace gasped for air as he looked up with his untamed eyes at Garp, who was sitting on his knees on the floor outside his cell. After a brief silence, Garp said with a serious face, "Let go of your naivete, even if you die now, Whitebeard won't let up, and no one can stop it anymore." Ace bit his lips until it bled, his eyes filled with remorse and self-loathing. He would rather die than see the old man Whitebeard go to all-out war with the Navy for his sake. Even if they do get him out, how many of his brothers will have died in this rescue? Is it worth it? Pops. Ace, who didn't want to leave tears of remorse in front of his loved ones, forcefully held back his emotion. Alas, I wanted to train both you and Luffy to be excellent naval officers, but instead of becoming naval officers, you became notorious pirates. Suddenly laughed out loud as he regained his composure. Luffy and I both inherited the bloodline of world-class major criminals, so how could we become Navy? But to this day I'm not willing to admit that I have the other half of my asshole father's blood in me. So, old man. My only father is the only one named Whitebeard. Garp was up against Ace's hawk-like determination. After coming out from the level 6 prison, the first thing Garp saw was his old friend, Sengoku, who was already waiting outside. Garp, remember who you are, you're a Navy. I hope you won't forget. Knowing the so-called truth, Sengoku was very worried for his old friend, but he was even more worried that his old friend would abandon his principles and persistence for so many years and help save Ace, the evil bloodline left by Roger. And yet, in the face of the warrior's warning, Garp didn't even have the mood to gag, and he said bluntly, "You don't need to tell me such things. Ace is my grandson, but I was a Navy man before that." Sengoku noticed his old friend's clenched fists and clenched teeth, so he sighed and stopped bringing up the subject. The identity of becoming a 7 warlords of the Sea of Blackbeard teach has been recognized by the world government, and the exact time of his public execution has been set. Shouldn't it be up to you, the fleet admiral, to look after these things? Don't bother me again until that day, and just try to understand the pain of an old man who is about to lose his grandchild. Garp also walked away alone, leaving Sengoku with a lonely back. At this moment, Sengoku already knew that they could not count on his old friend to contribute to the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. At present, the naval headquarters had already gathered all the high-end combat forces and 100,000 elite soldiers. This was the strongest lineup the Navy could muster without disrupting normal operations. But even this amount of troops could not put Sengoku at ease. After all, they were about to face the uncrowned king of the sea, and could not be more cautious and nervous. Thus, the compulsory conscription of the 7 warlords of the sea became the necessity of the hour. Let's hope these bad guys can get acquainted. In just a few days, the whole sea is changing colors. The news that the Navy was about to publicly execute the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace, in Manafort, spread to every corner of the sea. Everyone who read the newspaper was shocked. Was the Navy crazy? With Whitebeard's short temperament and the style of the Whitebeard pirates, this is forcing the Whitebeard pirates to attack the naval headquarters. Although Whitebeard is old, the fierce name he left behind still remains and is feared in the seas and oceans. Everyone knew that the day of the public execution would be the day of the all-out war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, and the biggest suspense of the day would be who would have the last laugh. This war will certainly change the world as it exists today. Whether it would be the fall of one of the emperors or the complete destruction of the last barrier hindering the development of the Age of Pirates, the outcome would affect the hearts of countless people. And the subsequent movements of the Whitebeard pirates indirectly prove these people's suspicions. The 16 squads of the Whitebeard pirates have been assembled. The 43 pirate groups, including the pirates who had made a name for themselves in the New World, totaling more than 50,000 people, all dropped everything and rushed to the rendezvous point after receiving their pops, Whitebeard's order. This battle is inevitable. After seeing the actions of the Whitebeard pirates, everyone involuntarily came up with this sentence. As for the Navy, it also did not sit idly, and every day a large number of warships with strong naval personnel and elite soldiers were rushed to Manafort. Even the generals below the lieutenant general are not eligible to participate in this war. Instead of being cannon fodder, it is better to stay in place to maintain the daily operations of the naval base. There is already 100,000 cannon fodder. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, the scattered 7 warlords of the sea received a dispatch order from the naval headquarters at almost the same time. And their attitude is very tough, either come or lose their 7 warlords of the sea title. Jinbai, that idiot, still didn't escape from being in prison, and he probably will never learn the skill of being a coward. In addition to Jinbai, Hawkeye Mihawk, Tyrant Kuma, the arrogant Empress Boa Hancock, the fugitive Don Quixote da Flamengo, the newly crowned Blackbeard Teach, and Faceless Will, who was moved by the rewards, will form a coalition with the Navy to respond to the Whitebeard pirates' attack. Chapter 210 Meeting an Acquaintance. It's still daylight. But Will was somewhat distracted looking at the sea in front of him. The Battle of the War of the Best had killed Ace and made the large Whitebeard pirates fall apart in an instant, becoming fat meat in the eyes of others who wanted to take a bite. He had just finished a Den-Den-Mushi session with Sengoku, and in the face of the already promised request, even the Buddha Sengoku had to grit his teeth and agree to invite him with a devil fruit first, and then give him another part of the payment depending on his performance. For the Navy, there was no turning back, and this war on top could only be won and not lost. If the Whitebeard pirates had saved Ace, the Navy's reputation would have been ruined and disgraced. And Will's formidable strength is an indispensable and immediate force that the Navy must have in hand at his juncture. The cost of even a few devil's fruits for this is completely out of the question. When you don't even know what the future holds, you don't have time to worry about it. In order to convince the Empress, they have shamelessly started to threaten the safety of the Amazonian people and directly put on a face that they will settle accounts later. If it were not for the fact that there was still an understanding person on the island, none of these navies would have survived. Sengoku even gave Will a special warning, forbidding him to take action against any of his own people, otherwise the beaten-off Doflamingo would not take the initiative to come and die anyway. The good thing is that Will also knows that his reputation is not good, and he has killed several people in the 7 warlords of the sea, so it is normal for Sengoku to be afraid of him stabbing them in the back. For the sake of the big event he was planning, Will decided to let Doflamingo go first, and wait until he was completely torn apart before destroying him. But before he can do that, he has to pick up someone who has the potential to radically change the course of the future story. Where's Luffy? I don't know, he just read the paper and then ran out like crazy. Did he say where he was going? He didn't say anything, he just said he was going to rescue someone and told us to stay here and wait for him. Rescue someone? This can't be the guy from the newspaper. That's the Navy headquarters. Get him back. It's too late, with Luffy's character, he won't give up even if we find him. Then what do we do? What else can I do, with such an idiot captain on my hands? Of course, I'll go with him to rescue people. It's crazy, you're all crazy. But we don't have a ship, how do we get there? The Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other and all of them said MMP in their hearts. A few days later, a stranger in a cloak appeared on Will's ship, and then finally waited for the Navy headquarters to send them to lead them to Marineford warship. Because of the importance of the matter, the sea train had changed its route many days ago, and every person traveling to the Navy would be strictly checked. We meet again, what a coincidence. After seeing the visitor, Will couldn't help but smile, still an old acquaintance. The valiant Pink Rabbit said very frankly, it's not a coincidence, but I took the initiative to take this mission. I always feel that this time you will take the opportunity to do something, so I have to keep an eye on you. I have to say that this woman's intuition is really good. Will was shocked by her bluntness, and if she really had to follow him the whole time, it's possible that his plan would have been aborted. Do you have to accompany me when I sleep at night? It's for the best. Will. You don't have any wrong intentions for me, do you? To tell you the truth, the beauty trick won't work on me, and you can't beat me, so I can snap you first and then knock you out, and finally slap your ass and leave. I hope you can still say that after seeing the number of troops stationed in Marineford at the moment. Are you threatening me? You think it is? Oh, interesting, I'll see what happens then. Half a year of getting along with each other made these two have some understanding of each other. For example, Giant knew that the guy in front of her was not an evil person, but his revealed ambition made people have to guard against him. And Will also knows that Giant is a very assertive admiral. She will listen to the orders of superiors, but the specific way of accomplishing it depends on her. In general, this is a new era navy that is not pedantic but has justice in mind. She must be on his tail, and it's not comfortable at all. Will said to himself, I have to find a way to get rid of her when we get to Marineford. Before heading to Marineford, we need to confirm the specific people on board. Check it out if you like. Why are you still talking so nicely? It gives me goosebumps, you know. Will, who had expected this, had already asked Snowball to shrink and hide the people in her pocket, so even if she dismantled the ship she wouldn't be able to find them, and it's only a waste of effort. After some checks, the deputy nodded to her and said that there was no one else. Only then did Giant return to the warship with her men, as it's not far from the day of the official public execution. How was it? After Giant left, Will immediately turned to Violet, who came out of the cabin. What she said is true, this woman has already made up her mind to watch over us, but this is only her personal idea that hasn't been approved and authorized by the Navy's top brass, and she is going to implement it immediately after she returns. Violet told the story of what she had just read in Giant's hearts. What a troublesome woman. Will frowned inwardly. With such a change, his plan had to be accelerated. Do you want me to take action? As long as it can help me create a trace of flaws, I can completely wipe this person out of the world. At this time, Sugar, which had gradually integrated into the faceless pirates, volunteered to stand up, holding two small golden hands. You? It's better not to do it. After a moment's hesitation, Will felt that it was better not to open a Pandora's box, and there was no need to do so at the moment. If the little Snowball is unwilling to become a child and wants to retain her adult appearance, then Sugar is indifferent as she has completely integrated into her tiny body. And although she has lived for 20 years, as time goes by, she regards herself as a child. Seeing that Sugar was upset, Kobe immediately squirmed and leaned in to try to comfort her. The result was that Sugar, feeling underestimated, jabbed him with a direct dark kick. After seeing this scene, Will helplessly shook his head. A black belly pseudo-ally is really not cute. Chapter 211 Digging a Pit for Blackbeard Report. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Faceless Will has just arrived at the port, and Vice Admiral Pink Rabbit is on her way to report on her duties. Sengoku, who were reviewing the documents, nodded. Faceless Will's arrival was certainly beneficial to the Navy, but how to arrange him was enough to give people a headache. The guy Kizaru seems to have changed since losing his calf. In recent missions, he has become more and more bloodthirsty, and he is merciless towards pirates. On several occasions, civilians were even accidentally involved in the aftermath of the battle, causing considerable casualties. If it were the Kizaru who was scornful before, he would never make such a mistake, and would even use this excuse to deliberately let him go lazily. Now that this change has taken place, he, as the fleet admiral of the Navy, doesn't know whether it is a good or a bad thing. On the contrary, it is a Kenya who has seen Kizaru more and more pleasing to his eyes recently, and they have a good attitude to get together. It is said that the enemies are extremely desirous when they meet, and Sengoku is really afraid that these two people will fight for whatever reason if they meet. In addition, Doflamingo is also a problem. Although he retained his title as a 7 warlords of the sea due to pressure, but now, this move is not bad. If they have more high-end combat power, they have a better chance of winning. The only thing we have to be careful about is not to let him and Will meet, and who knows what will happen then. Ugh, a headache. A short while later, Pink Rabbit came to report to Sengoku, but she was followed by an unexpected visitor. Hi, long time no see. Do we know each other well? Sengoku's facial muscles twitched, and then he looked at Pink Rabbit with a puzzled expression, hoping she would give him an explanation. He said he had important information to tell the Navy that he had to follow. Pink Rabbit was helpless about this. What if what he said was true? She can't afford to gamble, and neither can the entire Navy. Sengoku nodded at the words, and then looked at the bastard who grinned widely and didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. What information do you have? Now you can say it. Will didn't care at all about the coldness in Sengoku's tone but instead nudged in Pink Rabbit direction. Vice Admiral Pink Rabbit, you can go out first, and we'll debrief you later. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Although Diane was upset, she didn't show it, but narrowed her eyes at Will as she turned to leave, which probably meant, are you waiting? Say it. Say what? Bang. Sengoku slapped the table angrily and then said angrily, don't waste my time. Or do you think I will tolerate it indefinitely? Don't be angry, the information is certainly there, but it's not for free, is it? Fuck. Sengoku calmed down after he cursed this shameless guy, but when he thought about this guy's temperament, he knew that he is not the one who likes to bluff and joke around and then felt a little expectant in his heart. Because those who dared to open their mouths to ask for benefits naturally had a few things to fall back on. What do you want? Besides, I don't even know the importance and accuracy of your information, how to make this deal. Someone has a hidden agenda to sneak into the Impel Down while the Navy is at war with Whitebeard and liberate the vicious prisoners there for his own use. Mr. Fleet Admiral, how much do you think this intelligence is worth? Impel Down was a good place. Not only was Blackbeard aimed at it early, but he was no exception. The only difference was their objective. One wants to recruit the prisoner there while the other just wants to loot the prisoner's devil fruit. And since there is a conflict of purpose, no wonder he cheated others first. Upon hearing this news, Sengoku was first shocked, then immediately frowned and said, impossible, no one will be able to reach the Impel Down without permission, and even if someone does get in, the guards there are enough to make it happen that no one goes back. The confidence of Sengoku came from the tightly guarded navy and the mighty strength of Magellan. So Will didn't deny it, and said, if it's your own people, you can get in smoothly, right? For example, me, that is a 7 warlords of the sea. Does the Fleet Admiral still feel that advancing the defense of the Impel Down is foolproof? Sengoku is suddenly astonished. Although the people outside can't get in, these people who stayed in Marineford can go to the Impel Down by ship, and as a 7 warlords of the sea, as long as they don't take the initiative, no one will be suspicious of them. Magellan is strong, but not without weaknesses, and what if someone stronger than him went? Like Hawkeye, for example, or this guy right here. Is it a threat to the Navy? No, it's unlikely. Sengoku's thoughts were a bit messy, and he was eliminating one by one the person Will said was harboring evil intentions. After a long time, he looked up and stared at Will and asked in a deep voice, tell me your conditions, and what else do you know? Tell me everything. At this point, a smile finally appeared on Will's face, 10 devil fruits. No way. Sengoku subconsciously refused. 1. The Navy doesn't have so many reserves of devil fruits at all. Isn't that kind of thing used to immediately increase our combat power, so why should it stay in the warehouse and accumulate dust? There is some truth in what the Sengoku said, but Will was still not satisfied. It seems that the Fleet Admiral doesn't have any sincerity. Sigh, that's fine, I hope that when the prison falls, the Fleet Admiral won't regret it. 3 of them. That's all there is, just a piece of information, don't go too far. After thinking about it, Will extended a hand, 5 of them. And I will help you garrison the prison in advance and stop the invaders. This is acceptable, although the frontal battlefield will lose a high-end combatant, but the Impel Down is more important as it houses many vicious criminals from all around the world. If these vicious criminals were all released, even if the Navy finally defeated the Whitebeard pirates, it would be a great loss of strength and control of the sea. Yes, but I want to make sure the information is true, and if no one ends up attacking the Impel Down, the agreement is null and void and the Navy won't pay a single devil fruit for it. Will pretended to think about it. In fact, his heart was full of laughter. As long as he arrived at the Impel Down in a fair way, he would make money regardless of whether Blackbeard would come or not. Who said that there is only one person who harbors evil intentions? Deal, but only if the Navy can't be caught off guard. Sengoku agreed. It's not like he could do something to someone just because of Will's words, and it's not against the law to think about it when it's not put into action. Blackbeard is not a man who can be inaugurated by the title of a 7 Warlords of the Sea. I need specific sources of information to prove it. The source of information is confidential, and we'll naturally see everything on that day. To Will's reply, Sengoku was not satisfied but had to respond, and again, whether it was true or not, the Navy couldn't afford to gamble. Chapter 212 Wise Fleet Admiral. After sending Will away, Sengoku was a little restless, and he always felt that something was left out. He never heard of any contact between Will and Blackbeard Teach, and this guy doesn't seem like a good citizen who would actively work for the Navy. Apart from the 5 devil fruit as payment, he must be planning something else. Thinking about the fact that the devil fruit abilities of the dead users ended up in his hands, Sengoku's eyelids fluttered unconsciously. Could it be that that guy wanted? He had already guessed that Will might be trying to take advantage of the opportunity to hit those prisoners in the Impel Down, but he couldn't say anything, especially when there was another group of people with similar ideas. Those vicious criminals can die in the Impel Down, but they can't leave alive. With that in mind, Sengoku sat back down, then let in Pink Rabbit, who was waiting outside the door. Now I'm giving you a confidential mission. Starting tomorrow, Faceless will be stationed in the Impel Down. Your task is to keep a close eye on him. Once you find out that he is going to do something to the prisoners in the prison, you step in to stop him. If someone invades the Impel Down, you assist Magellan and kill the invaders, remember. If something goes wrong, all prisoners will be killed on sight, and no one will be allowed to leave. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Giant took the task, then asked, is someone going to storm into the prison and save the prisoner, Portgas d'Ace? Did that guy bring the information? Sengoku responded vaguely, and then said seriously, this arrangement is a precautionary plan. The battle with the Whitebeard pirates will change the whole world, but the Impel Down should not be lost, regardless of whether what that guy said is true or false. All must be treated with caution. Please rest assured, Fleet Admiral, I will complete the mission and never let Faceless Will mess up. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. As expected by Crane, this wisdom and handling of things have always been well grasped, making him feel at ease to entrust this important task to her. However, he finally advised, be careful of that guy Faceless Will. I temporarily give you the right to ban his 7 Warlords of the Sea title at any time for this mission, and once you find something wrong, do it immediately, regardless of whether he lives or dies. With Magellan and you there shouldn't be any problems. Sengoku had already overestimated Will's strength. An alternate admiral plus a prison warden with the strength of a quasi-admiral, the two of them together would be enough to deal with all kinds of situations. Giant's eyes flickered. She had already guessed that this man had other intentions, but didn't expect to reveal his purpose so early. This time she will not let it succeed. Soon, the Pink Rabbit also took all the relevant formalities to leave. Because she was carrying the mission, she will be one step ahead of Will to arrive in the Impel Down, as there are still some things that need to be cleared with Magellan in advance. After she left, Sengoku busily picked up the Den Mushi and began to give orders one by one. The ambitious Blackbeard pirates were naturally the target of his key surveillance, but they should not be alarmed, so he needed to make early arrangements. As for whether the Faceless Will, who actively asked to be garrisoned in the Impel Down, was to inquire about intelligence and rescue Ace, this is still unclear. However, the visionary Sengoku had already secretly arranged for someone to transfer Ace to a more secluded and safe place after Garp had visited his grandson. During this period, anyone who wants to sneak into Impel Down to save Ace was just throwing themselves into the net. So before the war has started, the little mice all jump out. And Sengoku has been a bit impatient. When the meeting was held the next day, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, General Staff Crane, and Vice Admiral Garp, the 3 admirals, the 16 Vice Admirals, and the 7 Warlords of the Sea, who had traveled thousands of miles to be here, all gathered together. Foo. There seems to be one person missing, huh? When Doflamingo saw the meeting start and the guy he hates to the bone still didn't show up, he couldn't help but laugh out of sarcasm. After glancing at him with a stoic expression, Sengoku said in a flat tone, the Navy has made other arrangements for Faceless Will's whereabouts, so he will naturally be where he should be. There was a gleam in Doflamingo's eyes that was not easily detectable. Don't tell me he is just afraid. Zahaha. Blackbeard Teach, who had just become a 7 Warlords of the Sea, looked a little overly exuberant. He simply looked down on everyone present. What a shit 7 Warlords of the Sea. He asked for this title just to pave the way for his next plan. In other words, this identity is a ticket. Only by getting it, he could get everything he wanted next. And when he gets what he's dreaming of, he'll tear through the disguise once and for all and say goodbye to this bullshit title of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Whether it was the 7 warlords of the sea or the 4 emperors. He, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, wants only the throne from beginning to end. The king of pirates. By coincidence, Will also only wanted the said ticket when he joined the 7 warlords of the sea. Hearing Blackbeard's wild laughter, Sengoku had no intention of defending Will. In his opinion, both of them were complete bastards. It would be nice if he could take this opportunity to get rid of these bastards. After sighing helplessly in his heart, Sengoku began to arrange tasks. As for these unruly 7 warlords of the sea, they will definitely not be able to control them, so they could only guard their posts at that time. The meeting ended quickly. The admirals in fact already know their own mission and specific battle plan. This meeting is actually a cognition between each other. In terms of effective misfortune to the navy, the haughty plus impatient empress is a good hand. After everyone returned to their respective rooms, the cocky smile on Blackbeard's face immediately disappeared. Or maybe that petty idiocy was just an act he put on to show those people. Go and find out the whereabouts of Faceless Will. This plan must be foolproof. This man is a variable. The mysterious Latte immediately walked out of the room after giving a comical salute. He was able to infiltrate the naval headquarters without a sound and then retreat. And now he was only inquiring about a few news, so how could it be difficult for him? Chapter 213 3 Emperors on the Move. Will looked up at the huge outline of the impel down, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, pulling out a nice curve. Although Sengoku had agreed to let him come and station him at impel down, but because of that slight uneasiness in his heart, he only allowed Will to go there alone, and Isho and the others had to stay behind. Out of his trust in Isho, Will readily agreed, which was a bit surprising to Sengoku. After all, the Faceless Pirate group is no longer the same as it was in the beginning, with the admiral strength of Isho sitting around, and a bunch of capable people who should not be underestimated. And when the Navy and Whitebeard pirates get into a fight, how can they care about them? That's Will's confidence. He knew exactly what was going to happen next. And he also prepared a big gift. He did his best to calculate success or failure. No matter what the final result will be, he will not be hypocritical anymore. After the warship arrived at the impel down smoothly, Magellan did not squat in the toilet with diarrhea but waited for him here. And Will felt that Sengoku must have told him something. But it doesn't matter, he is playing the sun. As long as the Whitebeard pirates appear, this side will become an isolated site without any support, and then whether or not Blackbeard will still make a move, he will unceremoniously devour all the devil fruits from the criminals within this impel down. If nothing else, he'll never find another heavenly opportunity like this to obtain a large amount of devil fruit. Magellan is tough, but not a threat to him, and as long as he doesn't foolishly take the poison head-on, he'll be defeated. Will was very confident of this. Of course, the best outcome would be for Blackbeard's gang to foolishly crash over, and then he would accidentally mistakenly kill the prisoner through the righteousness, and by the way, also collect his payment, which is the 5 devil fruits from Sengoku, and that would be perfect. Will, who had combed through the plan again in his mind, just wanted to say hello to Magellan and show how harmless he was, but frowned in the next second. Seems like you're not happy to see me? Pink Rabbit said as she walked out from behind the tall Magellan as if nothing had happened, with a faint smile on her face, seemingly happy that the fleet admiral had seen through his scheme. In a flash of 1,000 thoughts, Will regained his calm complexion. It seems that Sengoku has completely guessed his purpose, so he secretly sent someone over, both as a warning and as double insurance. And originally he didn't need to reveal his purpose in such a hurry. In the end, it was because of this woman in front of him. Last time he was stuck with her for most of the year, and this time he's stuck again. But it seems he's been underestimated. Aren't you afraid that your partner will get jealous if you're around me all day? What was it called again? Pufferfish. Pink Rabbit stiffened and took a deep breath. Although I don't like Vice Admiral Chin, I still hope you can give him the least respect. He's a good guy. TSK, I wonder how many of these nice cards this guy has taken from you. How pathetic. Pink Rabbit closed her eyes as black lines became visible on her forehead, and she couldn't help wondering whether the special rights given to her by the fleet admiral should be used here. Gr. Just at this moment, a muffled thunder came from the side. The already impatient Magellan immediately bent over and covered his stomach with an ugly face. No, it's time. I'll go to the convenience first. Hannibal, you bring someone to arrange. Before the words were finished, there was another gurgling in his stomach. Magellan's face changed drastically, and he rushed out immediately. Good thing he didn't set off gas grenades in the crowd. Hannibal, who wants to be a prison warden, takes Will on a tour of the impel down. Of course, he was only shown the outermost of these facilities, and was not even told where the elevators were that would take him to the deeper levels. Will didn't mind either. With the gate fruits in hand, There was hardly anywhere he couldn't go in this world. Report Fleet Admiral. Just now our intelligence officers have sent back an update on the movements of the Whitebeard pirates. Bring it to me. Seconds later, Sengoku slammed this report down on the table. Gone? Tens of thousands of Whitebeard pirates have assembled, but they have disappeared? These intelligence officers have eyes up their asses. Although the report stated that it was suspected that Whitebeard had used his ability to create a huge wave that drove away all the eyes in the nearby sea, when they rushed back, it was indisputable that the entire Whitebeard pirates had completely disappeared. Find them. The whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates must be found. I don't believe these 50,000 people can fly into the sky. Tell the intelligence department that if they can't find any movement of the Whitebeard pirates before the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, they should report to the logistics department as a group, as an irresponsible handyman would suit them better. Yes. But before the wave subsides, a new wave rises. Just after the last Marine had led the order to leave, someone else barged in like his ass was on fire. Report Fleet Admiral. There is a secret report from the front line that 100 Beasts pirates have suddenly made a move and are heading straight for Manaford. Sengoku was shocked, and immediately went forward to snatch the secret report and examine it. But before he could see anything, there was another knock on the door. Report. One of the 4 Emperor Red Hair Shanks suddenly appeared on a deserted island in Pug, and then the whole crew quickly boarded the ship and left, heading southeast. Sengoku took a few pieces of information and sat back on the chair with a gloomy expression. As early as when he decided to start a battle with the Whitebeard pirates, he had already made people keep a close eye on the movements of the other sea emperors. Having been in peace these days, he somewhat let go of the biggest stone in his heart. But he never expected that something would change when things came to an end. The day after tomorrow is the day of public execution, and if on that day the 3 emperors gather at Manaford, Sengoku couldn't imagine such a sight. Just to deal with a Whitebeard, the Navy basically took out all the chips that could be held down, just to deal with Whitebeard, but if Whitebeard, Redhead, and Kaido join forces, the Navy is in danger. The only thing he can hope for now is that the target of these two is not the Navy. The Redhead is a man who understands the big picture. He should know in his heart what kind of hell the world would be without the Navy, but if that crazy Kaido comes, he will probably start an indiscriminate attack mode. At that time, how many elite and mainstays of the Navy will be sacrificed in vain? The only one who feels that things haven't gotten completely out of hand is probably Big Mom, who is actively preparing for the tea party and doesn't care about this mess. If the last of the 4 emperors had been tempted to come to Manaford to watch the fun, the show would have been a total disaster. Chapter 214 The Red Aloof. It was night, and Will, who didn't know that such a major event had happened again at sea, suddenly sat up from the bed. In order to spy on his every move, Pink Rabbit chose to stand and sleep on his doorstep, perseverance not to be underestimated. However, Will had already put on the assassin set, directly muted the surroundings, then turned invisible, and opened the door to leave. Finished. Because he was on the seafloor, his door was opened under his feet and he went straight to the underground floor, the Crimson Hell. Will didn't come here to avoid giant surveillance. He just wanted to step on it in advance, keep the position of the prisoner who has a devil fruit in his mind, and wait for the opportunity to catch it all. But these are just appetizers. He came all the way here but for a person, the specific name he has long forgotten, only to know that Roger's time people called him Aloof Red. Soon, Will descended to the 5 underground levels of the extremely cold hell, where the detainees are already pirates with bounties of over 100 million bolas, and the proportion of those with devil fruit will greatly increase compared to the first 4 levels. However, Will still didn't make the slightest stop, not even curious to check out the legendary 5.5 floors, but went straight down to the 6th floor, the eternal hell where countless legendary figures are locked up. The criminals locked up on this floor, even in the newspapers, deliberately hide the earth-shattering things they have done. A monster that needs to be completely erased from history. By the way, Ace and Jinbai were both locked up here after the accident, and it would have been the same place if Crocodile hadn't died, and even Ivkov didn't deserve to be locked up on the 6th floor. And Blackbeard, in order to expand his power, was the first to focus on these criminally vicious prisoners of the 6th floor. Will wandered here silently and saw the victors who would have been taken away by Blackbeard according to the normal development: Katrina Devon, the Crescent Moon Hunter, Vasco Shot the Heavy Drinker, and Sanyu on Wolf the Colossal Battleship. To be honest, the fact that these people ended up winning the fight does not mean that they are the strongest people on this level. Instead, it's because none of them are devil fruit users, that they can overpower the prisoner who is a devil fruit user with their greater physical prowess. Personal opinion: Blackbeard's mad hunt for power is probably to enhance the strength of his new recruit commander, otherwise he does not need to do more. Of course, this view is only valid for this book, and we're just waiting for Oda's opinion, Think about it, if a devil fruit user is chained to a sea prism stone every day, and relies too much on devil fruit itself, how can they possibly beat the prisoner in the 6th level who relies on their physical prowess in such small terrain once they get out of the trap? And remember, it's level 6 prison where the most vicious and strong criminals occupy. Of course, there is some oddity, but after seeing the size of the colossal battleship, Will was still shocked. This fucking little oss is about as big as the palm of his hand. You say you're a giant, but what the fuck did you grow up eating? I bet half the reason the entire 6th floor was built so open was to accommodate him. And so Sanyu on Wolf could only lie flat, not even sit up. After sighing a bit, Will continued to inspect his fruits of victory with his feet, then just turned around, but then he heard an old voice call out to him. I didn't expect that the garrison of Impel Down was actually so weak. Who are you here to rescue? Will was stunned. The silence fruit is a natural shield against observation hockey, plus Will deliberately used the observation hockey to provide a layer of protection outside, so it should not be discovered by anyone. Is it possible that the other party's observation hockey is more than a notch above his? After thinking about it, Will encompassed the person who spoke inside the silent force field but did not cancel the effect of the transparent fruit. You can actually perceive me, how did you do it? It's just a matter of using observation hockey. The man spoke faintly. However, Will curled his lips and said faintly, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Unexpectedly, the man nodded directly and said indeed, but my observation hockey has been developed to the realm where I can listen to the sound of all things, and as far as I know, there is no one stronger than me except that idiot Roger. Will wondered if the old man had been locked up here for a while. It's always a mystery who's locked up on the 6th floor. The Golden Lion escaped from here, and it's not impossible to lock up an existence as strong as Roger. And when he thinks of the person he is looking for, Will's heart moves. It can't be such a coincidence. Who are you? An old antique that's going to the ground. Oh, my name is Patrick Redfield. Have you heard of me? Will subconsciously shook his head, then realized that he was invisible and immediately said, I've never heard of it. Is there a title for it? Like Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, or you're just nobody in Roger's time? I don't know if Will's words stung him, but the old antique sighed after hearing the two familiar names. There must be, I think. The world called me Red the Aloof and the Red Count. I don't know how many people still remember these titles today. Will slammed his right fist. It's really this old thing. Compared to the guys Blackbeard took with him, the old pirate in front of him is actually the most powerful and awesome person in the entire 6th underground layer, or at least used to be. In his youth, he was a great pirate alongside Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion. That's when the former pirate king who hasn't been afflicted by a disease. That's the young and strong Whitebeard who is still at its peak. That is the Golden Lion with unbroken legs and ambitions. And it's without any power, and on its own, he was still on par with these awesome big shots. Just look at the old cabbage in front of him. Will really has a hard time connecting it with the untamed Red Count. Just at this time, Will's brows suddenly furrowed. You are not a devil fruit user? He suddenly noticed this, because devil fruit users and non-devil fruit users are imprisoned in completely different ways. The once Red Count sighed. It was true that the current junior, guessed by the voice, didn't remember him at all anymore. If I still have a chance to go out, I will definitely get a devil fruit that can bring me back to my youth. Will began to curse his mother in his heart. Now that's fucked up. Chapter 215. Did the vampire fruit fly away? Although he has never eaten devil fruit, he can achieve the same status as Whitebeard, Roger and others on his own strength, making it even more so how terrifying this old man is. But for Will, it was like a bolt from the blue. The mythical zone bat fruit, model vampire that he has already regarded as his own. As a result, this old man tells him in person, oh, sorry, I haven't had time to find it. It's a fucking trap. What now? Will, however, couldn't remember where the vampire fruit was found, and he even thought that this old guy had made a name for himself with this vampire power. The result was a slap in the face. He was still incredible without the devil fruit. Will, whose plan was completely disrupted, was thinking of countermeasures in his head. Although the vampire fruit can bring the user eternal life, it does so at the cost of sucking human blood, which is a cruel way to pass on the consumption of life to others. But who doesn't want to live forever? Will wants it too. When this topic is mentioned, the first thing that comes to Will's mind is the taboo of the surgical fruit, the immortality surgery. Through the self-sacrifice of the devil fruit user, the target is given eternal life. But only those who are talented enough will be able to use this ability. That's a pretty harsh condition of use. First, you have to have enough talent, and then you have to make such a proud son willingly trade his life for the other's immortality. Will did think about fooling law, but he wasn't sure if the current law had the talent to perform the said surgery, and that would be very uncomfortable.